should engage the church or churches in detecting some time before service begins to giving software education of the advantage of the internet. That's a suggestion from Adebola Ade Oye.
Just before Mr. Akimbo comes online, in Nigeria, we have to note that we're multi-religious and multilingual in terms of our languages. So if you're suggesting it to the church, you should suggest it to the mosque, you should suggest it to the ATR, that's African Traditional Religion Practitioners as well, so that the spread is everywhere. It's not limited to a particular set of people. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, you mentioned something about health. So there's no way you are going to talk about health and you want to add value that you will not talk about the African health sector. And I'm not talking of medical doctors that went to school 7 years, housemanship. No, I'm talking of African doctors who understand herbs. And that's the truth. Google it anywhere, you will see them coming back. There's the moringa, making wave. It's here in Africa. We have it here. We need to understand how to do it. Now, where does the area of community network meet all of these people? The community network allows you to understand how to package yourself, to brand yourself, because there are people, different people. He knows how to brand. She knows how to build a website. You meet them in what we call Success Bridge from our own area, Success Bridge. And then they try to help your business grow. These are areas where the grassroots are very, very important. So how do the grassroots impact community network? They are the live wire of the community network. You can't open an office and say you're all there and you're affecting the populace if you are not doing capacity building, skill acquisition, and networking. Why is networking important? He's a farmer. He has a farm. He has come to learn how to do web design. He's learning and he's getting somewhere. You want to become a social media strategist. The three of them have something in common. Business. Right there, that's part of our own sustainability, because he can help build the social media of the farmer. He can help build the e-commerce website of the farmer. The farmer knows how to pay them either in cash or in kind by trade, depending on the digital economics of. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get where I wrote it down. Policy by, okay, no. Okay, let me look at the faces. Maybe I remember. That's one. The second question, I'm trying to get it. FBOs, yes, FBOs, found it. Now, I run a faith-based organization too. Yes, I'm just fortunate. I'm a researcher, I'm a consultant, so I need to multitask myself. And on our faith-based platform, our faith-based community network program is actually for faith-based individuals. So when a Christian walks in, he sees something like Christian-like on the wall, and he says, oh, I'm a Christian, so I can talk to this set of people. We have already created an avenue for faith-based organizations to easily come to us and understand what we do. But we keep all faith activities out of the community network hall. Why? Because we don't want a clash. Because as a Muslim comes in, he also sees a Christian and sees a small mat and says, oh, can I pray inside? No, you can't pray inside, but you can take the mat somewhere very close where we know you can pray. That means we already accept the Muslim person. He or she can come in, build himself or herself, and be able to go anywhere in the world. We accept others who feel like, oh, I know how to do this particular drug. Well, I may not tell you the secret, but I just want you to market it for me. So we begin to call those other members who are into marketing on social media. So this person needs you to market him. He will pay you. And then we kind of mediate between those two sets of people. So the community network platform is a big success ground that can bridge people from one aspect of their life to another, irrespective of your faith or your creed. The only thing we encourage others to do is, like, my moderator was asking, what is the best model? We keep growing every day. We keep growing every day. So always seek to be part of those who want to teach. I mentioned Sitad, not knowing that Sitad was seated. I mentioned myself last. Why? Because I give credence to other successful community networks. We need to give ourselves that kudos and be able to move in the same direction. And I appreciate what the contributor was saying. You're trying to do a marriage of a successful set of people. ISOC has been very, very successful. We're in more than one country. We have 1,000,001 membership across countries. And I'm not trying to like boast their trumpet. No, no, no. I know NCC do a lot of things that some Nigerians don't even know. Do you know that there are spaces within where you get to with your phone and you lose network? Those are places that have no network. As at the last time I checked their website, they have been able to cover almost 1/3 of those spaces. And this is not to say NCC is working. This is to say that NCC is actually working. It's not praise singing. So take it from me. We need to work together. We cannot work in silos and claim that we're doing great. No. And as a leader, I have learned to serve other leaders. What you must see or what you must picture in your mind is this. The leader may be in front, but it's the followership that counts, not the leadership. At most times, it is the followership that determines where the direction of that leadership will go. And I believe that with this platform, with this discussion, we'll go a long way. Thank you.
Just take the last 2 questions from within here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Olugbengadile from African Center for Citizens Orientation, and I also represent Nigeria at the African Union ECOSOC. I just want to pinpoint as a suggestion certain areas that I look at the issue of community networks where there is a missing gap. In 2019, I, along with my organization, carried out a research on community ICT centers in Nigeria. And I realized that in Nigeria alone, we have more than 1,200 ICT centers in Nigeria, in rural communities, set up by NCC, OSTG, that's the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President, and many other entities like that. Now, you've pinpointed a whole lot of things, but I want us to realize that certain thing is missing, which is orientation. There's difference between education, training, and orientation. So we have graduates, we have experts in policy making, in government, but you will realize that the community where these ICT centers were set up, a lot of people don't know anything about it. I've been to several parts of, in fact, there is one in Zamfara that, thank God, I went there with a torchlight. You can't imagine. They are putting computers, laptops inside the store, and we have millions of young people who are not even aware that we have such. Even here in Abuja, close to us here, we have new, and you will realize that these were done not lately, since 2006. So I would like a situation whereby, like you made mention of PPP, that we also involve schools, higher institutions, all the other NGOs, if there can be a knowledge effort pool, whereby this, we came out with this report and then we send it out to several organizations, including NCC. Fine, NCC is doing quite great number of, projects out there, but people are not aware. We need to connect what we learn and what we are doing with what we need to see as in successes in the community, the future that we want to see. So I don't know if you can also comment in that area. Other aspect is, if we need sustainability, there's need for us to measure ICT access. There's need for us to go back to the state. Don't leave it to NCC, federal government. let us begin to measure what each state are doing. And finally, we have AFTA. I'm representing Nigeria at the African Union. So if we have a home-based solution, I think it is high time we begin to push it to the continental level. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Sampa. I'm a consultant in governance from Zambia. Thank you very much for being generous with your sharing. We learning and enjoying a lot from you. I appreciate one side where we want communities to really be availed to have access to internet facilities. One of the areas I'm finding also, which maybe we need to look at, is the issue of safety and security. As you understand now, rich people are not only those who have assets, but are those who control data. If you bring to the community computers, they are excited about that opportunity. They can queue in whatever information they need to queue in, where they are told to provide their name, their background, and they will provide for that freely. Not knowing that other people are controlling data that is actually gold for them, and the one who's providing data will not be remembered, will just be used as a platform to get richer. So my question is, how are we protecting the communities from such exploitation and from misusing their data? But equally, we have seen our Africa is becoming more dictatorial, and rules and laws in terms of cybersecurity are becoming harder and harder. What are we doing to advocate so that we have freedoms and rights of internet enjoyed by communities and everyone in Africa? Thank you.
Unfortunately, we cannot take any more questions because we're running late, and the next session, those for the next session are actually standing outside. I'm so sorry. Please pardon us. Thank you.
Okay, so we can always meet outside and talk, but let me quickly respond to yours from Zambia and the AU representative that we have here. So you are one of our knowledge efforts. Why am I using that word? Because you have those information, and I can tell you that the same information you have for Nigeria goes to Zambia, goes to every other country in Africa. We have data centers set up by those who have the wherewithal. But unfortunately, those handling it do not have the knowledge to sustain it or to run it. So you are very correct about that. We've come across that 1,001 times. I work in Ogun State, but Lagos State is close by. The Lagos State set up something like that in every secondary school. So we're able to use that because we understand how to use it. Even those in Lagos, we're not using it like we from outside Lagos. That's the beauty of it. I have friends in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, who run community networks, who I have to communicate with all the time to understand, are you having any challenges? Oh, you have a challenge. Okay, let's discuss it. I'm not there, but I want to discuss it so that I can prepare my own country when that challenge comes. So that is why we are advocating for a borderless Africa. I believe if we work together, we can go further from where I've stopped. And that takes me to safety and security. My honorable moderator mentioned data privacy, cybersecurity. See, you're right. Again, the fear is that when there's the guideline, there'll be too much. I know the AU has something on cybersecurity that is yet to be enforced, but the truth is we need to put those enforcement there. At the same time, we cannot afford to be quiet. I have organizations like CITAD to compliment for the fact that we will not keep quiet. We will continue to advocate. And our advocacy will be based on this. 1, the internet is for everyone. 2, we must not allow a splinternet, even if it looks like an evolution. 3, the average individual must, or the average individual, the average citizen in Africa must know his rights when it comes to data. I must understand one thing that we barely speak about, which is encryption. We all understand that most of these channels, social media platforms, email providers are already crying out to us. Encryption, encrypt this, encrypt that. The Internet Society Nigerian chapter even did something called encrypt everything. So at this point in time, the best way to go around those regulations by community networks is to have one slogan in their mouth: encryption, encrypt everything. If you have a mobile phone, a laptop, wherever you go, encrypt it. Once you encrypt that, and the community networks understand the policies surrounding data privacy, cybersecurity, understanding how to manage community networks, forming a much more bigger platform, then we can be able to make one world, one Africa possible. Thank you.
On that note, I want to thank everybody for their contributions, for sitting down through the session despite our running late. I think our takeaways from here, communities can come together to develop and build their networks. However, there's need for ownership, there's need for value, there's need for localization, there's need for government at all levels, federal, state, and local, need for incentives, public-private partnerships, bringing the core network operators into the system to harness and to work together to ensure that there's access and there's internet for everyone. I'd like to say thank you very much to everyone. Our online audience, thank you very much. And thank you. We thank God. And I'd like to say thank you for a very engaging session. And thank you for all your contributions.
Okay, okay. Oh, yeah, so that at least one of us can be seen. No, but if I sit there, I mean, that's. Okay. When I present, I just. Okay.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining our sessions. We have quite a number of online participants, and also we have online presenters, so would not like to keep them waiting for long. And to start us off, our session is the way towards a regulatory framework for community networks in Francophone countries in Africa. And apologies for those who you've not been able to have your session, but very much welcome to learn about community networks. My name is Josephine Miliza. I work with the Association for Progressive Communications as Africa Policy Coordinator for Community Networks. And I'm joined by my colleague Sylvie Siam, who also have a chance to introduce herself. I think to start us off, we have a presentation from our colleague Jean-Louis, who did a regulatory assessment on the regulatory frameworks in Francophone countries and proposed guidelines for implementing community networks in Francophone Africa. So Jean-Louis, over to you, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Josephine, for the introduction. And my name is Jean-Louis Fenty. I'm the research director at Afro Leadership, a civil society organization in Cameroon.
Sorry, John, just 1 minute.
Yeah.
We can't hear you.
Yes, is it okay now? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. So thank you, Josephine, and welcome everyone. My name is Jean-Louis Fenty. I'm the research director at Afro Leadership, a civil society organization in Cameroon, and also an associate professor at the University of Yaoundé in Cameroon also. So, and the topic we are dealing today is a really important topic, especially when we are looking at the internet penetration rate globally. We realize that Africa remains at the bottom of the pack with a very low internet penetration rate, especially in sub-Saharan countries. And when we talk about sub-Saharan country, we should also clearly mention the fact that the government is paying attention about the issue, and also—
Sorry, John,
yes.
would like to request that you start. Do you also have a presentation to share?
No, not a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not a presentation. I will just
Are you able to go live?
I just sent a link.
Are you able to go live so that you can be projected on the screen? If
Yes,
not,
of course, of course.
Okay.
So I will just send a link at the end so that people can also download the short report we prepare on the projects we did on the regulatory frameworks. So I was saying that when we pay a look at the internet penetration rate, especially in sub-Saharan country, we realize that up to now, the penetration rate is very low. And the governments in sub-Saharan countries, most of countries in sub-Saharan Africa, are paying attention to the issue by developing several projects and things like that. But we realize that there is still a gap between urban areas and rural areas. And the very small internet penetration rate is mainly shared about urban areas living beyond rural areas. So a common or a current initiative or idea to bridge the gap between rural and area and rural and urban areas is to put in place what we call community networks. So in a nutshell, community networks are localized or grassroots communication infrastructure that are typically built by communities members, and with the aim of providing things like internet access, but beyond that, providing digital services that can be useful for the local populations. And the issue is very important presently for two reasons. First of all, providing the right information, but also producing information that can be used to preserve the identity of rural areas. So, and when we look about the map of community networks throughout the continent, we realize that in English-speaking countries, yes, it is well spread. We have a lot of countries which have already started deploying community networks, and beyond deploying community networks, they have already started also thinking and putting in place a kind of regulatory framework to try to frame the deployment and also the exploitation or operating of those networks. And that's why when we were looking at now French-speaking countries, we realized that there's a gap that needs also to be bridged. And for that, we started working on a kind of regulatory frameworks for countries, Francophone countries in Africa. And this is also the time for me to thank again APC for their support, and also other ISOP chapters, especially the ISOP chapters from Burkina Faso, from Guinea, and also from Gabon, for all their contribution in the project. So I will go directly now to some points, important points in a nutshell, regarding the community, the regulatory framework for community network we propose in the project. So we have 11 points, and we'd like to cover from the equipment, the acquisition of equipment to the operating of the network. So I will start with the first point about the acquisition of the equipment, and the idea is to reduce and possibly to exempt custom duties and other taxes on the import of the equipment, especially for community networks. And the second point is about the equipment homologations. So we went through the regulatory framework, so the different laws and things like that related to telecommunication in those countries, and we realized that there's a need to facilitate the homologation process by making visible, first of all, the process and all the constraints around in the process, and possibly to reduce or to exempt completely for community network operators the fees related to the homologation of the equipment. And another point is about the installation of the equipment. We realize that in some regulatory framework, there is a need to hold maybe an agreement or things like that before deploying or installing network in some countries. So, but when it comes to community networks, usually most of the equipment are plug and play and things like that, and you don't need a master of engineering to build such a network. So, and if we can propose also a new type of agreement for community network installer to ease the deployment. And another point is the passive infrastructure sharing. And we need to consider 2 points in passive infrastructure sharing. First of all, we have infrastructure owned by operators, and there should be provision to facilitate the sharing between the network operators and community network operators. We have such an example in Cameroon, especially with one operator, Nextel, in the northern part of where we deploy one of our community networks. So we are sharing a tower owned by a network operator freely. So, and the second point is about the infrastructure deployed by the government. And in some areas there, we can have mass or tower deployed by the government for some purposes, but they are no longer in activity or use. So they can be used also by community network to ease the deployment. And another point is about the frequency spectrum management. And in most of the country, in Francophone Africa, there's no a free band that can be used for that. So this is an important point. Also, if we like to ease the deployment of community network, we should also pay attention about trying to exempt for licenses some band that can be used by technology, that are used by technology in community networks. So, and in that case, an important point is about the white space, the white space in those areas, especially TV white space that can be that can be used to ease the deployment of community network in rural areas. And we need also to define a new type of new types of licenses, because in some areas in rural, in the rural part, we have different scenario. We can have, first of all, areas that are not rail cover, or some areas that are completely white. And in those areas, we should also, they can be really difficult for people in those, for operators in those areas in fact, to operate with their networks. So, and for that, the new type of this license can consider, first of all, the geographical extent that the community network can cover. Secondly, the coverage rate of the locality, especially the percentage of white or poorly covered areas in the locality. Third, the technology used by the community networks. And finally, the standard of living of the local population. So we should think about new type of licenses depending on those four constraints. And the next point is about the license fees. And for the license fees, usually we have the application fees, the entrance fees, and also the entrance fee that can also consider all allocated resources and associated services that can be deploy or operate by the network. So, and concerning the license fee, we should also pay attention, because usually it is just to cover or to bridge the gap. It is not, let's say, for profit that most of the community network are putting in place their network. So, another point is about the license term, and the license term can be aligned with the terms of normal license in the country. And yes, the community network should not only have advantages. Yeah, they also there is a need also to define some obligation for them. And among the obligation, we have, first of all, the contribution to the provision of the universal service. And secondly, the need to guarantee a minimum quality of services defined by the universal service body. Third, to guarantee non-discrimination and assistance to disadvantaged groups. Fourth, not to interfere with the facility of other licenses. Fifth, ensure and maintain the confidentiality of all communication passing through the network. Sixth, establishing and maintaining record to trace its operation related to the deployment operation, extension, and maintenance of its network. This is really important because, the situation can evolve. And if the situation evolves in the locality, we need also to readapt now. Maybe readapting the fees, readapting also the cost of the license and things like that. So, another important point is about the tariff regime. So the licensee will benefit from certain advantages such as preferential interconnections, maybe to the backbone and so on. And the latter should adopt a tariff regime consistent with the economic situation in those areas. And the last point is about the transparency of information. So for better planning of community network, it would be necessary to impose a certain transparency on licensee and concessionaire, so that they make certain information available, including, first of all, the infrastructure allocation, fiber tracking, operators, coverage map, allocated frequency spectrum, and so on. That can really help community network to better plan their network in the locality. So I will send in the chat the link to the short report, but the complete report is in French, and we have also a website hosted by AFCO Leadership presenting all the different points and details. So people who are really interested can also have a look to that. And I would like really to thank this opportunity, to seize this opportunity, also to call to the decision makers and so on about the importance of dealing with this particular issue of connecting the unconnected, especially in rural areas. There's a need to preserve our identity beyond accessing to the information. So I would like to just stop now because I think we have a kind of exchange later. I can come back with maybe to answer some questions. So thank you, Josephine. Thank you, APC. Thank you also to all the ISO chapters that have been involved in the project.
Thank you, Jean, for your presentation. And I'd like to move to Sylvie, who is in the room with us. Also, just to now bring the conversation more to research that was conducted by APC and GIZ in regards to deploying community networks in Cameroon. So what are some of the challenges and what are some of the policy recommendations that came up from the research that you did? And also, if you could start with the grounding of what's the current state of community networks in Cameroon, and then now go into the looking at the regulatory frameworks as well as the challenges and recommendations on policy and regulation.
Je vais parler en français. Je suis désolée. Vous allez devoir aller chercher le...
Sylvie, do we have the
interpretation? Can we just leave 1 minute to people to go outside and have the... Okay. It's just there behind you. You can have it. Je pense bien qu'il fallait une communication en français sur une session qui concerne les pays francophones, si je peux. Merci, francophone. OK, merci beaucoup, Joséphine. Can we change now what is on the people in the room should see me?
And then can I request that we switch back to Sylvie? Okay, can you test?
Est-ce que vous m'entendez? They are giving it back. Just go and maybe it's better to go and have one. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Channel 2.
Oui, on vous reçoit bien.
OK, d'accord. C'est surtout pour la salle que je disais parce que la traduction, il faudrait que les gens sachent sur quel canal. Ah, c'est bon. OK, OK, merci beaucoup. Merci Joséphine, merci Jean-Louis pour ta présentation. Donc, je vais m'attarder sur une étude qui a été faite plus tôt au niveau du Cameroun. Dans quel contexte elle a été faite? Elle a été faite dans le contexte où, au niveau du Cameroun, pour faciliter l'accès au plus grand nombre de personnes, le gouvernement a adopté la solution du déploiement de télécentres communautaires polyvalents dans les zones rurales, en particulier les zones rurales et les zones isolées. Mais malgré le déploiement de 231 télécentres communautaires polyvalents, qui sont des structures qui vont offrir Internet et les services de télécommunication, les services ICT aux populations, malgré le déploiement de ces 231 télécentres communautaires polyvalents, la fracture digitale reste une réalité assez forte qui, même par rapport au texte camerounais, est encore élevée parce que les textes prévoient que tout habitant soit, que toute communauté de 200 habitants, pardon, ait accès à un point d'accès public. Or, ce n'est pas le cas. Donc, au vu de l'évolution de la technologie et face aux nombreuses difficultés qu'ont rencontrées ces télécentres communautaires polyvalents, notamment des difficultés de financement, des difficultés en termes de capacité, le modèle économique et même la gouvernance, au vu de toutes ces difficultés, la GIZ et particulièrement le programme d'appui au développement communal a signé 2 conventions, si mes souvenirs sont bons, avec le ministère en charge des télécommunications. Et l'objet des conventions était de transformer ces télécentres communautaires polyvalents en cœur de réseaux maillés pour pouvoir arroser le territoire autour des télécentres communautaires polyvalents. Quel est donc l'objet de la recherche? L'objet de la recherche était de voir si, en se basant sur la manière dont les réseaux communautaires sont en train de se développer dans le monde et en Afrique pour permettre de fermer le gap de fracture digitale, de donner accès à plus de personnes, si le cadre légal et réglementaire au Cameroun est favorable au développement des réseaux communautaires. Quand on regarde donc, quand on a analysé le cadre légal et réglementaire au Cameroun, on s'est rendu compte que déjà, à partir des concepts, le réseau communautaire n'est pas prévu dans les textes au Cameroun. On va parler de réseaux privés indépendants, de réseau rural, de réseau expérimental, mais le terme réseau communautaire n'apparaît pas ni dans les lois, ni dans les règlements. L'opérateur de réseau également, celui qui doit opérer les réseaux, au terme des textes camerounais, doit être soit une personne morale, soit une personne physique. Or, la logique de réseau communautaire met en avant le fait que c'est la communauté qui doit être au départ et à l'arrivée du réseau, c'est-à-dire concevoir, gérer, etc., mettre en place, etc. Or, le terme communauté, qui est considéré comme un ensemble de personnes qui habitent dans une zone géographique donnée, qui partagent le même mode de vie, etc., n'est pas présent dans la loi camerounaise qui régit les télécommunications comme pouvant être opérateur. Donc déjà, nous voyons que dans les concepts, qu'il s'agisse des réseaux communautaires ou des opérateurs de réseau, il y a un problème. On se demande donc qui peut opérer, qui peut être porteur de réseau. Si on va un peu plus loin, au terme des lois des textes camerounais, l'opérateur de réseau a un certain nombre d'obligations. Il y a des obligations qui sont liées à l'obtention du titre d'exploitation. Il y a des obligations à remplir avant même l'opérationnalisation du réseau et des obligations qui sont relatives à l'exploitation du réseau. Quels sont les défis réglementaires notamment qui ont donc émergé de l'étude? Il apparaît que les procédures d'enregistrement et d'octroi des licences sont souvent très ardues. À chacune des étapes, qu'il s'agisse de l'enregistrement ou de l'octroi des licences, le nombre, la taille du dossier à constituer est très importante. Pour l'enregistrement, comme je disais, il y a une confusion par rapport à où classer les réseaux communautaires. Autre défi, l'accès au spectre de fréquence. Jean lui en a parlé tout à l'heure, je ne vais pas m'y attarder. Il y a également les droits d'entrée et les droits de licence, et même les droits et taxes réglementaires qui sont prohibitifs. Parce que quand on comprend que les réseaux communautaires vont particulièrement intéresser des populations à faible revenu, des populations rurales, les taxes et les droits qui sont exigés pour pouvoir mettre en place le réseau sont très élevés. Il y a les délais de traitement de dossiers. Nous avons vu que c'est une approche, l'approche réseau communautaire, qui devrait permettre à la communauté d'accéder le plus vite possible et le plus facilement possible à Internet, de pouvoir être présent sur le net et de pouvoir bénéficier des opportunités et des avantages. Donc, quand les délais de traitement des dossiers, quand vous avez soumis pour l'enregistrement ou l'octroi des licences sont extrêmement longs, ça peut décourager les promoteurs. Et la composition même des dossiers qui sont demandés requiert une expertise. Expertise qu'il est difficile de trouver au niveau des communautés, mais qu'il faudrait payer pour avoir. Et nous avons dit tout à l'heure que ce sont des populations à faible revenu. Une autre exigence, c'est l'exigence de conformité des équipements, parce que les textes camerounais prévoient que tout équipement qui va être raccordé au réseau, à tout réseau d'accès public, doit être homologué. Donc, cela implique encore des frais, cela implique des procédures qui sont ardues. Bien sûr, il y a également l'obligation de rapporter régulièrement ce sur quoi on est en train de travailler. Donc, on peut se poser la question, tout à l'heure, j'ai dit que le porteur, c'est un problème. Qui va porter le réseau? Qui peut être opérateur des réseaux? Dans la recherche, on s'est rendu compte que les collectivités territoriales peuvent être des opérateurs de réseau parce qu'elles remplissent quelque part les exigences de la loi. Elles peuvent être opérateurs ou à tout le moins faciliter, être de puissants facilitateurs de réseau parce que la loi camerounaise permet à ces collectivités territoriales d'encourager des groupements ou des associations à accéder à certaines facilités. On s'est rendu compte également que les coopératives, en tant que groupe de personnes physiques qui peuvent s'associer pour mener une activité économique, peuvent être opérateurs de réseau. Et il en est de même de ce qu'on appelle au Cameroun le groupement d'intérêt d'initiative, autant pour moi, le groupement d'initiative commune, qui sont également des organisations à caractère économique et social de personnes qui ont des intérêts communs. Voilà les porteurs de réseau qui ont pu être identifiés dans l'étude. On a fait quelques propositions d'amélioration au plan légal et réglementaire, puisque c'était ça le cœur de l'étude. Il faudrait que la typologie des réseaux permette de définir précisément les réseaux communautaires comme un des types de réseaux. Comme je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, ça n'apparaît pas dans la loi. Il faut également que la typologie des opérateurs de réseau puisse être modifiée dans la loi ou dans les textes. et qu'on pense à y introduire le concept d'opérateur de service universel parce que l'approche réseau communautaire vient accompagner la mise en œuvre du service universel. On a également, et Jean lui l'a dit tout à l'heure, pensé qu'il faudrait probablement instaurer une licence spécifique pour les entités à but non lucratif. Jean lui a dit tout à l'heure que les réseaux communautaires sont essentiellement à but non lucratif, qu'on puisse donc instaurer une licence spécifique pour les entités à but non lucratif qui souhaitent fournir ce genre de services de télécommunication aux communautés qui sont soit non desservies, soit mal desservies. Et il faut évidemment redéfinir les conditions d'aspect au spectre, l'accès au spectre étant un des aspects, si on peut dire, clés pour le déploiement des réseaux communautaires. Donc, la recommandation qu'on a faite à l'administration en charge des télécommunications, c'est celle d'élaborer effectivement la stratégie de service universel parce que dans les textes camerounais, il est prévu que l'administration en charge des télécommunications élabore la stratégie de service universel. Et cette stratégie pourrait donner une bonne place au réseau communautaire. Aux régulateurs, au niveau du Cameroun, ce qu'on a recommandé, c'est qu'à titre provisoire, ils puissent fixer des règles internes qui facilitent, des règles internes d'études qui facilitent le traitement des demandes pour l'installation des réseaux communautaires en attendant la révision des lois et des règlements, parce que réviser des lois ou réviser des règlements, ça peut être long, mais en termes de règles internes qui permettent de satisfaire ceux qui se présentent, il y a une ouverture. Voilà vraiment brossé par rapport au temps qui m'a été accordé, Joséphine, l'essence de ce qui est ressorti de l'étude qui avait été menée. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Sylvie, for that. No, I don't think so. Oh yes, Chaco is going to present next. Thank you very much for highlighting some of the key issues that came up from Cameroon, and I think it also speaks to majority of the African countries around the challenges on community networks, still around access to funding, around capacity. And we hope that from the recommendations, we'll have more governments looking at creating an enabling environment. Next, I'd like to go back to our online presenter. We have Madam Chako Ama, who is presenting from DRC. She has requested also that she speaks in French. So is it okay?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Chako, just a minute. We are confirming if the translators are able to. Yes. Oh, yes. Chako, can you please make your presentation full screen? And I could also give them my laptop to use if it's okay. Let me download the presentation.
I already shared my screen, so you can't see it?
We can see it now, thank you. Just give us.
So you're gonna share what I send you, so it will be easy for the tech to share, and I will just present.
No, you just continue. We just need it for the interpreters.
Okay.
Please, we can hear them. Okay, so Chaco is presenting online. Okay, Chaco. Okay, Chaco, you can start. We have a request from the translators that you speak you speak slowly so that they are able to pick up and translate. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. J'ai 6 minutes. Alors, je vais commencer par une petite présentation. Je m'appelle Chaco Armand. Je suis congolaise. Je vis à l'est de la RDC. Et nous avons créé un réseau communautaire qu'on appelle Pamojanet. Pamoja, c'est un mot en swahili qui veut dire ensemble. Et nous avons créé ce réseau depuis 2015. Personnellement, j'ai dirigé les réseaux de 2019 à 2021 comme gestionnaire du projet en termes de gestion des projets, gestion des activités.
Sorry, Chaco. Can you please go slower so that they can be able to pick up the words here?
OK. Alors, je disais, au sein de l'organisation qui a créé Pamojanet, l'organisation qui s'appelle La Différence, nous avons été contactés par le chef traditionnel d'une île qu'on appelle l'île d'Idjwi, et c'est situé dans la province du Sud Kivu, à l'est de la RDC. Et le besoin était de désenclaver numériquement l'île d'Idjwi, raison pour laquelle nous avons été appelés, ayant cette capacité dans le numérique, de créer le réseau communautaire Pamojanet. Et comme je l'ai dit, c'était en 2015. Nous avons eu le support de APC, de ISOC, de Open Cellular et d'autres partenaires privés au niveau local qui nous ont soutenus d'une manière ou d'une autre afin de commencer ce réseau communautaire. Et je vais en profiter pour dire merci à Madame Sylvie par rapport à sa recherche, qui nous en dit encore plus et qui explicite le travail dur qu'il faut abattre pour avoir un réseau communautaire. Alors, en 2019, nous avons participé dans un projet de APC qu'on appelle LocNet, et il était question de voir comment est-ce que les autres réseaux communautaires fonctionnent et qu'est-ce que nous pouvons tirer comme avantage dans la progression d'autres réseaux communautaires. Nous avons été au Kenya, nous avons été en Ouganda et nous avons vu comment ça se passe, comment les autorités s'impliquent pour la promotion des réseaux communautaires. Alors, nous avons eu l'idée de pouvoir faire une demande de licence. Mais avant d'approfondir ce point, je voudrais quand même parler encore plus davantage de Pamojanet. Dans le travail que nous faisons sur terrain, en tout cas, l'aspect technique, c'est le plus dur à faire sur terrain. J'ai essayé de recoller des photos juste pour vous montrer ce qui est fait. Et comme Madame Sylvie l'a dit, nous parlons de réseau communautaire. Nous ne pouvons rien faire sans la communauté. C'est la communauté qui, normalement, nous guide sur terrain, qui, normalement, nous expose les besoins et qui nous montre la meilleure façon de répondre à leurs préoccupations. Alors, nous avons travaillé avec la communauté, ça c'est l'une des photos. Nous avons travaillé avec la communauté sur terrain. Il nous suffit de faire le montage de notre mât, de notre antenne, de l'implanter et nous appelons la participation de toute la communauté puisque nous apportons un service pour la communauté. Et comme Madame Sylvie l'a dit, c'est vraiment un service sans but lucratif, contrairement à d'autres maisons de télécommunications. Alors, lorsque cela est installé, nous essayons maintenant dans le système de Pamojanet de collaborer avec des organisations locales. Ça peut être des ONG, ça peut être des hôpitaux, ça peut être des hôtels, qui essayent maintenant à contribuer tant soit peu à la bande passante, bien que nous sommes conscients qu'ils ne peuvent pas réaliser le montant que nous sommes obligés de donner chaque mois pour pouvoir donner le Wi-Fi à la population. Alors, juste parler brièvement de l'aspect technique, nous collaborons avec déjà un provider qu'on appelle AFIGF au niveau local et qui a toute la documentation pour fonctionner comme tel, puisque nous, en tant que réseau communautaire, et je pense également dans la nomenclature ou la constitution congolaise, il n'y a pas cette partie qui reconnaît le pouvoir ou le droit des réseaux communautaires de pouvoir exercer. Voilà pour la raison pour laquelle nous sommes passés derrière le dos de ce provider AFIGF. Mais comme je l'ai dit auparavant, en 2019, nous avons été révoltés et commencé à réfléchir si c'est possible d'avoir notre propre licence afin de travailler dans toute liberté et de pouvoir accomplir cette mission de APC qui est Connect the Unconnected, connecter les non connectés, qui sont dans le besoin et qui ont le droit à la communication. Alors, lorsque nous avons commencé ce processus, nous avons été discuter avec l'autorité de régulation de la poste et de télécommunications du Congo, ARPTC, et nous nous sommes rendus compte que le coût pour pouvoir s'octroyer la licence est vraiment énorme, c'est plus de 20 000 $, au moment où nous, en tant qu'organisation locale, nous avons besoin de ce support extérieur des grandes organisations comme APC pour pouvoir maintenir les réseaux communautaires. C'était vraiment un challenge. Et je pense que nous avons fait des rapports à APC qui nous a soutenus. Nous avons commencé par payer 5 000 $ comme premier montant afin d'avoir au moins l'autorisation locale de pouvoir fonctionner. Mais il y a d'autres taxes que nous sommes censés continuer à payer, arriver à ce montant-là, afin de pouvoir exercer en toute liberté. Alors, avec tout ça, nous avons également réfléchi sur le besoin qui existe, et ce tableau explicite juste un tout petit peu qu'à partir de janvier 2022 jusqu'à la fin de l'année, en tout cas, le nombre d'utilisateurs est allé au-delà de 26 000. Et c'est vraiment peu par rapport à une population de plus de 100 millions d'habitants qui doivent aussi jouir de ce droit-là dans la communication. Alors, ce tableau nous a vraiment révoltés et nous a également inspirés, d'où nous nous sommes dit, le besoin est là et il est également indispensable que l'autorité congolaise réfléchissent à comment donner place à ces genres d'initiatives. Puisque en RDC, nous avons 4 principaux fournisseurs d'Internet, et ce sont des grandes maisons de télécommunications, mais comme nous le savons tous, ce sont des maisons qui ont ces penchants lucratifs, parce qu'ils ne peuvent rien installer gratuitement sans savoir comment est-ce que les bénéficiaires vont aussi contribuer à leur chiffre d'affaires, ce qui est le contraire d'un réseau communautaire. Alors, la différence, Pamon Janet, nous restons dans ce processus-là de plaidoyer et nous croyons qu'avec de telles rencontres, des partages des stratégies, ça peut facilement nous donner un moyen de savoir comment réorienter les lobbying et comment approfondir la recherche pour montrer à l'État congolais et pourquoi pas à d'autres États des pays africains que les réseaux communautaires sont un moyen de solution pour donner un accès facile à l'Internet à la population qui est dans les milieux, dans le milieu rural, à la population qui est démunie et qui n'a pas la capacité, comme toute autre personne, de s'offrir la connexion Internet. Je pense lorsque nous allons faire l'échange de questions-réponses, je pourrais revenir sur la recherche que le ISOC Chapter a fait et qui a clairement montré le besoin et qui a montré également des pistes de solutions que nous pouvons utiliser pour arriver à satisfaire la demande. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Chaco, for the case study from DRC. And I'd just like now for us to get into the conversation or questions to our presenters. The topic for today is looking at community networks in Francophone Africa. And when we look or we observe at the growing movement, we notice that majority of the community networks are either are mostly concentrated in East and Southern Africa countries, but also not just East and Southern African countries, but also English-speaking countries. So to my panelists, I think the first question that I'd like to ask is, why has there been a slow uptake of community networks in Francophone Africa? If you reflect on the research that you have been able to do, why is it that the movement has grown more in English-speaking countries than in French-speaking countries? And to add to that is the question around how can we be able to build the movement in Francophone Africa? One thing that helped, I would say, our experience in Africa, or more so the English speaking, but also I would say the case of DRC, is that since 2016, there was this growing number of community networks, which birthed the Africa Community Network Summit, which has been hosted by the Internet Society. And what this built was a community of community network operators who learned from each other. So there was a lot of peer-to-peer exchange. And in that reflection, I think in building of a movement, there's also need to have that community. So to also reflect on that is that not just to address the question around why the slow uptake, but also what can we do in order to build a movement of community networks in Africa, in Francophone Africa. So I'd like to start with Sylvie, who is on site, and then we can move to Jean and Chaco online.
Merci, Joséphine. Si j'ai bien compris votre question, c'est de savoir pourquoi il y a ce retard à l'adoption des réseaux communautaires dans les pays francophones d'Afrique. Je vais parler du cas du Cameroun en particulier. Comme je vous ai dit, c'est difficile d'établir un réseau communautaire si le cadre légal et réglementaire qui devrait permettre d'accompagner n'est pas favorable. Je dois dire que dans le contrat que la GIZ a avec le Minpostel, il a été démontré, parce que la GIZ a déjà installé c'est difficile d'appeler ça réseau communautaire au Cameroun, des réseaux maillés. Elle en a installé dans, si mes souvenirs sont bons, si je me trompe, Jean-Luc va me corriger, déjà autour de 4 télécentres communautaires au niveau du Cameroun. Et bien qu'une analyse d'impact formel n'ait pas été effectuée, moi, j'ai par exemple eu le privilège de descendre sur le terrain pour voir les réseaux maillés de Mabanda et de Bibemi. Et il est clair que les impacts sont là, notamment au niveau des impacts positifs dans le secteur de l'éducation. Par exemple, pendant la pandémie du COVID et pendant certaines périodes où le service scolaire ne pouvait pas se faire face-to-face, le gouvernement a mis en ligne les contenus éducatifs pour que les enfants, pour qu'il n'y ait pas rupture du service de l'éducation. Mais, comme vous pouvez le constater, ça augmente la fracture parce que les populations qui étaient en ville et qui ont accès à Internet pouvaient avoir accès à ces services, mais les populations rurales qui n'y ont pas accès n'avaient pas accès à ce service. Donc, quand on a discuté avec les populations de Mabanda et Bibemi, il est clair que ça a amélioré le service de l'éducation parce que les réseaux installés par la GIZ leur ont permis d'avoir accès à ces services. Il est clair que même dans le fonctionnement normal des villages où, par exemple, les établissements ne sont pas forcément bien équipés pour les travaux pratiques, ça a permis aux enseignants de pouvoir présenter aux élèves, grâce à l'accès à Internet, des travaux pratiques sur leur matière en se basant sur le net. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire, comme vous avez dit, pour que ça puisse s'améliorer? On a tenu un atelier à Yaoundé ensemble qui a permis d'avoir une conversation avec les officiels du gouvernement, avec même au niveau sous-régional, l'UIT, au niveau mondial, pardon, le représentant local de l'UIT, avec les partenaires au développement, avec certains qui opèrent déjà dans des réseaux, mais qui ne peuvent pas appeler réseaux communautaires. Et il s'avère qu'il est important que cette conversation soit poursuivie avec le régulateur et le ministère en charge des télécommunications qui peuvent grandement faciliter. Parce que même si, en attendant la révision des lois, ce qui prend généralement beaucoup de temps, il peut y avoir une facilitation d'accès en reconnaissant le bien fondé. Et la volonté politique, si on peut dire, est là, parce que c'est le ministère en charge des postes et télécommunications qui a signé cette convention avec la GIZ qui a permis déjà d'installer un certain nombre de réseaux. Donc, pourquoi ne pas s'accrocher à ça pour essayer d'avancer?
Thank you, Sylvie. Would like to move to Chaco and John, who are online.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que je vais laisser Jean-Louis intervenir en premier et puis je pourrai conclure par rapport à la question.
OK, merci Joséphine pour la question. Elle est réellement importante pour permettre de situer le contexte. So I will switch in English so that people can better understand me. So, thank you, Josephine, for the question. It is a really important one to better understand what is going on the ground. And why are we still behind in French-speaking country? I would like to say, first of all, it is the lack of awareness about the importance of community networks. During the discussion with some ISOC chapters and also other actors, I realized that usually when we talk about community network, their thinking is that is just maybe only providing internet access to local population, but they cannot try to wake the importance of social network in the local development. And I think if the government really understand the importance of social network in the local development, it can really be a plus for the development of those networks. And in our context, especially in Cameroon, I would like also to highlight the fact that there is let's say there's a past that is not really glorious with the former telecenter project, and that can hinder the idea of deploying, of thinking about deploying social network in those rural areas. But I would like to thank Sylvie because she pointed out some really important initiative from the government about some workshop discussing about how we can really move forward. But we need to have concrete actions for that. And the last point I would like to mention is about even the organization of the government. We are working toward the decentralization in our country. That means municipalities, we get more power and things like that. And I think this can really foster the development of community network when the local community, we really understand that we need to move, we need to go forward. So the lack of awareness, the past experience with other projects, and also the organization, especially the decentralization process in which we are. So, and there is not a lot of a saying, or the movement is not going as fast as possible, is the fact that there's also a lack of local champions. People who can understand the visions and also work to really build or bring together the community for the deployment of such networks. So we should also try to rise them with other activities like the activity of ISOC. And the last point I would like to mention is, this is the last point, is the barrier, the language barrier. The language barrier, because there's a lot of let's say, initiative, lot of workshops and things like that online, but they are very few in French that can be, in which people can be involved to understand the importance and the topic, and also to involve themselves to build a community network. I will just stop at those 4 points for the moment.
Thank you, Jean. Chaco, do you have any
Merci beaucoup.
comments?
Yes. Merci beaucoup, Josephine. Alors, à la question pourquoi, moi, je dirais, c'est, comme Jean-Louis vient de conclure, il y a encore une grande partie de la population ou même des autorités compétentes qui n'ont pas encore compris l'importance des réseaux communautaires. Or, c'est un moment où bien c'est le temps maintenant de supporter ou d'appuyer les réseaux communautaires. Nous avons vu en Afrique du Sud, nous avons vu au Kenya comment le gouvernement s'implique, et nous pensons que c'est l'une des grandes raisons qui fait qu'il y ait ce retard. Mais également, nous, acteurs qui y sommes, peut-être que nous ne mettons pas encore tous les moyens nécessaires pour pouvoir booster ce secteur comme il le faut. Travailler dans une collaboration étroite avec les organisations humanitaires qui existent dans nos communautés ou dans nos milieux, et de pouvoir donner la valeur à ces secteurs numériques, parce que c'est un droit qui est indispensable. Alors, le comment, je dirais, ces genres de sessions, si elles sont multipliées, les organisations déjà au niveau international, que ce soit APC, ISOC ou d'autres, qui ont un accès facile avec nos gouvernants, c'est aussi un moyen, un canal d'utiliser. Créer des plaidoyers, des lobbying, approcher les autorités compétentes avec les grandes organisations que je viens de citer, nous impliquer, nous, en tant qu'acteurs, afin de leur parler de ces secteurs-là. Pour moi, c'est les deux réponses que je peux donner à la question pourquoi et comment résoudre ce problème. Merci.
Yes, thank you, Chaco. I think as we get to the end of the session, I'd just like to open up. Do we have any questions from the room? Any questions, comments from the room? Or online? Online, for the online participants, are there any questions? Okay, we have a question.
Thank you for our presenters. My question really is just a follow-up to what some of the presenters like Jean-Louis has said around the barriers that the Francophone countries are facing. And I would just like to understand in terms of language barrier and also in terms of the local champions, what are you doing, or what is the country doing in terms of also trying to engage the community? Is there strategies that you have in place, or what are some of the recommendations that you can have that you're thinking of when trying to talk to or when trying to get the message of community networks in different communities in the in your countries? Thank you.
Jean, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. And yes, concerning what we are doing, I think we need to leverage on what is already deployed. I will think about, first of all, the Internet Society. At the level of Internet Society, we started organizing some workshop in French so that people can get better information directly in French about the community network and things like that. And I think such initiative can be multiplied so that people from French-speaking country can get get awareness or having access to the good information to help them to let's say, how to start to deploy the network, and also how to have an idea of what is done and how they can start to deploy their own network. And another point about especially the local champions, I think we need to find a strategy to identify them. And to identify them, we need also some action related to be in contact with some localities and things like that. So, and I would like to, it is a call, especially to internet society chapters in some countries to especially in French-speaking country, to try to identify such champions in locality before deploying the community networks. And I think for the moment, things are moving forward because we have a lot of chapters from, for instance, the Guinean chapters that we start also deploying their first community networks. We have the case also of Chad, and in Cameroon, yes, we are still fighting, trying to build on the top of what has been done previously, just to leverage previous infrastructure and things like that to reduce the cost of putting in place of such networks. But there is a start from in some countries, and I think multiplying workshop like what ISOC is doing can really help them, can really help to solve the issue and to raise also the local champions. And I will finish by an initiative of Afro leadership in building or in helping community, especially Francophone country, to build their community networks. So the project of the regulatory framework was just a step. After the regulatory frameworks, there should be advocacy at several levels. So this is at the level of decision makers in meeting like AFIGF, but we also have contact with some chapters, internet society chapters, to also try to accompany them in the building of their community networks. So this is what we are doing, especially at Afro Leadership, as a civil society organization in helping to build the ecosystem of community network in Francophone countries.
Thank you, John. Sylvie also has some comments to add.
Merci, Joséphine. Je vais faire un commentaire en m'arrimant un peu à ce que Jean lui vient de dire. En fait, dans l'étude que nous avons faite, et comme il a parlé du processus de décentralisation au Cameroun, le fait qu'on ait transféré certaines responsabilités aux collectivités locales leur donne la possibilité d'intervenir dans ce secteur. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que si on considère que l'accès à Internet, au vu des impacts positifs, bien sûr, il y a des impacts négatifs aussi, que ça procure au plan économique, social, etc., devrait être considéré comme l'accès à l'eau, l'accès à l'électricité, la mobilité, l'accès à l'eau, à l'électricité, etc., ont été transférés dans une certaine mesure aux collectivités territoriales, aux collectivités locales, mais pas les services de télécommunication. Or, il nous semble que cet acteur, si par des mesures favorisantes, il arrive à entrer dans le secteur, je parle ici des municipalités, des collectivités locales, s'ils arrivent à entrer dans le secteur, cet acteur qui a l'avantage de connaître mieux que tout autre les besoins des populations, cet acteur qui a l'avantage de pratiquer une approche participative, ce qui est essentiel dans l'approche réseau communautaire, cet acteur qui a des ressources, pas forcément illimitées, mais qui peut mobiliser les ressources pour mettre en place les réseaux communautaires, cet acteur qui peut soutenir des groupes d'initiatives qui se mettraient en place au niveau local pour mettre en place des réseaux communautaires, si dans l'approche de plaidoyer, de sensibilisation, d'éveil, nous insistons sur ce groupe d'acteurs que sont les collectivités locales et qu'elles comprennent, qu'elles s'approprient l'utilité des réseaux communautaires, ça pourrait être du fait qu'à un certain niveau, ce sont des policy makers, ce sont des decision makers à un certain niveau. Si eux, ils s'approprient du concept et de l'utilité, ils pourraient faire au niveau local avancer un certain nombre de choses. Je vous remercie. Et ça implique donc quelque part qu'il faut aussi travailler avec le ministère qui est en charge de la décentralisation. Merci, José.
Thank you, Sylvie, and also thank you, John. Yes, Harrier.
Thank you very much. My name is Harira Wakili. I work with Sept. My question is to Sylvie. So you talked about it is the responsibility of the locals to intervene in the sector and all of that. So what are you doing with regards to building their capacity and giving them that sense of ownership in order so that it will help them to believe that it is their sole role as it is their role and responsibility in participating in in decision-making processes, and in also trying to create awareness to other local communities. The general question is, what are you doing in that regard, giving them the sense of ownership, making them to realize that it is their work? Thank you.
Si j'ai bien compris la question, Joséphine, c'est de savoir qu'est-ce qui est fait actuellement pour que les populations locales s'approprient le concept, l'utilité des réseaux communautaires et s'investissent dedans. Est-ce bien cela? Est-ce bien cela votre question?
Yes. Like, how do we build capacity for communities to be able to actually because sense of ownership for the community network, but also the capacity for them to be able to deploy and maintain the networks.
Ce qui est fait actuellement, là je parle au niveau du Cameroun, il y a des écoles de formation à la mise en place de réseaux. Comme je vous ai dit, je ne peux pas parler de réseau communautaire parce que la loi ne le prévoit pas. Il y a des acteurs qui font des écoles de formation à la mise en place de réseaux, en particulier orientés vers les jeunes, pour pouvoir construire leurs capacités pour qu'au niveau local, il y ait l'expertise pour développer les réseaux communautaires. Concernant les capacités d'appropriation dont vous parlez, je dis, comme je viens de le dire, il me semble qu'il est important de passer par des leaders locaux et notamment les responsables des municipalités qui, eux, ont l'habitude de pratiquer l'approche participative auprès des populations, qui, eux, ont des ressources. Si on arrive à les convaincre de s'intéresser aux réseaux communautaires au vu des intérêts et des impacts que peuvent avoir les réseaux communautaires, nous allons donc taper dans les ressources auxquelles ils ont accès. Je prends un exemple. Au niveau du Cameroun, le ministère en charge de la décentralisation alloue chaque année, au titre de la dotation générale de décentralisation, des ressources pour l'investissement à chaque collectivité locale. Et ces ressources peuvent être utilisées pour les réseaux communautaires parce que ces ressources doivent être utilisées pour l'investissement dans des équipements qui sont d'intérêt public pour les populations. Et donc, si on arrive à démontrer à ces leaders locaux l'intérêt des réseaux communautaires, eux qui ont l'approche participative, eux qui sont censés mieux connaître les besoins de population, et eux qui ont donc accès à ces ressources pourraient être un levier puissant pour faire adopter les réseaux communautaires. Donc, au niveau du renforcement des capacités, il y a Cybervillage, l'opérateur s'appelle Cybervillage, qui a déjà organisé sur le campus de Protège QV. Protège QV est l'organisation que je dirige, des écoles, des formations pour mettre en place ces réseaux. Donc, ça permet de construire les capacités. Et Cybervillage est en train de faire ces formations dans diverses localités du Cameroun. Quand je dis sur le campus de Protège QV, c'est à Yaoundé que l'école, cette formation a été faite. Bon, Jean lui a parlé d'initiatives que Afro Leadership est aussi en train de mettre en place, notamment avec ISOC. Et donc, je dis, la deuxième chose pour moi, c'est d'arriver à accrocher comme un hameçon les maires, les leaders locaux pour qu'ils comprennent l'utilité des réseaux communautaires. Et par rapport à ça, on peut voir quand on travaille avec Afro Leadership, comment organiser des sessions de sensibilisation à ce niveau.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sylvie. And lastly, Jean-Louis also would like to answer to that, but I'd also like for him to take this time also just to tell us what is the way forward, given the conversations that we've been having. How do we take this? This conversation forward, so that next year, if we are honored to have a similar platform, we can look back and say we implemented 1 or 2 steps in taking this conversation forward. So way forward and closing remarks from Jean-Louis, and then Chako, Ahmad, and then finally we'll hear from Sylvie, who is in person.
Thank you, Josephine. And I realize that Charlie would like also to maybe say a word, but I would like first to answer to the question. And thank you, Sylvie, for the point you mentioned regarding what is done on the field, and concerning especially the networks that have been deployed. We try during the deployment to involve local communities in those areas. First of all, the municipality, we discussed with the mayor about the network and also the area of interest and also their project and things like that before deploying the network. And we work also with local students for the deployment of the network so that they can have a clear idea of what the CN is technically, but not only technically, but also have a kind of a sense of ownership toward the network they are deploying. And we also identify local champions. And I'm very glad with one local champions, especially in Mandama, as Sylvie just said. He's an amazing guy, and he really loves what he's doing. And up to now, we didn't hear something really, maybe bad news or things like that regarding that network, because it's trying really to bear it and also to make sure that everything is fine. So we try to involve them in the process. Now, concerning the way forward, I think after the discussion with Carlos, with also Josephine about the School of Community Networks, we think it is really important to have such a School of Community Network in Francophone Africa, because up to now, the content and so on it is in English, so it is not, yes, it is again the language barrier. So we need to think about such a community network, a School of Community Network, especially for Francophone countries, to foster also the movement in that part of the continent. So I will just stop there. Maybe, I don't know if Charlie can say words regarding what I was saying.
Thank you, John. If we could briefly hear from Charlie and then Chako. The next session is already here.
Yeah, thanks. No, just to confirm that what Sylvie and we just said cover cover my thought that we need to keep the pressure. We need to cluster our energies as organizations, Afro Leadership, Protege Kive, and some others, and to keep the pressure on our authorities. And also, Louis just said, we are envisioning to build this Francophone school of internet community network so that we keep also something that is permanent, like a permanent space where we could be leading this more formally so that we don't just rely on our informal type of organizations. Just that. Thanks. And
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, I'll have to cut you short. So we are late for the next session. So just Sylvie, closing remarks as we wind up, and to thank all my panelists and on-site and online participants for joining our session.
À titre de mot de fin, je ne sais pas si c'est moi qui devais le dire. Je voulais remercier tous ceux qui ont été dans la salle et qui nous ont écoutés. Remercier également ceux qui ont posé des questions, mais dire qu'il faudrait qu'ensemble, on continue, comme a dit Charlie, à essayer de maintenir le poisson par le hameçon pour que la dynamique ne s'éteigne pas, qu'on puisse travailler ensemble et comme a si bien recommandé Jean-Louis, qu'on voit comment organiser une école pour les community networks au niveau de la région francophone. On a beau dire que la langue n'est pas une barrière, c'est pas vrai. Des fois, c'est une barrière. Des fois, c'est une barrière. Donc, si on organise ce genre d'école, je vous ai dit qu'il y a un opérateur au Cameroun qui fait déjà un certain nombre de formations, mais un seul opérateur pour tout un pays, c'est vraiment insuffisant. Donc, si on peut aussi, dans une autre mesure, continuer la conversation avec le régulateur, le gouvernement, et pourquoi pas les opérateurs, ça devrait, et j'allais oublier, comme j'ai dit, accrocher la communauté des maires, des leaders locaux, ça devrait permettre d'avancer. Je vous remercie, Joséphine.
First of all, this is just to give you an update. Thank you for coming for this session. We're just making arrangements so that the panelists can be able to come and sit, and then we shall be able to kick off as soon as possible. But just be patient with us for just 1 or 2 minutes. We should be able to start shortly. So let me ask the panelists. I know you know yourselves. If you can come forward so that you take the seats as we arrange the session. Ajijola, I can see you're busy. You can take one of the, and Mr. Maktasek. You can, they're arranging the seats here. So that's fine. So just, yeah. Maktak, welcome here, I think. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, for the time. Yeah, it's okay, because we need to start. Yeah, for the time being, yes. So welcome again for this particular session. It's a session which is being hosted by the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. I'm sure most of you have looked at the session summary on the online portal, and it might have given you already a sense of what we're supposed to discuss. There are a number of areas which we're going to look at. Don't worry about the 2 seats, because the panelists are in another session, and they'll be dashing over in the next maybe 5 or so minutes, but when they come in, we'll welcome them to come in. Again, my name is Martin Koyabe. My role within the GFCE is to coordinate the collaboration between the AU, which is the African Union, and the African Union Commission with the GFCE on one of the most very pertinent project that we've been running for the last 2 to 3 years. This project has already culminated to an end, and some of the outputs that came out of the project were very, very useful when it comes to issues of capacity building. Within the project, it was actually looking at 3 areas of the particular project. The first part of the project was to look at the priorities and assess what member states were looking at when it comes to cyber capacity building. As we all know, cyber capacity building, as alluded in the previous session, is a pertinent issue. It's a priority issue, both at the AU level and other organs. And therefore, we do take it quite seriously so that we can be able to enable countries to move forward. So within the project, we looked at the issue of assessment of countries where they are. Many of the countries, as we all know, were affected by the COVID pandemic, and therefore their priorities changed over time. But we've all been able to monitor what those countries' priorities were. On the second part, we looked at how do we make sure that there is a sustainment strategy in any capacity building project. And one aspect that I've talked about in the previous session is the human resource. And therefore, there is a community that has been formed, and I think some of you here are part of that community, which is the Africa Cyber Expert Community, working alongside USEG, which Ajijola is the chair, and others to make sure that they can build up the momentum on cyber. And then thirdly was to look at the issues around institutions and how do we build tools that can enable cyber experts within the continent to be able to educate themselves, to be able to be aware of what they need to do when it comes to cyber capacity building. A good example is, for example, if somebody in Togo wanted to know something to do with development of a SAT or development of a national cybersecurity strategy for a specific aspect, then you would go into this particular tool and you'll be able to download and be able to see what you need to look at. But the tool wasn't just like a good or good practice or best practice manual that we are used to. The tool also has an element of case studies. It has an element of evidence that individuals can provide so that they can be able to see where they've reached within that. So that is a recap of where we are. There are so many other areas that we've come up with. The output that has come out of that particular endeavor is the formation of what we call the Africa Cyber Capacity Building Coordination Committee, which I will introduce the speakers shortly who are part of it, and also the area around how we could build a sustainable agenda when it comes to cyber within the continent. So with those few remarks, and with the time that we've already taken already, I would like to first of all introduce, and I know most of you know who the speakers are who are here. On my immediate left is Dr. Mark Tasek. Mark Tasek is the Chief Officer or the Chief Technology, the Director of the Innovation and Technology at UNECA. And I know most of you know him. And on my far left is Ajijola. And thank you very much, Hakim, for welcoming us to Nigeria. We are really very proud of you. And he's been very, very fundamental. And I know most of the Nigerians are very proud of Ajijola for what he has done, not only for the continent, but really for the global South, which many of us belong to. So with those remarks, we have a set of questions which our panelists will go through so that they can be able to respond to some of the issues that are coming up. But I would like, first of all, really to, ask you, Dr. Mark Tasek, I know last year, you and our good friend here, you gave us a very compelling report where you talked about the fourth industrial revolution on cybersecurity, and you looked at the effects of that. The question really is, what are you planning in UNECA going forward with this particular piece of work, which is very, very useful? What are the plans in UNECA looking at capacity building, but in reflection of what you had? Go ahead, Max.
Thank you very much for this, and congratulations also to organize this session in margin of the African Internet Governance Forum. The topic is very important. Not only we are facing a lot of challenge in Africa on the digital era, but I think it is an issue coming now in the world, cybersecurity capacity building. And thank you for highlighting the studies, the policy research done by ECA last year on the cybersecurity in the 4IR, led by our lead consultant, Mr. Jimson. And why we conducted this study. Let's go why we conduct this study first. As you know, cybersecurity become a priority for the continent. Not we are losing money for cybersecurity. Basically, we estimate cybersecurity costs around $20 billion for the continent, approximately 10% of the GDP. But for the security reason, when you go to Africa, when you look at our geographic position in Africa, in all regions, we have the terrorism. And these people use the cybersecurity. You go to Boko Haram, to ACME, any region, Sahel region, and why it is important for everybody now to take into consideration the issue of cybersecurity, as well also on the social side. We need to educate our young generation, but with this social media, and we have a lot of our young generation are facing a lot of issues regarding this pornography, because this other issue of social culture not adequate with the African culture. It is why we committed this study, and the study also focus on how we can linkage this. We do a correlation between the GDP, the internet correlation, and cybersecurity. I think it is cybersecurity maturity. And it's the first time we have this kind of report in any continent. And the report focus on several examples in Latin America and Middle East, and we focus on 40 countries. It is the first report we have developed last year, and the report was adopted during AFIGF last year. And also we defined a model how to calculate this correlation between cybersecurity and the GDP and the internet penetration. And I think it is something we can build on and to see how we can use cybersecurity. Also, it is a business for all. How our young generation can take benefits on this cybersecurity by developing this skill, develop a lot of application about this. And the second also, we developed this guideline, cybersecurity guideline for Africa. As you know, out of the 54 countries, only 39 have a provision on cybersecurity, have a regulation on cybersecurity. And when we look at the provision cybersecurity law in the continent, we are at 71%, and we are lacking behind on that. And why we developed this guideline for cybersecurity? It is a model guideline. It is not a law, but it is just to guide the country how they develop their cybersecurity policy. Capacity building, I think we can talk later, because we are partnering now with GFC to develop one program on cyber security. And it is, I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate also GFC for the work done on cyber security, because we have a lot of progress in the continent in terms of skills for the expert in cyber security. And this is due to the work done by GFC. Thank you.
Just as you wind up on that area, in terms of the countries, I know the authors of the report are here, and of course the chair of that particular report. The point was, when you are talking to the countries, what is the reception that is coming up from the countries in terms of the report, and how are they taking it in terms of any experience so far?
No, what we have first, when we ask about cyber security in the country, we didn't get the right response, because all didn't report the issues they faced on cyber security. It was before the report came up. Now, when we present the report, and I think I think there is now another understanding of cybersecurity by the policy and the private sector. As you know, 90% of the business in Africa operating without any cybersecurity protocol, and the report shows this lack. And also the report show how we can use using cybersecurity, how we can increase the GDP, putting in place a mechanism to protect the citizen, to protect the network. They can also increase the GDP. When we increase the GDP, means we are going to create opportunity, job creation for the youth generation. Yeah, by building their capacity. And as you know, population under 35 years, and this population will represent 42% of the world youth population. It is an opportunity for them to be key actor on the digital era, while building their capacity in terms of how to fight on cyber crime, how to increase the possibility of Africa to be ready, and how to use to protect better the citizen are very, very important. And now government, private sector, civil society receive very well this report. And why is the report now? We did the report last year.
That's right.
But we are going to do the second report. We are going to do an update of this report in 2024 next year. Yeah. And the report will be every 2 years. We are going to have this report to show where we are, what progress have been made by African country. It is a positive or negative, and how this cyber security, this report, this correlation with GDP can provide benefits and opportunity to the all citizens.
Thank you so much, Mark Tasek. We really appreciate that. And I think the key is the investment And many countries that have infrastructure that is critical would actually invest more. There's a very good study, including the one that Mark has talked about, that looked at how investment showing the commitment of countries. And Africa has very, very little country. Very many of the countries in Africa do not invest a lot of their resources into cyber. And this is actually one of the areas where countries can make that reference. I just wanted to acknowledge we've been joined in by two other eminent personalities. Now we are gender balanced, I believe, which is always a very important issue. On my immediate left, that is Margaret Nyambura Ndungu, and she holds quite a number of titles, but just for the purpose of this particular session, she's a member of the AUSEC, which is the Africa Union Cybersecurity Experts Group, but she's also a senior researcher with the Global Digital Inclusion Partnerships, and also a founder and co-executive director for the Network of African Women in Cyber. We'll be hearing from her shortly. And then, of course, we've got Lillian Naluonga, who is also the chairperson of the Africa Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, but also very active in the East African IGF. And she's here with us. And thank you very much for joining us and getting time. So I know we are running short of time, but we'll try and rush through as much as we can. So I know, Ajijola, you are one of the hosts here, and you're part of the person around here. So as the chair of the AUSEC, Ajijola, I know you have been working very hard. What can you share with us in terms of just innovative approaches that, building on what Mark has said very eloquently on the issue of how do we adopt, how do the stakeholders adopt to the cybersecurity building in order to effectively sustain cybersecurity in Africa? What should the stakeholders do innovatively?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting us to this. I would say that some of the things we need to do are not necessarily innovative, or they're being done, but we don't always realize they're being done. For example, I think one of the most important things we need to do, and this is for the stakeholders who can drive the process, is to do some of the things, for example, that you have been doing. Listen, just simply listen. And I just draw our attention. I'm very happy that Segun Olugbile is here in the audience. When we started drafting the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy for Nigeria, if you recollect, I think we spent the first week simply listening to stakeholders. And this is part of the reason that a lot of things in our climb, a lot of documents fail, because at the beginning of the process, you put some people together, they think they know everything, they don't get the stakeholder input, apart from the fact the committee itself was multi-stakeholder. So these are some of the initial things to drive this process. Certainly, we need to do something creative about generating awareness, bearing in mind that, yes, there's a relatively high rate of illiteracy in Africa, but actually there's also a high rate that we don't always acknowledge of functional illiteracy. For example, you might meet my driver and he will speak to you, he'll understand you. You can ask him to go and get food, everything will go beautifully. But if you ask him to draft a list of what is required, so I was just mentioning to one of our colleagues outside that this person was doing theater arts. So we need to find ways, for example, of incorporating some of these awareness issues into African dance, into cartoons. So these are some of the things we need to look at. And I'm very pleased just to, again, acknowledge in terms of issues of formal training from the expert group, we have Jean-Vert, we have Huda. These are professors and lecturers in their own right. And so, they are now bringing that level of expertise. I'm also very proud as a Nigerian to let you know that in the last couple of weeks, we've finished working on a cybersecurity curriculum for the higher national diploma in our polytechnics. And the import of this is that that is the category or the output that actually provides the underlying technical capabilities. And so I would urge other African nations, if they haven't already done so, to consider these kind of curricula. Now, not just in the polytechnics, but also, for example, in the specialized academic institutions, such as your public service institute, your armed forces academic institutions, because what you find in many of these structured environments is before you get promoted, for example, from the assistant director to director, you have to go back to school. So there should be some kind of cyber curriculum at that level. And of course, I think we can safely say that we should have cyber curriculum at other tertiary institutions, especially our public institutions. The other area of capacity building in Africa that we do need to really focus on, and I keep mentioning this, that no society is going anywhere in the contemporary era without 50% of its population, it's women. And so we do have to be able to build specific capacities. For example, if you're from Nigeria, your mama alakara, the one that sells fried bean curd at the side of the road, the mama okpa in the east who sells something similar, roadside food vendor, your mala meshai, these people today use these kind of devices, maybe to check their credit. They need to be safe. And so we need to see how, for example, we can encourage banks to fund, a $12, $15 annual license for endpoint security and build that capacity from there. Because if your endpoints are not safe, it doesn't matter the millions you spend on the central server, you have weakness. Also, we look at what's going on in the UN, the development of the 11 norms, with probably more norms coming into place, confidence building measures, so implementation of those, but also development of new norms. We need a generation of African cyber diplomats. These are the kind of creative things we need to look at. And then I just want to also mention, we have Jimson here, Makta. Your report actually exemplifies the kind of thing we need. We complain in Africa, we don't have stats. Well, let's get on and generate them. The stats are around us. It's just that we don't actually compile and make sense of them. And for me, why this is important is because we need to build the capacity of our strategic decision makers using the kind of statistics in your reports in order to make to empower them to make what we call decisions based on empirical evidence, not necessarily emotions. And last but not least, I think that we also need to build our capacity to continually understand our gaps, that gap analysis, because gaps occur, they will continue to occur. Why? Because people change, society evolves, technology changes, we keep saying disruption. And I think as Africans, and especially from our individual societies and countries, we do have to make some kind of decision. And the decision is, are we going to suffer disruption or are we going to be the disruptors? Thank you.
Yeah, just 2 points. Thank you. Let's give him a hand of a clap. But there are 2 points that Ajijola has said. One is the issue around the intervention of how you can be able to support the mama. I think there was mama somebody and mama somebody, those mamas. How do you support them? And I think there's something that we can draw out of this. If you look at it carefully, 75% of most of the African countries' GDP is actually SME, the small to medium, the small to medium enterprise. So if that's where 75% of the GDP is, why is it that we're not investing in those areas in terms of standardization, instead of giving them a standard that they can follow, especially for protection that we're talking about? So I think there's a need to look at that sector. So that mama is just a representation of a sector that is very critical in our agenda. Then the other one is very, very pertinent, and I'm very, very supportive of it, is the issue around the 51% of the population is women. Which brings me to the next speaker, who is Margaret. You are the founder, the co-director of NowSee. Where do you see the challenges and the opportunities? I know the women agenda is huge. You are very, very much in this. So can you just give us just a brief on the challenges and where you see the opportunities? But more importantly, how do we move forward in the inclusion of women into cyber, especially in countries where we know this is very difficult? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin. Good morning, our distinguished participants. Yes, we have said 75% of GDP is from the informal sector. And again, we know that across the continent, most of these people in the informal sector, they're women. And therefore, that is the area we need to ensure that the digital innovation, digital technology is working and is good. And one of the challenges we notice is the capacity that we need to ensure that women and people at the local level, when you come to the local level, I would want also to include the youth, the elderly, and the like. They're the people who are doing this business. We need to ensure that capacity building is done at that particular level. And in so doing, we need to engage women at all levels. And to ensure that inclusion is there. At the local level, we need to work with the secondary school, primary schools, early child development. That what we are saying is that women, they're the one in the informal sector, they are the one who are generating income, they are the one contributing to GDP, but then also they are the custodian of our future generation. In our continent or in our cultures, women spend a lot of time with young children, with the elderly, and therefore, if we are able to capacitate them, if we are able to ensure that they have the tools they need, the issue of access is still there, even in this era, where we saw what COVID did, the kind of divides it created, it expanded the gaps, and therefore it is important that all the stakeholders, may they be the government, the civil society, the media, education, we all need to come together and ensure that, first of all, the rural people are connected, secondly, the capacity is built, and thirdly, that women are included, and more particularly our teachers, the people who are dealing with this. Then again, what are some of the areas that we need to focus on? The chief comes, and I think that is a local administration across Africa. I'm sure there's a form of that administration. Then we need to ensure that the tools are there when people are going to record their cases. These people at the rural areas, there's some training, probably big TVs that are just sending the messages for them to be aware of what is happening. Then again, what are some of the solutions that we are thinking about with the network of African women in cybersecurity is cascaded mentorship. That again, we are saying there's always this idea that there are less women who are in leadership or women in STEM, women in cybersecurity. But what are we doing with those women who are already there? Because if we start with the few to start training, those in leadership can train those who are in early leadership or in tertiary institutions and the like. Those ones then can train those who are in universities, the students, then we can go to high schools, then we go to primary schools. With that kind of cascading, then we have the resources. We are using the resources we have effectively, and ultimately the multiplier effect will be there. And nobody will just have their knowledge and they're not exchanging with the next level. Then again, we must be flexible. And when we are talking about women, we know we must multitask. We have so many competing activities, but if it is that important, if the global space is where our economy is going, if we have to protect our citizens to ensure that they are using these technologies in embracing the opportunities and mitigating the risks and challenges, then we must ensure that we go where these women are. We have to come up with innovative tools. We have to come up with innovative policies that will ensure that if women are more available in the market, why not come up with solutions that we can provide in the marketplaces? If it is at school, early child development areas, why not do that? So that we ensure that if we are to protect our future generation, then the young kids must be at par with their parents. We should not leave this particular stakeholder group. And finally, I think rural digital divide is real. Again, we need to ensure that we are having innovative solutions for that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Margaret. Let's give her a hand of a clap. I know we will come back to Margaret again on issues of divide, the digital divide, but just a quick one. I think this also goes to men. Margaret, do you think it is good that men support women? I'm reminded of a project where women were given mobile phones to run this project. When they arrived home with the mobile phones, the husbands took the phones. So the question is really, should the husbands be involved? Because I think that's something that we really need to be very frank about. I mean, this is a session of frank discussion, correct? Yeah, so we need to be frank. Should the husband be involved?
Yes, I think the answer is yes. We have to work collaboratively.
Okay, the men, you have it there. You have to be involved. Let's go to Lillian. Lillian, I just want you to give us some experience on the significant effort you're conducting. I know in East Africa, you're very active. So just give us a regional perspective. You are one of the chairs in the IGF. And the point is that, how are you enhancing this interplay? I know this word interplay has been copied very many times between cybersecurity, digitization, digital economy, and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area within the East Africa. Give us a perspective and how are you building capacity? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin. And I don't know whether it's still morning, but good afternoon. It may be morning somewhere. I was just catching on to the boy child. I think as we educate the girl child, I think the boy child is a concept in Uganda that is being targeted. So on the cybersecurity front, I think that's also something that needs to be taken. So from the East African perspective, I'll just draw an experience we had this year and last year. I do happen to host the East Africa Internet Governance Forum. I do coordinate and work closely with the East Africa community based in Arusha. And last year, we had an interesting session. We had a session that ran for, and Martin here was participating online, but for the first time, we had a session that ran for 3 hours. And the biggest topic was on cybersecurity. How do we enhance capacity of different stakeholders? So we went on around to, developing skills for the youth, to, developing skills for the, for the policymakers, to the people who actually do these things, because at times we focus mainly at the high level that we forget that the everyday user needs to be able to utilize these tools. So last year when we sat, we thought through, we know that in many countries, especially those are running national IGFs, they've had, this kind of, you've heard about schools, national schools, the youth IGFs, currently there was the Africa Internet Governance School. And we said, we'll take a different approach. And our approach was that we're going to identify sections within the East African community, the institutions that support this secretariat. And the first topic that we adopted was cybersecurity. And I'm very pleased to know that we do have stakeholders, experts that are willing to provide this kind of knowledge or interventions. And within just, I think, about 2 weeks to the event, I go to my good friend Martin and said, are you able to deliver us a one-day course on cybersecurity for these institutions? So we did select, if you know, probably it's the same thing with ECOWAS, now that we are in West Africa. At the East African community, we do have organs like the one that represents legislators, that is IALA, East Africa Legislative Assembly. We have the Court of Justice. We have an institution that is in charge of civil aviation, and so on and so forth. So we told them we need you to identify for us 3 people. One, we needed someone who was in IT, because we are talking security. We needed an end user, and also needed someone else, whichever department, probably administration. Because when you look at the cybersecurity kind of, framework or roadmap, most cases, cybersecurity threats start at the door, The social engineering is the reception that brings in the thief. It's more or less even at home, like, if you don't have security, if your gate man does not have, put proper protocol, the theft, whoever is going to go into your house will start from the gate. So we had this, caliber of people, and our focus was on cybersecurity. It is a very interesting concept that we adopted, and we had a huge backing from the East Africa community, ESC, Arusha. And when you look at it in the entire ecosystem, you're looking at digital economy. We had the Development Bank, the East Africa Development Bank. We had the Competition Authority. And how do these all fit? East Africa is working at a regional integration, customs, free trade. I think we also have, what is it, the past visa-free. We recently had DRC join the community last year. We are looking at all these things. So if you're looking at free trade, you cannot just target one institution. And if you are looking at the AFTA, is it? Africa FCTA. I wanted to put it in one acronym, but when you look at it, and most of the East African community institutions are part of, are part of this. But again, if you're looking at free trade, if there's no security, if people do not understand what role do they play in all this, we'll be just speaking to each other. So that is the approach that we are taking from the East African level to see how we can build the capacity of this. It's not just cybersecurity. We have a curriculum that we are starting to, and all, introduction on, say, internet governance, and you devolve into, cybersecurity. Next year, we are targeting the policymakers. We are just coming from a session, myself and Margaret, with the parliamentarians, because we cannot be speaking to each other. If you're talking about skill set, what does the policy say? Do we have supportive policies? Are they inclusive? Which parties are, subscribing to this? When it comes to, say, regional level, do they know about, the cybersecurity convention at the AU and all these other, institutions? So that is the approach we are taking. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just try and explain, because I was there. I don't know whether she's reporting how good I was or how bad, but the point is, during the session, one thing that we learned, and this is something that I think was very important, was the mix-up of the key players at a regional level. Because remember, the East African region right now, you're talking of roughly about 200 million to 250 million people, with the DRC having joined that. So it makes a lot of sense to call the right people. And this actually is a very good driver, which brings me to the next session. And I know, Mark Tasek, you're a member of the, the cyber capacity building subcommittee, or the coordination committee within Africa, and you're working with other players. So for example, the intervention that Lillian has talked about, where you've got legislators and all that, how do we bring the similar intervention to institutions? We are talking of the UNECA, we are talking of ATU, we are talking of other institutions in Africa, to be able to coordinate cyber capacity building and be able to infuse whatever comes out of projects or initiatives into other countries. So how do you see this panning out? And as you do that, you're parting shots, because I'm reminded that lunch is just about. So
yeah, thank you very much. Why we need to do this collaboration at the cybersecurity capacity building? First, the cybersecurity market in Africa now is, by end of this year, will be $2 billion. And by 2028, $3.5 billion. And who take benefits of this market? Outside the continent. Means we have a lack of capacity in the continent, and we need to build the capacity of our citizens in cybersecurity. And the fact in the continent, we have several organizations working on the several areas of cyber security capacity building will not help. There is a lot of duplication between international organizations. And why we try to do this collaboration between all organizations working on capacity building in the continent. We work closely with ITU, with GFC, we've also UNCTAD to develop a joint program on cybersecurity. We work also with other partners like Alibaba, and also as an international organization, subnational organization to work on cybersecurity, and also with the member state. And one, I can highlight some key initiative. One big initiative is establishment now of the Africa Cybersecurity Research Center in Lomé, in Togo. We organized 2 years ago the Africa Summit on Cybersecurity, the first Africa Summit in cybersecurity. And we come up with the Lome Declaration with around 39 African countries. And one of the recommendation is the establishment of this cybersecurity center, and the cybersecurity is under establishment with the government of Togo. And this center will focus on building the capacity, building the infrastructure on cybersecurity. The CERT also create this collaboration between all key players in cybersecurity, and also this coordination effect on cybersecurity in the continent. When you talk about cybersecurity, we have to take into consideration the emerging technology like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, nanotechnology. Why we already built this African Research Center on Artificial Intelligence in Congo. This center was launched 2 years ago, and now the center has a big component on cyber security. Also, in terms of coordination, we already developed a coordination capacity building program, and we are going to discuss with GFC. It is a program for 5 years to build the capacity on cyber security, not only for the technical, for the policymaker, for the civil society, for the lawyer, and we'll invite all stakeholders to join us on this program. We are going to start the discussion with the MOU we are going to sign with GFCA on this on this capacity building program. Also, we continue to support African countries to develop their policy on cybersecurity. And in the development of policy, we have a component on cybersecurity, how to build the capacity on cybersecurity, because we know if you don't build the capacity on cybersecurity, if you not ensure all the services put in place are secure, the data of the citizen are protected, we can't take benefits of this digital era. Another activity we do now is under WISIS, the World Summit Information Society. As you know, ECA is a leading agency in Africa. We coordinate the implementation of the outcome of WISIS in Africa. And every year we develop one report on the study of the implementation by the progress made by African country in the implementation of the WISIS. And there is one key action line on cybersecurity. Also, on the global now era, in the world era, we are in the preparation of the Summit of the Future next year in New York, where we are going to thinking the future of digital technology and why is the Secretary General call to to develop the global digital compact, where we have an important component of cybersecurity, and we need all African countries to be involved to provide their view and input on cybersecurity, how you want our space will be secure, what kind of capacity building we need for Africa, what kind of interaction, collaboration, partnership we need, what kind of infrastructure we need for Africa, what kind of investment we have to put, because cybersecurity needs investment. Without investment, we are not going to success on cybersecurity. Government, private sector should invest on cybersecurity, and government should put in place the sound regulation to provide opportunity to the private sector to play their role and in order to the benefits of everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much on that. I think let's give him a round of applause on that, because what Magda has said is almost really a summary of what I'm not belittling what's coming, but it's almost really the epitome of what needs to happen at the global level, regional level, the African level. But the key is the investment. The key is the participation. But I know we are just running out of time. I want to go to you, Ajijola. I know you've talked about the Malabo Convention very, very passionately in the previous session. I don't want us to dwell on that so much here, but if you could mention a little bit of that. But one point that I want you to deal with, Ajijola, is the issue of money. Money.
Yes.
Where do we get money? money talks. Money talks. Where do we get money? Money. Is it money? Money, yeah? Yeah, money, yeah. How do you get money?
Well, first of all, we get money. You know, when you're in a hole, they say the first thing you do is stop digging. But sometimes what you have to do is to fill in the hole, and then as the hole is being filled, you climb out of it. And I think part of it is perception. I think for us in Africa, for our leaders, we do have to understand that we need, basically to look at cybersecurity not as an expense, but as an investment. Mokhtar talked about the markets. Is it 2 billion this year, plus or minus? Like I was saying in the other session, in the next 10 years, there are some pundits that look at it going to between 15 and 30 billion. So you have to ask yourself, if there's a market, the market is in Africa, why aren't you enjoying the benefits of it? I think we also need to support our decision makers. Unfortunately, as you all know, every day, I mean, probably even today, a number of Africans, especially from sub-Saharan Africa, are going to physically perish crossing the desert. Some will physically perish crossing the Mediterranean. And when they get to Europe or wherever, America, where they're going, they become a permanent underclass. Now, if you can build their capacity, these people arguably could be flown business class to service. But more importantly than that, because it comes to where do we get the money or how do we look at the investment, is that can we build not only the human capacity in Africa, but the infrastructure capacity, and then tie it in with the process capacity, Malabo, etc., legislation, so that a young man or woman in Kenya can earn shillings, can spend shillings. A young man or woman in Ghana can spend cedis. But because they're doing this remote work, solving problems, their income is actually in dollars. And I think once our leadership, these decision makers look at this, then I think the money will come. I just want to touch on something else. One of the difficulties I see coming out of many of our discussions is that we do focus, not necessarily wrongly, but not absolutely rightly, on frameworks, legislation, regulation, policies. These are important. But those things sit on something else. They sit on philosophy. They sit on principles. They sit on ethics. And I think where the big challenge for us in Africa is that really we've not defined what are African cyber philosophy, what's African cyber ethics. So for example, when we talk about child online protection, it's a very, very African ethic that the community watches out for the child. We need to incorporate that into not just our thinking, but then into those frameworks and legislation. So at the end of the day, also we find that in Africa, we have a higher degree than many other climes in terms of respect. And so these are things also we need to incorporate. So I'm not opposed necessarily to going to Europe and lifting a good idea and incorporating it. But I think we do need to have some kind of sifting process based on indigenous philosophy, principles, and ethics. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think, again, 2 points from Ajijola, as usual. This is very important, the issue of building what I call values, actually, into our ethos of what we do. And if there's anybody here who is doing some research on AI, please take that as a challenge. Go and develop machineries that can be able to entice people to think in the way Ajijola has just said. And I think the issue around how we develop money and how we develop the finances, it could be internal. I'm reminded, and you mentioned Togo, and if there's anybody from Togo here, I'll appreciate that. I'm not advertising you very much. But the point is that the way Togo has actually managed to fund its SAT is very exemplary. And I would love somebody here to go and ask them how they're funding their SAT. It's very exemplary. They built their SAT using a partner. They then offered services internally to other organizations to build the money that flows in for them to build the SAT. Very exemplary example, inbuilt, no funding from anywhere else, but within themselves. So that's a very exemplary thing that I wanted to mention. In summary, Margaret, you are somebody who is dealing with issues to do with inclusion. We are talking about digital inclusion. So what's the organization doing when it comes to inclusion? How do we include ourselves? We are talking about the internet that we want, empowering all people. That is the theme going to Tokyo and Kyoto for that matter. What are you doing?
Thank you, Martin. When it comes to inclusion, I think it is important to have the data to find out what exactly is happening at the national level and what can be done, because you cannot solve a problem if you cannot quantify how or that particular problem. So with the Global Digital Partnership Inclusion, we are doing a study. And this study funded by ISOC is to try to understand what's the cost of this exclusion that we keep on saying people are excluded, but how do you link that to GDP and to other issues not necessarily money related? And for this study, we are focused on 4 countries in Africa, that is Nigeria, Uganda, Mozambique, and South Africa. We are also doing it in Asia, Colombo and Philippines, and also we are doing it in Latin America. And the whole idea is to get data that is comparable. We are also doing focus group discussions in several other countries to ensure that we are complementing these particular quantitative data. And with that, we should be able to see the linkages, what is happening at the national level. It is national representative data. And also we are ensuring that we have a more focus in the urban area. For this particular study, again, we are focused on women for good reason. We have a lot of respect and would want to focus on men as well. But this particular study would want just to find out what are women doing, both in the formal and informal sector, what are the policy areas, what were the interventions during COVID, and have they taken any effect? Again, I also wear a different hat as a partner for Research ICT Africa in Kenya. And there was a presentation today of after access. And we know RIA has been doing quite a lot of studying. This year, from last year and this year, we have done study for 8 countries. We'll encourage you to look at the website and see, again, this is data that is looking on demand side. We know most of the data available is from the supply side, from the telco operator, from the regulator, but this data from RIA is talking to people, going to the villages, trying to find out what exactly are they doing in this digital space, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and with this data, then we can say that these are the people who are excluded, and this is what they are doing for socio-economic development, and these are the interventions, and with that, then we are able to move together as a community. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Let's give a hand of a clap. 2 things Margaret has talked about is the study they're doing. There's a lot of value into that in terms of digital exclusion, inclusion, and so forth, and whatever comes with that. And I think that's very, very commendable. I know time is not with us, but Lillian, I'll give another opportunity before we summarize. Lessons from East African region, stakeholder engagement. We keep talking about multi-stakeholder engagement every time. What are the lessons?
Thank you, Martin. And before I get to that, something that has already been shared, that, cybersecurity is about values. Probably it could have been already mentioned because we came in late, is the issue us recognizing cybersecurity as a business. This is something you mentioned, probably I had it maybe last year. We need to recognize this as a business. It's not a technical issue per se. If we look at it as a business, there goes the question is, where's the money? If you're looking at it as a business, then this is what I need to invest in. I need to improve the skill set. We need to be able to create champions. And that is the approach we are taking in East Africa. We are looking at who are these champions? Are we looking at, is it technical? What do they need to know? If it's a human resource issue, skill set, what do we need to do to approach that? If it is an administrative issue, you're going to come and bring all these nice, technologies, firewalls, that and so forth, but people are not going to be able to use it. People are not going to be able to appreciate that, a small mistake is going to let the entire system down. So when we are looking at cybersecurity, innovations, capacity building, we need to be able to build the champions. Who are the champions? Are we champions in this room? We are looking at, if it's at institutional level, who is driving? Who are the champions? Is it ECA? Is it GFCE? Is it FECTA? Is it PRIDA? who are these champions? If you're looking at individuals, are we able to get these people? If I say today, Dr. Nambura will be our champion in driving the force for cybersecurity and digital inclusion and women inclusion, that is our champion, then we'll be able to know that this person has this skill set and they're able to drive that. So for us, when you look at that kind of approach, the multi-stakeholder, we need to be able to identify the different sectors, the different actors, and give them the right tools. Because then if they go to engage whichever entities they're engaging with, they're able to drive the message home.
For bringing that, and we have a champion here, Yuneka. Why can't you tell us on Malabo, just that bit about Malabo Convention? I know Achijola talked about it on the other session, but let's thank, first of all, Lillian for that input. Let's give a round of applause, please. Last word, and then we have to release these guys for lunch. Last word. Okay.
Let's go quickly for Malabo. Just I want to highlight one issue about Malabo Convention. This Malabo Convention shows the lack of capacity building of our policymaker in the continent. Why? Malabo Convention was adopted in 2014 by the head of state. And it become in ratification this year, 9 years after. 9 years after, 15 countries ratified the Malabo Convention, or this policy was requested by the head of state. And in the meantime, between 2014 up to 2023, 33 countries have developed their policy on cybersecurity. Which convention they use? You can't imagine. They use Budapest Convention. The majority of them, European Convention, is not fit of our reality. We need to take into consideration that our policymakers need to build their capacity on the importance of cybersecurity. Fortunately, I think we have seen a lot of progress now with this report, ECA report, this coming Global Digital Compact, also in the activity you are doing in GFCA. But it is a good lesson learning for the continent, this Malabo Convention. It is something I think we have to take into consideration and to never do this again for the other policy framework. Thanks.
Yeah, that actually summarizes most of this. I know we need to give you some time to ask questions. So what I'll do, but let's give him a round of applause because that's a very important point that has been brought up. I'm also reminded that we have some time for lunch, so I'll tell you where to go. Some of you, just look at your badges in the meantime. I'll tell you where to go for some of you. So we'll allow now for questions. If you allow me, panel, we'll allow for questions. So 2 questions very quickly. Okay, from there, in that order. Okay, ladies, men, in that order. Okay, be quick, 1 minute. Okay, okay.
Thank you so much for this great intervention. I want to know for some African countries, especially with low income, before focusing in cybersecurity, they have to manage the connectivity issues. Do you have some suggestion?
Okay. Taken in, we'll take the 4 and then we'll try and answer them. Please note them down, panelists. These questions are coming to you. One has been on issues of access, affordability, and so forth before we go. Go ahead.
Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the panel. I'm Mengelo, I'm from the Gambia. I wanted to connect to the grassroots because you did mention that 70% of our GDPs is managed by, it's brought in by MSMEs. So, but for countries like the Gambia, the illiteracy rate is up to 56%. And when you have those people, what is happening now is they use USSD technology to transact using mobile money because it's for a lot of the African countries, it's becoming the leading technology for people to use just because it doesn't require a lot. So for these people that have high smartphone penetration in their countries, because in our country it's 99%, or even though the illiteracy rate is really, really high, the smartphone penetration rate is 99%, which means the illiterate people have smartphones and they're using mobile money technologies that only require USSD. So which makes them very exposed to cyber threats. What is UNECA doing and the AU in, making sure that in these curriculums that we are developing, that we are considering these marginalized groups that do not have conventional education? Thank you.
Are the smartphones iPhone or Infinix? Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Segun Olugbele, the president of Global Network for Cyber Solution. I like the question about money. How do we make money? Please, I want to have this question or to appeal. How can we work on African continent governments to implement policies that they have? I can tell you, we have tons of policy, but implementation is almost zero level. So what can we do? How can we channel advocacy from writing policy to implementing the policy? Thank you.
Sean, last one. That's policy. Good question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Benga Dele. I represent the African Center for Citizen Orientation and then Nigerian representative to African Union ECOSOC. My question is to reinforce what this lady said. In the last session, you made mention of three things: people, process, and technology. But I want to say that we are leaving our people behind. Because if you look at it, we have policy like Mr. Segun said. We have the process. We have the legislation. But our people are the grassroots, that most of them are victims of cybercrime. They don't have this knowledge. They don't have this capacity. What can we do in the immediate to help our people? You know, you also said that there are a whole lot of money around cybersecurity. How can our people benefit? We receive some of our, books, holy books in English, but in terms of science, technology, maths, and engineering, we don't have them in local languages. So how can you break down this issue of capacity building, not just at the higher institution level, but at the community level, so that we can benefit in the immediate and stop migration? Thank you.
Fantastic. I think you have touched a nerve there. So let's see. These are very pertinent questions, panelists. Anyone who wants to take on the first one, the issue of access, because I think this is important, because there's no way you can have cybersecurity, blue sky, no infrastructure, nothing. You cannot go to school and teach low income. Yeah. So can somebody take on that?
May I? Adebumi Akimbo for the record.
The question, or I'm the moderator.
Yes, I don't want to take your position.
I am the moderator.
I know.
You come through me.
Yes, sir.
Before you.
Permission, sir.
Okay, granted.
Thank you so much. Okay, my name is Adebumi Akimbo. Sorry, I'm having you to turn your heads. I'll move to the front gradually. I'm a member of the Internet Society Nigerian chapter, and I'm also fortunate to be the CEO of DNS Africa. So we have our experts in the house. You can all look around. Fortunately, I have a father in the house here, Ajijola, just to mention his name. He's also a member of the Internet Society. Now, the challenges we're having is just what you have just said about educating in local languages. Yes, we're planning something like that with DNS Africa, Internet Society, Internet Society Foundation. We're planning those things. But the unfortunate thing is that when you get resources, we don't use them. Those of us who claim, quote and unquote, do not use them. I'm not citing this name again for just publicity's sake. Ajijola would come online and post almost every week resources from all over the world that you can easily go around to pick up and just become an expert. Someone benefited from that particular post, some of those postings some months ago. He shared the whatever with me. Out of the whole world, it was part of the 11 that was picked up. Okay, I'm about wrapping up.
Yeah. Give me the microphone. Give me the microphone. Okay. Give me the microphone.
No, you want.
But let's give him a round of applause, because we have to be. He has actually taken on a task to answer on the issue with with a lot of passion. This is the passion we want, the energy that we need for this particular event. Thank you very much for that intervention. Now, back to you.
And also, you want to make money, I think.
Yes, you want to make.
Okay, let me go for.
Yeah, please.
The issue is not on the middle low income country. We have a big problem in Africa and Latin America. It is ICT maturity. Yeah. What does it mean, the ICT maturity? You can put in place a lot of infrastructure, broadband, mobile phone, application on banking, but people doesn't use it. How many percent they use this technology? We need to put a kind of technology to respond to the need of the population. It is something we have to do first, but the technology maturity in the continent is very, very, very low. Why we are lagging behind now? We are at 40% of access to internet. The contribution for ICT of the GDP is around 3%, very low compared to others. Some countries told they have 7%, 10%, but it's not the case. Nigeria have last 2 years ago 10% contribution of ICT to the GDP, but now it's going down. Yeah. Now we need to look at what are the needs of the citizen, and what kind of technology we can put in place, and what kind of regulation is adequate. In this, we can respond to all the issues related to the cybersecurity, to the access, to the affordability. Second case, Gambia. Gambia is on the right way. Because Gambia, you already have very good access on ICT mobile phone. Also, you have a very good program on TVET, technology, vocation, education training. Take into consideration what you highlight before for this marginal community, to provide affordability and to take into consideration the curriculum of ICT at the late stage. I think it is we have a big problem, big project in Gambia, and you are going to be the first West African country to have a digital ID by 2025. 2025, and now you become one of the key countries on digital in West Africa. I think Gambia we have a lot of things to learn from Gambia now. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, let me.
Yeah. Okay. So Gambia, we have answered that one. We have answered that. It's.
Let me. I was going to respond to that.
Yeah, I'm the moderator.
It's not just a Gambia thing.
I'm the moderator. Your interests are going to be taken care of. Go ahead.
I was going to respond to that
answer.
because it's not just a Gambia thing. It's a continental thing. We still have a big digital divide, and I think probably Margaret will respond to what I think serves into what the kind of research they are doing. But the other thing that I wanted, usually we have this blame game, and we usually throw one party, and this is the policy makers. And we've also had the issue, yes, we have the policies. How do we get the policies to practice? And the other thing that we forget is the awareness creation. It is continuous. Cybersecurity is for everyone. It is shared responsibility. It cannot be just the private sector. It cannot be just ECA, pushing for adoption of policies. It cannot be just you. It is shared responsibility. So where you feel there's a need, you need to, go and educate, talk to people. You're contributing to the problem. You're contributing to the solution, creating that kind of awareness is a shared responsibility, and it needs to be a continuous, it's not a one-off. It's not a one-off. Just the same way as I conclude, I usually use this example that when you go home, when you visit someone, there are parts of, areas that you don't have access to. And that is security. It is the same thing, cyber. There are demarcations, and you keep, even if you have children, you keep telling them, do not go there. If you go there, this is going to happen. Do not cross the road like this. It is a continuous thing. So the work that you're doing can feed into, creating that gap of engaging citizens, telling them, no, yes, there's this big gap in terms of technology, adoption, but this is what we can do. This is what you can do to be able to connect safely using, the, I don't know what to call it, remote technology, but, the less advanced technology as people connect more to the advanced technology.
Thank you, Lillian. Margaret, please.
Thank you. Just going ahead with what Lillian said, that cyber hygiene at the household level, that if we are to build capacity, then we start from ourselves. We know a bit than your neighbor. So do your part, and then the other person do their part. And in terms of capacity under the policy and regulation initiative for Digital Africa, we developed a curriculum on internet governance, but it has cyber security as one of the modules. And it is so contextualized that you will discuss your local issues. And we also encourage multi-stakeholderism, that you have people from the private sector, from the government, from the civil society, academia, so that again, we are discussing from all perspectives. I think this is a curriculum that we can all use and adapt and simplify it as much as you can. And the beauty of it is that within that platform, we have a discussion at the national level, but then because we have different countries in that course, then we're able to get the regional perspective. And the curriculum is available for free. It can be downloaded on a mobile platform to ensure that we are also taking care of the low bandwidth. Then again, in terms of access, I think it would be good also to see how to lobby our regulators to get funding from the Universal Service Fund or Universal Access Fund. I know for the case of Kenya, this fund has been used to extend connectivity in rural areas. We have the education networks, which again, we have local entrants, then also regional entrants. Working with these initiatives, because they have members up to the rural area, that's another area where you can ensure that connectivity is extended to these levels. And for this to happen, again, multi-stakeholderism must work. You must engage the government, you must engage the private sector, and together, if we lobby as a group, then we are able to push these services to the rural areas. Thanks.
Okay, before I go there, let's appreciate that there are some changes of paradigm. When we talk about access, we worry about the last mile. This is a technology problem. When we talk about cybersecurity and people, we talk about the last 6 inches from the screen to the eye, or maybe even to the brain. And so it means that there needs to be some kind of shift in our thinking. And frankly, as I'd mentioned before, we need to adapt African dance. We need to use cartoons to reach even those who are educated, but maybe are very busy. This happens in Japan, that has one of the highest literacy rates in the world. And we know in Africa, we love our dance, but the issue is to make the dance convey the message and the meaning. This takes place at your level, the community level, not at UNECA and the rest. I'd very quickly want to come to the money, but before I go there, very quickly, in terms of policy implementation, by and large, my experience has been that if a policy is not implemented, you have to look at how the policy was developed. Again, Segun is here. Policymakers or the drafters sometimes don't, first of all, they may not be multi-stakeholder in composition. They may not listen. They feel, they've gone to school and they know it all. The policies itself may be too worded, but the single biggest problem I found with our policies generally in Africa is that we do not factor single institutional points of failure. So if you say Ministry of Security is going to take care of cybersecurity, and the Ministry of Security, remember, people in security, that is traditional security, they are paid not to talk. They are paid to collect information, not give. In cybersecurity, it's quite the opposite. You have to share. You have to be able to reach out to people. And so, like in the case of our policy and strategy in Nigeria, if we had relied on a single institution, it would have totally failed. But what we did as a committee was that we spread it so that the regulators actually had, again, we didn't want the political infighting of the empires, but so we have some regulators who are moving it forward. And so where we are now having our challenges is that institutional point of coordination. Hopefully it will improve. But my point is, so you have to go back to the policy development. And very quickly, sir, on money, I would like you to look at the Nigerian model for the data privacy and protection. Rather than having a monolithic institution that does end-to-end, what Nigeria has done is that we have outsourced many of the processes, the consulting, the capacity building, the auditing. What the commission, the regulator now keeps to itself is that hammer, to hit you on the head. And it also coordinates and regulates everybody. And so what has happened since we developed initially our data protection and privacy regulation, January 2019, without budget, without an institution, Nigeria created an economic subsector employing over 8,500 Nigerians. They used to have 173. I think they've delisted some. There are now 150 companies providing these services. And it's, I think it's something like a 9.5 billion naira economy. Now, as of June 2023, we now have the formal commission. So my point is to the money, involve the private sector and actually answer the what's in it for me. Thank you.
That's
Sir.
fine. I think you'll agree with me. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay. As my duties come to an end as a moderator, I have a few announcements. First of all, I want to thank the panelists. They've really done a good job. Let's give them a round of applause. And also yourselves for paying attention. Give yourselves a round of applause. And the technical team and the translators at the back, we really want to be thankful for you, for the patience, and also the organizers for having really fitted us into this particular realm. There's only one announcement that we have as GFCE. Essentially, for the first time, there's going to be an interaction between cybersecurity experts and cyber capacity development partners. There is a meeting which will take place in Ghana. Where Ghanaians here? Where are they? Okay. There's going to be in Ghana, and this is going to be from the 29th to the 30th, and it's called the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building. So that's the last announcement. Just for logistics, because I know lunch is what is beckoning, I have been told, this is not me, this is what I've been told, that if you're wearing an orange badge, I understand you should count yourself a VIP, and therefore you can go to Zuma for lunch, which is downstairs. Okay, for those who have a white tag, there wasn't anything like VIP for you, but you can go to Oriental in M1, Mezzanine 1. So that is the announcement. I understand you have a very short time between now and lunch, but once again, on behalf of the GFCE and on behalf of the African Union and other partners such as UNECA and also the IGF partners and of course Ajijol and others, would really like to thank you. And thank you very much for the session. Excuse me. I understand there's a change of location that we are all going to. We are all going to Congress Hall, so there's no VIP, there's nothing. So we're all going to Congress Hall.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Please, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Mo. I'm from GIZ, and I warmly welcome you to this pivotal session on cybersecurity. It's an honor and privilege to be your moderator for today, even though it was a bit impromptu, but still waiting for two of our panelists. So in the meantime, I'll just start with the introduction. So thank you very much for taking out time for this particular session.
Thank you. You are welcome.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So just a very quick introduction. As we know that the African digital landscape is rapidly evolving, and as it evolves, the population, of course, is projected to be over 2.5 billion in 2050 from, a lot of research. And this exponential growth is expected to present unprecedented opportunities as well as challenges for the African continent. And one of those challenges is the threat of is a challenge of cyber threat. So as we gather here today, the importance of cybersecurity, of course, can never be overemphasized. Therefore, this session is inspired by the belief that cybersecurity is not just a necessity, but also a crucial driver for Africa's digital landscape. And it is also important to not just safeguard, individuals. It is also important for businesses as well as countries as a whole. So this session is structured to provide us with some invaluable insights, and we would start by presenting, the plan has changed, sorry. So we're still expecting our representatives from Smart Africa. We still await the presence of our Smart African representative. They had some issues at the airport with visa. So we would instead start with a panel session with some very notable speakers. These are speakers from different sectors, from academia, from the public sector, as well as inter-regional organizations. So our discussion today is going to have two key themes. And the first one is going to be to explore the fundamental question of why cybersecurity is essential. It seems like we've had 3 different sessions on cybersecurity already today, and today is just the first day. So why do we think cybersecurity is important, particularly in Africa? So we'll be exploring that with our panelists. And after that, we would also try to explore the different initiatives or projects by the different organizations, because like I said, we have representatives from different organizations. So we'll try to explore what these initiatives, what these organizations have done in the area of cybersecurity. So I have the pleasure of inviting our panelists. First of all, we have a representative from ECOWAS. She is the all right. We have Folake Olagunju, who is the program officer for internet and cybersecurity at ECOWAS. So Folake, it's an honor to have you here. Thank you. You just anyway. And secondly, we have Dr. Martin Koyabe, who is the senior program manager at the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, we have Professor Adam Konate, who is a professor at ESATIC, a higher institution in Cote d'Ivoire. Nice to have you. Thank you very much. And like I said, we're also expecting someone from Smart Africa. It's Tioneste, and he's the one in charge of the cybersecurity in Smart Africa. It's going to be here anytime from now, but we'll just start with the current panelists. So thank you very much. And we look forward to, this is going to be more like a participative session, right? So please, if you want to get to the question and answer session, if you have questions, please don't hesitate and just try and make it interactive. Thank you very much. So now we're going to start with, with the panel discussion. Thank you once again. Thank you very much for taking the time out to be speakers on this in this session. So I would, since I didn't do a detailed introduction, I would like you, first of all, before you answer your question, it would be nice to just introduce yourself and what your organization does before you start answering the questions. Thank you very much. Sorry. So the first round of question is going to delve into the fundamental questions, like I said earlier, of why cybersecurity is essential in Africa, and particularly for Africa's digital transformation, right? Because we keep, everywhere you go, you hear cybersecurity, digital transformation. So now we'd like to explore why we think this is important. And would also like you to share your insights on the significance of cybersecurity, like I said, in not just safeguarding individuals, but also safeguarding, businesses as well as nations. So the first question, I guess ladies first, right? So, so the first question is going to go to Folake, right? So ECOWAS as a cross-country organization, right? We know ECOWAS has made some efforts towards harmonizing the systems for cybersecurity. I mean, there's a strategy for cybersecurity for different ECOWAS countries, right? We know they've made efforts in the past to harmonize this system, which we believe is very important in not just, protecting personal data, but also sensitive data. So what do you think are the key challenges and opportunities for harmonizing cybersecurity regulations across the ECOWAS region? I mean, how can we, and apart from this, how can this also, because the point of harmonizing in the first place is going to be to tackle some of the challenges, especially for actors that work across African countries, not just those that are not just specific to a particular country, right, across African countries. So how do you also see this effort facilitating cross-border data flows? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mo. So very interesting questions. It's after lunch, so I may not have all the answers to your questions, but I will do my best. So my name is Falaki Olugunju. I'm the program lead for the ECOWAS Commission. ECOWAS, for those of us that may not be aware, is the regional economic community for West Africa. So we look after the affairs of the 15 member countries in West Africa. Why is cybersecurity important? It's important because for those of us that heard me speak on Sunday, I was saying it's a global sport. We all get to take part. If you think about it, it's like the Olympics. All the 100 and whatever countries in the world take part in the Olympics. Some are very good at doing judo, some are very good at doing karate, but here in West Africa, we have lots of people that are very good at doing business email compromise, lots of people that are very good with online scams, bots, ransomware, you name it, we're very good. Especially Nigeria. Nigeria is a talented country. And I think the talents are being wasted in the sense that within the region, we promote freedom of movement and goods and people. So Nigerians that are very good with all these different nefarious activities also have the leverage to move in and between countries. So bearing all this in mind and bearing also that, Sam said earlier on in the session this morning that Africa as a continent is losing about 4 billion to cyber-related activities. We figured we needed to step in. step in because yes, we're a responsible parent. You need to make sure you try and guide your kids, and that's the way we look at it. Also, the member countries are in different categories and they operate differently. For us, it was important for us to have all the member states at least have the barest minimum when it comes to cybersecurity, so that if I need to relate with country A, I can at least say I've got A, B, C, D in place, and we can start talking to one another. One key element on cybersecurity is trust. If I don't see you or we've never communicated, why would I want to share my data with you? In terms of cybersecurity. So from a regional perspective, we do have our national cybersecurity and cybercrime strategy in place. But way back in 2010 and 2011, we actually had directives and supplementary acts relating to electronic transaction and data protection. And we encourage our member states to actually domesticate this. Why they need to domesticate this? Because as much as the Commission is for South-South cooperation, which means Nigeria should be able to communicate with Nigeria and Ghana and vice versa, we understand the nuances of the region better. So we've got the strategy. The strategy puts in place the foundational blocks for different member states to actually start conversing with one another. Across the region, most of our countries, I'm not going to name and shame, most of our countries actually have a national strategy, and that is the starting point. Yeah. You have your national strategy. From there, you can then elaborate a coordinating center at the national level that will deal and relate to all your cyber incidents, cyber threats, and all that. Aside from that, also technical capabilities. So if a cyber threat does happen, do you have the capability to actually treat it? Some of our member countries now have their own national certs, I think 8 or 9 out of the 15, but this time next year, hopefully another 3 countries, so we're not doing too badly. Aside from dealing with cybersecurity, when a crime, you need to think about it. Cybersecurity is being proactive. You're trying to do all the different things you need to do to make sure you don't get attacked. On the other hand, I know you're not asking about cybercrime, but cybercrime is reactive, what it is you need to do once you have been attacked. And they go hand in hand, whether we like it or not. We can't really separate them out. So from that perspective, we're building the capacity of our member states. You need to have a strategy, you need to have a cert. But aside from that, on the cybercrime angle, we're saying you need to have digital forensic laboratories, and you also need to be able to actually handle electronic evidence. So we're training our judges or prosecutors or law enforcement agencies as well, for them to talk to one another. Quick example here. We're very big on, like I was saying, South-Side cooperation. So there was an attack on the Gambian central bank last year. We encouraged Gambia to actually reach out to Benin, because the Benin team could actually handle the incident, and that's what they did. And the only reason that was able to happen was because we'd been having all these different capacity building events. They had met one another, they had started engaging over a nice cup of tea, and that trust was built. Again, it goes back to, will I trust someone at the end of the phone if I've never seen them? Highly unlikely. So we try and do as much as we can with that. In terms of challenges, political will is still really lacking. And it's because the socioeconomic issues within the continent are a bit airy-fairy. They're still very important, but we need to be able to weave cybersecurity in and around the socioeconomic development issues that we have. To do that requires evidence, but also for a country to be really strong cyber, it means they need to be doing something right. So if a country is cyber secure, you never hear anything. If there are issues, then you hear about the attacks. So that's why you hear about the attacks with the MNOs in Nigeria. You hear about the central bank in Gambia. You hear about the defacing of the government websites in Senegal. It means because there are some vulnerabilities. And one of the key things, apart from political will, that is lacking is the mental. We need to have a mental shift. In the global north, if an attack occurs, government will come out and put its hands up and say, yes, it did happen, but this is what we're doing to mitigate it. On the other side of the fence, if something happens, you will hear government say, no, it didn't happen, me, never. So we need to actually start saying, no, yes, it happened, but this is what government is doing. Because the man on the street needs to be able to have faith in its government. Because like I said, it affects every single one of us. If you think about it, a lot of scammers call you on the phone, and they ask for your number. And if you're silly enough to give it to them, which some of us are, they give it to you, you take their money, etc. So it's not just a government issue, it's a whole of society issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Folake. Those were really great points, and they were really concise, particularly the issue of cybercrime and cybersecurity going hand in hand, because, I mean, like you said, most of the time we just purely focus on cybersecurity, but not focusing on, okay, what happens if there's actually an attack? So thank you very much for this insight. So next is going to be Dr. Koyabe. Thank you very much for coming once again. So my question to you is going to be that, I mean, we know that GFC focuses on strengthening cyber capacity of stakeholders across African countries. And also they do this through, you know, collaborations and cooperations amongst relevant stakeholders. So in your view, what do you think are what are the roles that cybersecurity play in actually ensuring, for instance, economic growth? How does cybersecurity help to grow a nation economically? And apart from this, how does this also ensure digital trust, for instance? And how does this ensure the protection of critical digital or data infrastructure, for instance, data centers, I mean, or connectivity infrastructure, for instance? So how do you think cybersecurity helps or plays, what kind of role do you think cybersecurity plays in this? And also a second question, how do you think we can effectively communicate the significance of cybersecurity? I mean, I know a lot of government or public sector organizations have these cybersecurity awareness initiatives and the likes, but as an NGO, how do you ensure that individuals from government and businesses take actions towards, you know, driving collective action for investment in cybersecurity? And I know we also spoke a bit about investment in the previous session, but it would be great to just, you know, get your insight on this. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, let me thank the Smart Africa, and also your organization for the invitation here. My name again is Martin Koyabe. My role is to coordinate and also initiate and oversee the relationship between the GFCE, which is the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, and African Union. There are a number of areas that I would like to start on. I know the question was quite a mouthful for me, but to start on, first of all, I think it's important for us to understand the fundamentals here in terms of why should member countries, especially in Africa, consider cybersecurity as a very important component in the development of each country. As we increasingly depend on digital infrastructure, and as we increasingly depend on the digital services, everything in future will be digital based. And when you consider that, then it's important that we have an infrastructure that provides and supports the digital services, an infrastructure that is resilient, and an infrastructure that can be able to stand any form of interference, be it an attack or be it something that is faulty or intentional. And therefore, this calls for a cybersecurity structure that is very, very firm, and also for the cybersecurity posture for the country to be in such a way that it can be able to withstand these kind of threats. As we proceed on, then there is also a requirement that when you talk of cybersecurity, then there are various interventions that needs to come in place. And some of these interventions, some of you are aware of, but just in brief, the cybersecurity components that have to be looked at, of course, the legislation is important. We have issues to do with policy. We have issues to do with regulation that relate to cybersecurity in the country. And these are areas that need to be able to be harmonized so that they can be able to support whether it's prosecution or whether it's protection of data and so forth. So therefore, the legislation of the country in question must be up to date. And I think the Malabo Convention, the discussion we had earlier with some of the members in the audience and also with Folake here, was very important to say that if Africa has ratified the Malabo Convention, then it puts all countries on check to make sure that they can be able to upgrade or at least bring their legislation to the level of what the Malabo Convention demands.
Yeah.
The other area is the issue around the policy. So policy has to be relevant to the time. We've talked about policy on emerging technology so that countries can be able to be ready to know what sort of policies should we put in place to deal with things like AI and so forth. So again, the policy area and development is important. The regulation, and I know most of you here are aware of regulations that exist in the country. The ecosystem has to support the cybersecurity. And then the second component is the area that we've touched a little bit, and I think Folake touched a little bit, where we talk of the critical national infrastructure. And that, in essence, is the area that is very, very critical. Countries need to have what we call a list of the most critical sectors so that you can be able to invest where it hurts most. So for example, if you're talking of critical sectors such as transport, critical sectors such as energy, financial sector, and so forth, health, education, ICT, and so forth, these are critical sectors that countries need to consider in their list of priorities so that they can be able to get the intervention that is required. And therefore, development of CERTs or computer security or the computer emergency response team and so forth is important so that you can be able to protect the infrastructure of the country as and when there's an attack. Secondly, you can be able to also assure some of the services that are there. Somebody asked, what is the value of having a cybersecurity in the country? It also attracts investment. Yeah. Because no one wants to put their investment or go in partnership with a country that does not have proper legislation or does not have structures in place that can be able to protect that particular investment in terms of the digital infrastructure. The other component, just to come to your point again, is the area around capacity building. And that's where the GFC plays a huge role in enabling countries to be able to realize their capacity in cybersecurity. We've talked about the education system, we've talked about the curriculum, we've talked about areas of improvement, whether they are tertiary colleges and other areas. So therefore, the level of expertise is important within countries. We know of countries where there's no institution that offers any certification related to cybersecurity. We know of institutions or countries that are really, really struggling to get the experts from their own who can be able to satisfy that demand. So therefore, the capacity that we talk about in terms of awareness, in terms of outreach, in terms of bringing the stakeholders together to understand the need for cyber, whether at legislative level, executive level, or even in agencies and other departments within the country is important. There is also two other areas that I just wanted to touch on, and this relates to the issue of finance. There is no, and I've really pushed this issue, that it's important that investment is done on cyber. Many countries, and we speak of many countries, especially in Africa, if you look at the statistics of the ITU, statistics of last year, it shows the commitment to cyber within Africa is not as much as other countries. Yeah. So there's less. There's also a correlation between the commitment to cyber in many of the countries and the GDP of the countries. But some of the countries in Africa have very huge GDP or potential to have very huge GDP. The question is, why are they not investing in cyber? And I think it's an issue of what Folake said as well, the issue about awareness, bringing this to the level of decision makers. So therefore, the financial component and how we do that is important. And then lastly is the issue around sustainability. We have to have methods and approaches that are sustainable. And I say this with a very big heart because this is something that within the GFC, we are taking it very, very serious. We've discovered that, and this was talked about yesterday, earlier today, the population of Africa, for example, when you're talking about the young, will be almost like 42% of the total population in the next 10, 20 years. So therefore, investing resources in building expertise of the young coming up in order to be able to take up these challenges is important. Because otherwise, how do you secure your infrastructure, your digital infrastructure, when you don't have citizens who understand how to secure it? It doesn't make sense to me. So therefore, countries need to take that initiative to start training young people, putting instruments that are relevant, in structures that are relevant, changing the curriculum where possible to allow people to start getting these courses.
I actually abhor the knowledge that some people are briefcase cybersecurity strategy experts. They carry briefcase, enter, get deals, they get people, they do the installation, and then they vanish. So therefore, there is no sustainment. So therefore, sustainability of cybersecurity is important. We need to build institutional memory that I talked about earlier today, because very many cases, right now we have Folake, she's very active in cyber. If Folake leaves ECOWAS, what happens? There has to be an institutional memory built in those institutions. Same applies to parliament. Same applies to other areas. So we need to build those institutional memories to allow people to be able to graduate through that. I'll stop there for now, but those are my interventions for now. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Dr. Kayabe. I think an important point you touched on, one of the important points you touched on is sustainability. It's sustainability because, I mean, working for a development organization, you realize that most of the times we want to develop like strategies, blueprints, or standards, we always toss them out to international organizations, not even firms within Africa or close to the shores of Africa. So I think sustainability is very, very important. And also to be able to, you know, continue most of these initiatives, because sometimes they also come in here, I mean, the design initiatives, and maybe at the end of the project timeline, they just go like that and nothing happens after. So I think that's very, very important. Thank you so much. Now, to Professor Konate, thank you very much also for your patience. Thanks a lot. To the audience, Professor Konate would prefer to speak in French because it's more comfortable speaking in French. So please, if you could pick up the headset, please. I think you have some. Does everyone have one now? Oh, we don't have enough. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, we have an extra one. Okay. So Dr. Konate, Professor Konate, we know you're here as a representative of academia. You work with, you're a professor in an higher institution, a SATIC, and it would be great to also, because I mean, most of the point of view that we've had since has been from the perspective of, you know, the public sector or regional organization. It would also be great to have the perspective of academia, particularly in the area. I mean, we've spoken a lot about, you know, sustainability, capacity building and the likes. So my question to you is, it would be nice for you to elaborate. I would like you to elaborate on specific ways that we can build, you know, a strong foundation for cybersecurity practices in order to empower, you know, actors across the different sectors, and for these actors to confidently participate in the data or digital economy, because it's important. I mean, we've spoken about, you know, the importance of cybersecurity. So how do you think we can create that strong foundation that makes people, you know, confident in actually participating, maybe at a commercial level, or even just trusting the digital ecosystem or digital sphere at large?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Merci, madame.
Yeah.
Merci pour la belle modération que vous êtes en train de faire. Je voudrais m'excuser, je me sens mieux en français, comme elle l'a dit, et ça va permettre de changer un peu le logiciel. On a beaucoup parlé anglais depuis que nous sommes là. On va entendre un peu de français pour ceux qui suivent. Je voudrais donc remercier les organisateurs et GIZ et Smart Africa pour avoir accepté d'associer les ATIC, l'École supérieure africaine des technologies de l'information et de la communication, à cet événement important. Les ATIC, c'est une école publique qui est créée par le gouvernement ivoirien en 2012 pour former des cadres dans le secteur des TIC. Aujourd'hui, l'école compte 800 étudiants et nous mettons beaucoup l'accent sur les formations nouvelles dans les technologies de l'information et de la communication, notamment la cybersécurité, l'Internet des objets, tout ce qui est large bande, les télécommunications. Nous formons aussi sur tout ce qui est intelligence artificielle et mobilité et big data. Alors, revenant donc à votre question, madame, je rappelle que pendant ces dernières années, les ATIC aussi a été centre d'excellence de l'Union internationale des télécommunications. Revenant à votre question, nous notons que l'économie mondiale s'inscrit progressivement dans une digitalisation à outrance. Et l'Afrique ne saurait rester en marge de ce processus qui est désormais irréversible. Et les défis sont majeurs pour l'Afrique. Et ce qu'il faut, c'est de constituer un bloc de sécurité important, donner confiance aux entreprises, donner confiance aux personnes physiques, donner confiance au gouvernement. Parce que tous, nous serons confrontés à des vols de données, à des vols d'informations, à l'atteinte de divers systèmes de communication ou de traitement des données, à la violation des données à caractère personnel, à l'attaque des systèmes industriels, de transport énergétique, au détournement de trajectoires et même de fonds dans le système bancaire, l'atteinte des réputations des entreprises, les vols, piratages et les secrets industriels, la propriété industrielle sera attaquée, les données classées confidentielles le seront, et même nos armées, nos militaires ne seront pas en reste. Tout le monde est susceptible d'être attaqué. Et fort de cela, la sécurité est importante pour chacun d'entre nous, à la fois le gouvernement, à la fois les industriels, mais aussi pour nous, les individus. Conscient de cela, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place une stratégie nationale de cybersécurité au cœur de laquelle le développement des capacités, la formation constitue un nœud important, dans lequel tous les partenaires, le secteur privé, les structures de l'État, les organisations internationales et nationales, c'est-à-dire les ONG, sont toutes impliquées. Et la création de l'ESATIC vient donner un coup de pouce, mais l'ESATIC, qui est une institution publique, ne peut pas porter l'ensemble de la formation. Et les actions de formation qu'il va falloir mener pour amener la confiance, c'est un gros travail de sensibilisation des populations, parce que quelquefois, on laisse juste la porte ouverte et puis on s'en va. Quand la porte est ouverte, le voleur rentre, il prend et il disparaît. Donc, si on sensibilise les populations à fermer les portes, ce serait déjà une première mesure de protection. Donc, les grandes masses pour lutter contre la cybercriminalité, former des cadres qui sont experts en informatique et en cybersécurité, mais cela en grand nombre, rendre, et pour les ATIC, qui est de ce secteur-là, en quelques années, nous avons formé 1300 cadres. Aujourd'hui, il n'y a pas un seul qui chôme. Et malheureusement, ce que j'ai constaté en Côte d'Ivoire, sur les 1500 cadres que j'ai formés à l'ESATIC, il y a plus de 350 qui ont été récupérés par l'extérieur, c'est-à-dire ils s'en vont. Ils sont recrutés directement en international par des concours internationaux et toutes les compétences que nous développons sont en train d'être recrutées à l'étranger. Donc, nous devons continuer à renforcer la formation de ces cadres-là. Donc, créer des CERT, n'est-ce pas, pour soutenir les questions de sécurité, rendre obligatoire la certification de nos ingénieurs et diplômés du secteur de l'informatique et des télécoms, à élaborer des textes réglementaires permettant de sanctionner les fautifs, bien entendu, former également le secteur des magistrats. En fait, chacun d'entre nous est concerné par la cybersécurité, à la fois en termes de personnes qui doivent se former, mais pour ceux qui ont des connaissances doivent pouvoir passer aux voisins de quartier, à la maison, donner des informations pour aller à la sensibilisation. Et je pense que si l'Afrique adopte, en Afrique, si nous adoptons, n'est-ce pas, cette bonne culture-là de partage, d'échange, de sensibilisation, cela constituera non seulement à protéger et à renforcer nos économies, mais à sécuriser et à renforcer la confiance des populations et des investisseurs, parce que l'enjeu, c'est l'investissement. Je ne mettrai mon argent que dans un environnement qui est sûr. Et la cybersécurité est donc importante pour nous-mêmes, pour les individus, mais également pour l'État et les entreprises privées, madame.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Konate, for that interesting perspective from the academia's perspective. So I would start our second round of questions. And as I said earlier, this is just going to focus more in details on what the different organizations do towards cybersecurity, like the different initiatives we presently have on cybersecurity. So as we know, unfortunately, Smart Africa is not able to present their blueprint. They're still not here. So I would start with Folake this. Okay, I started with Folake the other time, but yeah, I think I'll start with Dr. Koyabe this time. So thank you. So I would like you to kindly enlighten us on the initiatives or projects by GFCE that aim at capacitating or raising awareness about cybersecurity in Africa. I know you talked a bit on some of them, but it would be great to, also get more details on this. And how do you think GFCE can further support efforts towards, trust building the digital economy in Africa?
Yeah, thank you so much. Just to give you a brief in terms of what the GFC has done, and these are interventions that we are talking about. As I said earlier, we are very much, the GFC has been in the forefront of making sure that there is enough collaboration, there's enough partnership within the international players, especially the North and the Global South. But apart from that, the GFC also has what we call a portal, which has a repository of information that is cyber related. So for example, there is a portal that talks of projects, that talks of initiatives globally on cybersecurity. So therefore, practitioners who are here and any other person who wants to see information regarding specific areas of cyber capacity development, both in terms of reports, some of them are tutorials, some of them are basically information around what countries have achieved. All this repository is the GFCE portal, and it's free. So therefore, there is no excuse in terms of saying that you don't have any information at your fingertips in terms of cybersecurity capacity building globally. So GFC has that. And the portal, I wish I had the link, it's actually at CBIL. So this cybil.org. So if you go to that particular portal, you'll be able to see that information. There are thousands of information that are there that you can access. The other issue is also the buildup of what we call relevant cyber working groups. And these groups are very important because what they do is that they initiate discussions of very difficult issues, especially when it comes to either legislation or areas of critical infrastructure or even curriculum development that the professor talked about. These are issues that are pertinent, especially when it comes to countries to be able to absorb and to get some knowledge. So that information, again, is also available in terms of groups that do work. And remember, the GFC membership is free. Of course, there's a protocol of how you get membership and how you get absorbed to it. And that we believe is very, very important. But let me focus specifically on the project that we've been actually running with the African Union and how it relates to this particular discussion today. This project, as I said earlier, was divided into various areas. We looked at, first of all, the assessment of countries to assess what was the priorities of countries when it comes to cyber. We know the coronavirus had an effect because many countries changed their priorities.
to make sure that they were able to be resilient and they were able to provide services. So we noticed that. And then also there was an issue around what is the cyber priorities for countries going forward? And that was very important for the study. And we found out that two areas were critical. One was the area around capacity building. Many countries are very keen for their personnel, for their people, for their awareness programs and so forth to be there at all levels. Then the second one was the issue around critical infrastructure, especially supporting the certs so that certs can be able to protect the infrastructure of the country and so forth. So these two areas were very, very important. We also realized that many countries have differences in terms of priority. So for example, when you looked at region to region, regions in the ECOWAS had sort of like a certain pattern of their requirements. Regions in the SADC region countries in the SADC region had a certain pattern. And we found out that not all countries had the same issues at the same time. So some of them had different issues. And then of course, that gave us a very, very critical understanding that it is important for us to build what we call a sustainment strategy. That means, how do we make sure that projects that come in and out are able to be sustained? And in our part, we thought that it was important to invest in the experts. So therefore, the project also had 3 individuals from each of the countries. Some of them are here, who are able to form what we call the Africa Cyber Expert Community. And this community has grown from strength to strength. We now have over 38 countries that have actually sent not only 1, but 3 experts from each of the countries participating. And I think we are going to have a meeting in next month, that is in October, in Midrand, which is actually sponsored by our NEPA, and I can see Tawela here. So these are the initiatives that we've put in place to make sure that we can build capacity of experts. If you're an expert and you're in this room and you're not part of this, please talk to me. I will link you up with somebody who is in your country, be part of that movement so that you can be a solution to the problems of the country and the continent. The idea is to build the South to South capacity. It's not that we are saying that we can't go to the North, but it is only efficient and it converges quicker to development partners such as FOLAKI, for example, at the regional level, to be able to address the country's needs very quickly because there is an expert next door. Why would you go somewhere else while you have a professor here from Ivory Coast or whatever who can be able to go and address specific issues? Of course, with humble request, we can always do these things. So the question is really to build South to South. And then the third component is we were able to ensure that there is at least something that is of reference. So countries sometimes make progress, but other countries are not aware. I'll give you an example. We keep talking about centers of excellence, and I know if Theo was here, I would have actually talked about the Smart Africa Digital Academy. They are doing well because they've gone to different countries. Like they were in Cote d'Ivoire, they've actually helped and set up a digital academy. They've gone to Ghana, they've set up a digital academy, and so forth. The question I put here is, does the center of excellence, for example, in Congo DRC or Congo Brazzaville, the one dealing with the AI, is it aware of what's going on in another center of excellence, probably in Mauritius, for example? That communication is lacking. So what we get is a center of excellence that is on its own, growing on its own, repeating things on their own, while they could have complemented their efforts with another center of excellence. The other issue is if you have a center of excellence for robotics in country A, and another center of excellence in robotics in country B, what is the use? This country B could have a center of excellence in AI. Then the robotics and AI could complement each other. So there's an issue around the coordination of expertise. And I think Professor was very right in putting this straight. And that's what the GFCE is aiming to be able to address. So in future, I think when I sit here next time, maybe it will be a GFCE hub. I don't know, but we'll see. What the point is to make sure that we can have a neutral partner that can be able to link together these initiatives, be able to bring them to the citizen, be able to bring them to the experts who are here, and to be able to drive the cyber capacity forward, but in a sustainable way. So the key is to sustain cybersecurity in an affordable, South to South, but also more importantly, in the way we understand it best. That is the key. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Koyabe. Now I would go to Falake again. More or less the same question. It would be great if you can provide an overview of what ECOWAS or the initiatives or projects that ECOWAS is working on at the moment in promoting regional cybersecurity initiatives and collaboration amongst relevant stakeholders.
All right, thank you very much. I just actually want to quickly just touch on something Martin said about country A having a center in robotics and country B having the same center. What I have found within the region is when you have individual centers in individual countries, it seems like it's state-owned, as opposed to other people being able to actually use it. So I think we also need to sort of rethink how that works for particular regions. So within the ECOWAS region, we've got something called the ECOWAS Cybersecurity Agenda, and we're trying to do two things at the same time. Strengthen capacity, because anybody that listened to Ajijola's presentation this morning, he said people, 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 process, and then technology. So obviously, we as humans underpin every single thing that we need to do. So for us, we're trying to strengthen capacity, but also improve the cybersecurity awareness. So we're looking at legislation, we're looking at policies, we're looking at international cooperation. We cannot do it alone, so we need to partner with members, intra, external, all across board. We also need to build capacity. Again, if there's no capacity, you can't do anything. So one of the things we have sort of said within our regional cybersecurity strategy is that we're encouraging and promoting individual member states to actually establish a national coordination mechanism. And across the region, I think about 8 countries now have that. And what that means is if a cyber incident or attack happens, they have a focal place where they can actually collaborate together and start. The other countries that don't have that, we're encouraging them to do that. So at the national level, we have our member countries having that. Now they've reversed the question and they're saying at a regional level, because sometimes we're not able to build on that bilateral relationship, can you put in place a regional coordination center? So it's one of the things we're looking at. And interestingly enough, from the Smart Africa Blueprint, out of the 12 initiatives that have been recommended for the political economic unions, the Commission's actually started on 5 of them. We're already encouraging our member states to ratify Malabo Convention. I think that it's evident for everyone to see that. We're very keen on building capacity. And as Martin said, it has to be sustainable. So what we try to do is we try and do as many TOTs. So we're using the few, the many, the all approach. We know realistically, even if our resources are also limited. So we try and train a few people and expect them to go back to their national constituents and train more people, and hopefully there'll be a trickle-down effect. We're constantly doing advocacy and awareness. When we go into a country, when we started the initial assessment for member states, we did a town hall, got as many people as we could, and just sort of did the awareness and create and sort of establishing why cybersecurity was important, what is needed, and what should be done. One of the things that we're finding quite difficult in a number of countries is ownership and accountability. Member states, if you want to actually make a difference at the national level, you need to bring something to the table. So it's not just about give me, but what can I bring to actually make a difference at the national level? So in some particular countries, we've been trying to help them establish structures, and the stumbling block is they still don't really understand it. The president or the governor would rather use $1 million to go and watch the World Cup. I'm not going to call which country, but that was what actually happened. Instead of, trying to figure out how to, build a CSERT or a DFL, it got to the point where they were saying to us, we need money to do the civil works. And we're saying no, because if we build for you and if we equip you and if we train you, what are you bringing to the table? So member states or countries across Africa, you have to bring, in fact, don't bring something to the table, you are the table. Because if that doesn't happen, you cannot get the international community to come in. We've been fortunate from the Commission because we're quite proactive. And I think I can stand here and say we're probably the most proactive REC across Africa in terms of trying to make sure that all our member states actually a little bit active when it comes to, cybersecurity. So we actually have donors looking out. Partners are coming and looking for us because they know if we start an initiative or a project, we can actually see it through. Another thing we're looking at is, yes, we know that threat analysis, information sharing, that is quite difficult across the region. So one of the things we're looking into at the moment is to actually put in place an information sharing analysis center, an ISAC, and that will be a regional point where, we can then disseminate information as and when it happens across the region. As Martin said, South-South cooperation, we're very keen on that. And we go all the way to sort of say, this is what needs to be done. But again, the onus is on member states. That mental shift has to be there. We've actually come across instances where we've gone to countries and we've said, okay, we want to train your judges and your prosecutors. And it's happening in the city center. And the judges and prosecutors turn around and say to us, oh, what's my daily stipend? If you don't give me some money, I'm not coming. So again, is that what really matters, or is it the security of your country? So in terms of doing the education and the awareness, I think, as Ajijola again said this morning when he was saying, what's in it for me? We need to look beyond our own individual noses and realize that if Martin is not secure, you're secure and I'm not secure, it makes absolutely zero difference. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Folake. Just a quick follow-up question before I move on to Professor Konate. Sorry. So you mentioned the town hall meeting, right? That you have across countries. So what are the ways or what approaches do you, because I would imagine that you do this majorly with public sector actors, right? So what are the ways? Because it's also important to not just, we always tend to focus on, public sector actors. Of course, that's important because when we think about strategies or regulations, these people are the very important people, right? But how do you also bring in maybe individuals or businesses in this regard? Because I would imagine they are also very, very important in this regard. I mean, the protection of personal data and the likes is also very essential. So how do you bring in individuals or maybe even train these public sector actors, or how do you ensure that these messages get to individuals or businesses and not just limited to the public sector actors?
Excellent. That is actually a very good question. So one thing we need to bear in mind is that regional economic communities can only be facilitators. So we rely quite a lot on our national member countries. So at the regional level, we have something called the Regional Technical Community Committee on Cybersecurity. And what we've done is we have a focal person in each country. One for cybersecurity, one for cybercrime. Jamila is here and she's for cybercrime for Nigeria. So if we, for example, when we were trying to put in place the regional cybersecurity strategy, what we did was we called all the focal points. We started elaborating that strategy. And when we got to the point where we think, okay, we've done a fairly good job, we said to each focal point, take this document to your national country. And then make sure it's whole of society, call the private sector, the youth, the NGOs, academia, and let them have a look at this document from a national perspective, go through it. If in some instances we're supported with obviously financial resources and the technical know-how, but that's the approach we've been taking. And I think it actually, not that I think, it actually works, because then each country can say, yes, we sat with all the respective stakeholder groups, they had a buy-in, and now we can actually go ahead and build it. So if it's successful at the national level, it trickles up to the regional level, because it truly has to be a bottom-up approach. Sometimes, yeah, you say top-down, but I think the most beneficial way is you have to listen to the man on the street. Until you understand what the man on the street needs, you can't actually put in place initiatives or projects that will make a difference and have a positive impact on the man on the street.
Wow, thank you very much. That was really insightful. Thank you. Now again to Professor Konate, also trying to get the academia perspective in this. I would like you to share any insight on maybe researches or educational initiatives that you think have shown promises, great promises in addressing cybersecurity challenges in Africa. And in addition, what role do you think educational institutions like AFIGF can play in maybe awareness creation and also preparing the next generation for cybersecurity, particularly in the African context?
Merci, Madame la modératrice. Les AFIGF a été impliqué dans, disons, 3 à 4 programmes importants. Le premier programme, c'est le programme des centres d'excellence de l'Union internationale des télécommunications, avec lequel nous avons travaillé avec DBI du Nigeria ici, avec Afralti du Kenya, avec le SMT de Dakar, chacun spécialisé sur un domaine donné. Et pour la cybersécurité, les AFIGF et Dakar portaient, n'est-ce pas, ces différentes questions-là. Et dans ce cadre, nous avons formé beaucoup de cadres africains en cybersécurité, des cadres venus du Congo, du Burkina Faso et des cadres ivoiriens également, des opérateurs de téléphonie, les banquiers, les directeurs des systèmes d'information et surtout les régulateurs sur les questions de sécurité et le renforcement des compétences des cadres dans les Sept. Et au-delà de la formation, nous avons exigé de faire systématiquement de la certification. Former, c'est bien. Savoir conduire un véhicule, c'est bien. Mais avoir le permis, c'est aussi bien. Donc, nous apportons la certification à travers PECB, qui est un organisme mondial de certification, et Cisco et bien d'autres oracles. Nous certifions donc les gens que nous formons. Donc, ils ont des certifications internationales. Donc, beaucoup plus compétents et beaucoup plus recherchés. Deuxièmement, nous avons été, avec l'appui de notre gouvernement, associés à Smart Africa à travers un programme de réalisation d'un centre d'innovation en cybersécurité. Et ce programme-là a commencé en 2023 avec la formation d'une 60aine de cadres et 60aine de jeunes, avec un appui fort du secteur privé. Le secteur privé qui est impliqué, de sorte que ces jeunes que nous avons recrutés sont formés et après 4 mois, donc c'est des formations en présentiel et à distance, c'est donc mixte, des formations mixtes qui leur permettent de rester dans leurs activités, mais de venir le vendredi après-midi et le samedi toute la journée, faire de la pratique au sein de l'établissement. Et cette initiative va aboutir sur 60 jeunes qui ont plus ou moins, pendant qu'ils vont à l'école, qui ont déjà trouvé du travail, pour montrer que le besoin de formation en cybersécurité est un besoin important, très important. Et les objectifs visés, c'est développer la culture en cybersécurité et les opportunités de création d'emplois, renforcer les compétences des auditeurs et fournir des professionnels qualifiés en cybersécurité pour protéger et défendre le cyberespace africain contre les menaces accidentelles et intentionnelles, améliorer les recettes fiscales, contribuer à la création de richesses, accroître le nombre de femmes et de jeunes, surtout. Ce que j'ai noté sur les 1000 diplômés que j'ai formés à l'ESATIC, on n'a pas beaucoup de femmes. Mais les femmes sont les meilleures. Elles ont un taux de réussite en cybersécurité qui est de 10 points supérieur au taux de réussite des hommes. Malheureusement, on n'a pas beaucoup de dames qui embrassent le secteur. Sinon, avec ce taux de réussite-là, je pense qu'il faut confier la sécurité, la cybersécurité, n'est-ce pas, de nos pays aux dames, parce qu'elles sont beaucoup plus compétentes que les hommes. Je ne sais pas qu'est-ce qui le justifie. Ça doit être peut-être le fait qu'elles sont plus posées à cet âge-là. Elles développent plus de compétences de ce côté-là que les jeunes de leur âge. Donc, il faut continuer dans ce sens-là. De façon opérationnelle, nous allons, au terme de la formation de ces 60, en raison du fait que la CAN se tient en Côte d'Ivoire, nous allons lancer une deuxième vague de formation et nous allons créer, avec l'appui de Smart Africa, à travers SADA, c'est-à-dire Smart Africa, l'agence de Smart Africa, nous allons constituer 2 autres établissements qui vont être spécialisés n'est-ce pas, comme centres qui vont être agréés comme centres d'innovation en cybersécurité. Bien entendu, nous allons continuer la participation avec, du moins le partenariat avec les autres centres de la sous-région, de sorte à renforcer ce dispositif-là. Ensuite, il y a une troisième initiative qui est celle de GIZ, qui a sollicité les ATIC pour assurer la formation des pays du G5 Sahel. Là également, nous sommes fortement impliqués et depuis 2023, depuis le début de l'année, nous avons réalisé plus de 70% des formations et c'est probablement la formation du Niger qui va prendre un peu de temps à cause de la situation que nous connaissons tous, à cause de l'instabilité de ce côté-là. Avant de terminer mon propos, je voudrais profiter également pour saluer Smart Africa et son partenaire Hitachi qui ont facilité la mise en place de ce dispositif. Notre ministère de l'économie numérique qui est fortement impliqué. Et je voudrais indiquer qu'il y a beaucoup d'autres initiatives. Il faut qu'on implique les ONG. Ce n'est plus la formation des institutions académiques seulement. Il faut impliquer les collectivités territoriales comme ça se disait au panel avant le nôtre, parce que la cybersécurité, ce n'est plus le problème des autres, mais c'est devenu notre problème. Il faut qu'on le tienne à bout le bras et très fortement avec l'implication du secteur privé, avec l'implication de l'État, avec l'implication des organisations non gouvernementales. Et je pense que ça nous permettra d'atteindre un certain nombre de résultats probants. Impliquons davantage les femmes dans le dispositif et pour la prochaine session, nous avons décidé de prendre 50% de garçons et 50% de filles parce qu'elles réussissent mieux. Ensuite, les opérateurs du secteur de la téléphonie et de ce secteur-là nous disent les garçons sont volatiles. Au-delà de quelques 2-3 ans, ils s'en vont, alors que les dames restent en entreprise. Mais surtout, ce que nous avons indiqué dans ma première intervention, c'est que comment faire pour retenir ces compétences que nous avons formées? Ça devient les nouveaux problèmes. Parce que dès qu'ils sont formés, le monde entier a besoin de spécialistes de la cybersécurité. Donc certains, moi j'ai des gens qui sont au Japon, qui ont trouvé du travail au Japon, d'autres sont sur les États-Unis, et là le Canada vient d'ouvrir complètement la porte et les étudiants au terme de leurs études s'en vont vers cette destination-là. Ça deviendra un nouveau problème qu'il faut qu'on regarde. Comment notre secteur privé peut retenir l'ensemble des compétences que nous avons formées. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Konate. That was really great insight. I mean, the point you made on retaining people that actually get, retaining people that get trainings in Africa, because yeah, I totally understand the point and I can relate that most of the times, I mean, people just travel abroad, people with huge or quality tech skills just would prefer to go to Canada, prefer to go to the US or the likes to work. So I can totally imagine, and we need to devise ways or approaches on actually improving this. So thank you very, very much for the great insights. Our time is really fast spent, so I would, it would be great to just have a quick round of question and answers. So please, if you have questions, okay, I can already see hands. If you have questions, please just raise your hands. I think we can take about 3 of them. All right, please go first.
I think I can be loud enough.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this. Maybe for the interpreters. Okay, I'll just make it brief. My name is Efe from GIZ. I was actually, my interest really got caught up with when Dr. Koyabe was speaking about the different groups and a lot of smart centers being developed across the member states and the likes. So I was really keen in looking at collaboration between what GFC has been doing so much and in comparison with what even ISOC has also been doing, because by extension also as a member of ISOC, I've seen huge trainings, just like what also Dr. Konate just gave a while ago. There were huge training that was developed, curriculum developed by ISOC sometime. We had experts who came in, trained huge number of Africans, and I was part of some of the sessions at the time. I was so impressed. It was done on majorly on community network, targeted on building wireless community across major locations in Africa. It was so wonderful. Curriculum was so rich. And we had youths, people who are still in school, out of school, and at the end of this, certificates were given, labs were developed, results were checked, and there was a coordinator and all that. So my question really is from what Dr. Koyabe talked about, joining GFC and the Center of Excellence and all that, recruiting. And so I'm looking at the missing link. So I don't know if you have plans, because the last bombshell that was dropped by Dr. Konate was sustainability. How do you sustain these people? So up to today, I look at that group, the group still exists, but everybody is quiet and so many exit quietly because they don't see opportunity of these huge groups that are formed and then being relevant in some of these sectors, and the rest even sharing the tools, because from now so many must have progressed. So they don't see the link, they just get the certificates, get a bit empowered, get developed, but at the end of the skills seem like more like a waste. So are we looking at a possibility of creating like either a hub or more like a warehouse of knowledge in Africa, so that these people, once they are trained, we can put it there and say, if you want to be part of this group, please, we need you. And then that is a warehouse. So the cyber security that we want to build across, most especially community networks, would really be sustained, and these talents will be sustained in the long run in Africa, and then we'll not have wasted talents. Thank you.
Okay, let me first of all say, I don't know whether you are reading my mind, but the point is, you are really, really spot on in terms of the effects and the loss that we see when individuals come for training, they get the training and the certification, and then they don't see any connection on what next to do. What we've done, and I want to be very careful on what I say, because I don't want to pronounce something beforehand. We've been very, very careful in terms of understanding the nature of the problem. And we've learned quite a lot from the Africa Cyber Experts Group. And as I said earlier, I don't want to preempt anything here, but we are having another meeting with the same group. And I know Dr. Tawela, she's in the crowd there. She's just somewhere behind there. We are going to do it jointly with AUDA NEPAD. This is an in-person meeting. The nature of the expert group was very clear. Within the project, we chose three, or rather we told the countries to nominate 3 people. There was an expert in cyber, as in the SAT, at least somebody from the SAT. There was somebody from the national government who is aware of strategy, policy, and so forth. And then there was an option of somebody from the civil society or business. But that wasn't the end of it. We encouraged countries to have more people. I think Congo Brazzaville has had more people than what was recommended, and they've been able to sponsor them to come for these meetings. The idea is to understand from the grassroots exactly what you've said. What is the nature of the subsistence, the sustainment strategy that we have? And we are now looking at that very, very carefully. As I said, I want to be very limited in how I answer this question, because probably in the next few months, there will be an announcement or a pronouncement that will come from the GFCE that might be in line with what you're thinking. And that is the aim of our approach. So we want to make sure that we sustain the knowledge, we maintain this knowledge for other institutions to be able to access. We are now thinking about an incentive mechanism because there's nothing for nothing. What is in for us? So we are thinking of an incentive mechanism. Why would an expert be part of this ecosystem? Will that person be guaranteed an opportunity? Can that person be called to go and do something else? How do we build the quality? And I think that is the nature of what we are thinking. And there will be a lot of brainstorming that is coming up in South Africa during this meeting that we're going to have. And those experts who will come in will be able to feed into that. And finally, again, and as I said, I'm very prescriptive here. We are now looking at, for the first time, we want to bring cybersecurity experts and cyber development partners in one single forum to discuss the future and the agenda of cyber. And this is something which will take place in Ghana. It's already been scheduled. It's from the 29th to the 30th of November. This is the first time we are going to have those two sectors of individuals and experts and people discussing the resilience of Africa, the cyber future of Africa, and then pronouncing a specific agenda that will be adopted, hopefully, by member states and other regional organizations in order to push the agenda for cyber more directly to the direction that you're saying, where the citizens take ownership, the countries are benefiting, but at the end of the day, it is sustainable. So that is where we are going. So to answer your question, or rather partly your question, yes, I'm a little bit limited in my pronouncement here, but we are really, really thinking in the same line. Incentive for experts, making sure that they are beneficial to their countries, as Professor said, but more importantly, maintaining that knowledge. It's not a problem if a government trains people and they leave to go to work in other sectors. That means the sector is improving, the sector is benefiting. But the point is we need to have a way of incentivizing individuals. It's not only money, but there's also other ways of incentivizing individuals. So that's the way we are looking at it. So just be patient. In a couple of months, we'll come back again with a pronouncement on the way forward. But the future is bright, or the future is orange.
Thank you. Thank you for answering the question. And I really like the word incentives, because I mean, that's what everyone looks forward to. So best of luck in this initiative you're working on, and I hope it achieves the intended aim. So thank you very much. Do we have any other question? Okay, 2 minutes probably.
In the area of building capacity, how sincere are we when we talk about building capacity? Because most of the time, I've seen that we say we are building capacity and all we want to do is just go with the flow. The budget has been set out for a particular training project and it has to be delivered. So you don't really care, in quotes, how the training is done, the quality of the training, and what happens after the training. So so maybe from the private sector now, we're looking at what happens after the training. How does the government or the people really benefit from such training? We say we are building capacities. We're building capacities for years. What do we do with these capacities? How do we bring this knowledge to bear on the people? What do we need to do to actually see that these capacities that we are building don't go to waste? Thank you very much.
That's a very philosophical question because, to be honest, we cannot build capacity for everybody, and everyone's capacity needs a completely different. So I'm a government. I work for a regional economic community. My constituents will be government officials. So my first step is to build their own capacity. If you're talking to Adam here, his constituent is academia. So we all have different silos. And I think, to be fair to us, collectively, I think we are actually making changes within our own individual capacity building endeavors. What we do from a commission's perspective is before we actually allow you to attend some of our events, I don't want to call it a pre-test, but we sort of do it. Well, yeah, it is a pre-test. We do it, especially if it's for a particular technical thing. We do a pre-test and say, okay, yes, you've passed this test, you can go on to the next. And now we're putting caveats in place saying, yes, we know you now have, for example, a national cert. We've trained 2 or 3 of you. The onus is now on you to go back to your national cert and relay that training, because we don't have infinite resources. It's limited. But again, this is where you have to now ask yourself the question, what am I doing? How can I make a difference? It can't always be from one side of the fence, unfortunately. So we all have to meet each other halfway. So now governments, this is where governments have to take ownership. They have to be more accountable. And I think maybe when people start asking governments to be a little bit more accountable, then we'll see that major change that we're looking for.
Merci beaucoup. C'est une question très intéressante que vous posez. Mais il faut qu'au niveau de la formation, pour nous qui sommes dans les académies, il faut qu'on change la façon de faire. Avant, les professeurs d'une université se mettaient ensemble, disaient, tenez, les mathématiques, on doit faire un cours de tel niveau. Nous, à l'ESATIC, on a inversé. On va voir le secteur privé et on va discuter avec l'État. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez qu'on forme? Quelles sont les compétences que vous en attendez? Combien de personnes on doit former par an? Et toute cette réflexion-là, elle est faite d'abord avec le secteur privé, qui va employer les gens au terme de la formation, qui va donner les stages, les internships à la fin des différentes formations. Et c'est ce secteur privé-là que nous mettons devant. Et lorsque nous avons fini la formation, il y a un matching entre les étudiants qui sont formés et les besoins en entreprise. De sorte que tout ce que nous avons formé ont trouvé du travail en moins de 6 mois de formation. Donc, il faut inverser la façon de faire. Il faut mettre le secteur privé en avant, qui définit les contenus, qui vous dit ce qu'on veut former, quels sont les résultats qu'on veut attendre, de quoi l'étudiant formé devra être capable en entreprise. Et si nous agissons comme ça, automatiquement, les gens que vous formerez, ils trouveront forcément devant du travail à faire. Et pour le contrôle, vous avez parlé de contrôle, comment on vérifie? L'État, nous sommes une école publique créée par l'État, mais dont le conseil d'administration est 50% d'administration, fonctionnaires, 50% secteur privé. Parce que l'école va former pour le secteur privé. Donc, le secteur privé est mis en avant. Pour la sélection des étudiants, le jury est composé de 50% d'administratifs et de 50% venant du secteur privé. Les opérateurs, les régulateurs, etc., sont du jury. Et lorsque les gens sont recrutés, vous n'allez pas faire de recrutement à la baisse. Ce sont eux qui vont mettre les critères, ils vont décider. Et puis ensuite, ils vont suivre l'évolution de la formation et le output sera forcément bon parce qu'il va avoir un matching à la sortie. Voilà comment nous procédons au niveau de l'ESATIC, ce qui fait que le taux d'employabilité est l'un des plus élevés aujourd'hui dans notre sous-région. Merci beaucoup.
I just wanted to add a point to your point, and also for what my colleagues have just said. There is I can understand your frustration, and I can understand the question that always comes up. We are building capacity, but where is the end result? We don't see it. Now, there's a line of thought that says, if you coordinate, now this is from donor agencies coming to the country. There is an argument that has been put forward, which we are really looking at very keenly, to say, do we need to rejig the way donor agencies fund specific projects, okay? And the question here is, if you look at the way the funding is done, a country can be subjected to a number of donors coming in to be able to provide specific funding for specific areas. And sometimes there is duplicity, and sometimes there is also wastage of resources, as we've seen it before. So there's a need to align the donor agencies in terms of understanding what the country requires so that they can be directed to the right areas for funding specific capacity building initiatives. But at the same time, countries must also be honest enough to say, okay, if you're coming for this, we've already had so-and-so do this. You can only do X or Y. And if you can't, we are sorry. This money is not good for us because this is already full. But we see this incestuous appetite of countries accepting donor after donor. So the individuals who are running these projects are overwhelmed. They cannot run these projects left, right, and center. That's number one. So the question we are asking ourselves, and when I say this, there's a thinking going on, is should we thematize? Meaning, if a donor wants to give money that relates to CERT, that relates to risk assessment for your critical infrastructure, we can treat that as critical infrastructure theme so that the country can prioritize where to put that money. Now, when I say that, we have to be careful because we know we ourselves, we are not very good at looking after money. But the point is, we need to do that. So the question is, instead of going project by project, do we go by themes? That these pillar of themes. So there's a question around there. But the key question here really, or the key issue here is that, as Polake said, countries must be responsible. That when you get donor funding, use it for what it's supposed to be. We find this from time to time, projects are coming in, the bids are already been given out, so-and-so has already gotten the bid. When you realize they've already spent the money, so the citizens start wondering what's happening. And everybody's driving a good car, everybody's driving. So we know this. So the question is, and that's why the future of assistance is going to be based on some risk assessment. So donors are not going to come in to say, we're going to put in money here. They will actually ask, are you able to support this project? And even if that project is supported, we have this problem of perennial parliamentary systems. Another government comes in, everything else the other government did is wiped out. So now we have to start from A again. So I think it is up to us as the citizens to demand the best of what the government should do. And it is up to us to hold them accountable. In fact, I'll give you this example. Sorry, I'll take just 1 minute. I come from a culture where we like a lot of meat, okay? Where we go and look for the goats and we look for the sheep, you know, December or Christmas time. And we inspect these animals so keenly, but we are going to kill it, remember? But the inspection is so keen. Does it have enough fat? Does it have this? But we are going to kill it. When it comes to election, we don't inspect the member of parliament, but they're going to be there for 5 years. So the question is actually, why don't you inspect these guys thoroughly? Because they are going to determine what you're going to have. So anyway, I just wanted to leave it at that point. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I would like to add the donor organization perspective, but our time is fast spent. No, I'm not going to do that, sorry. Our time is fast spent, so I would just like to say thank you to everyone. Thank you for being patient. I know we didn't start in time and we're also ending late. So thank you very, very much for your patience, and thanks to our panelists. Thank you so, so much. I'm really, really grateful. That's it. Thank you. So thanks everyone. We have your email addresses. We would send you more information because we'd like to continue this conversation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Yes, sorry. Your picture.
Oh, picture.
Polak.
Polak.
Where's Polak?
Merci, merci. Merci. Yes, I saw you. Oh, okay. I have this video. Where's my phone? I have this video. Oh, you got
in Ghana for the ministry.
Oh, you got, yeah.
So because I just need to know because
at the Ghana level, so the Ghana government is Nigeria. So no. Welcome to the session. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we can start because it's 4:07. So we have less than 1 hour. Normally, we were supposed to start from at 4, I think, and finish at 5. So I think during IGF, we should, because the previous session didn't end on time. So this is why we have less time for our session. So I think we can start. This session is about a quick update about some recent or the current activities as ICANN. So before the presentation,
We have three main topics we want to update about. So the first one is the internationalized domain names and universal acceptance. That is the first one. The second one is the Coalition for Digital Africa. And then the last one is the ICANN grant program. Welcome again. I see some in this meeting. I was expecting also the new generation, but I'm glad to see many Afrikaners, old Afrikaners in the room. So thank you for being here. And sorry, we are trying to find the file on the drive to help us during the presentation. Is it the drive? Can I copy it again? Can I copy it again? Very strange. Okay. Can the cable come there? Can the cable come there? Okay, I can give you maybe my computer, and then we just move so that we'll waste time again. It's like we don't have the file for projection, but we'll make it quick. What I was thinking is that, okay, that is this file. Can you open a PDF file? A PDF file. Okay, so I'm opening again. So I don't know why you can't see it. I don't know why you can't see it. It's there. Yeah. So I'll start before we have the projection. The first topic, do we have someone who doesn't know about the internationalized domain names? International domain names. When we talk about international domain names, do we? You're joking. Okay, so again, the domain name, you know what ICANN is doing. We are trying to distribute some flyers in the room, and then one of the area in which ICANN operate mainly is the domain name. You know, we have the domain name and the IP addresses. So for the domain name, ICANN mainly delegate the management of the top level domain name to organization we call registries. So, and then we have two main categories of domain names, one related to countries, and the other one, we call them, the other group, the generic top level domain name. So since 2012, we have currently more than 1,200 domain names. So that is for information. So now what ITRAN is trying to do is to let the communities have the domain names using their own characters. So you can see if you say like .com, .com, we have ASCII characters. If we see .org, we have ASCII characters. So what ICANN is trying to do in this topic, international domain names, is to have communities use their own characters, their own script to write domain names. So again, we are not talking about content. It's very important. because today we have content in many languages. You can have a domain name ending by .ng, but the content is Chinese. So it's just a content. But when we talk about international domain names, it's the domain name itself, which is a script or a language different than the ASCII character. In Africa, generally, we have most of the African languages, they are using the Latin script, and then the Arabic scripts. So, and then in Ethiopia particularly, we have the HOP script in Ethiopia. So we have, with the community in Ethiopia, what we have done, first volunteer from Ethiopia, they had various meetings, and then they were able to define which character in a HOP script they can use or they should use for domain names. So, and then from this meeting, we have some rules, and we have a tool at ICANN that we give to that community. And with this tool, the community is able to provide a document. We call them the rule, label generation rule. So we need a rule for each label in each script, especially the Ethiopia case. So Ethiopia is one of the countries in Africa. They have completed this process, meaning that today they can use the character to write domain names. I'm not talking about content. Perfect. So can we go to the next slide? So the next slide, again, next. So next again, next. So this is the ASCII character. You see COM. You have the 3 character at the end. So it is what we are used to. So you can have a domain name in ASCII character, but the content is a different language. So that is a ASCII domain name. So if you move to the next one, you see the next slide. You can no again. Yeah. So you see this character. You see it's in Arabic. So and then you see we are reading from right to left, and then you can see that the top level domain name is on the left. So the character are in Arabic. So today, each community, many communities, they are able to use their own scripts to write domain names. So we are going beyond the content in Arabic, but the domain name itself is in Arabic. So that is anytime we talk about internationalized domain name, so you see the domain name, not only ASCII, but other characters. If you go to the next slide, so the next slide, please. What you can see is that it's just an example. You can see many scripts today, many scripts where you can have domain name in their scripts. So many communities, they have worked, they have been together, and they have now rules. So these rules can be used in the rule zone, what he called it the rule zone for technical people. On the next slide again, is just an example. If you go to the next slide, you see in some African countries today, in addition to the top level domain name in ASCII, they have also the top level domain name in Arabic. On this slide, you see Morocco, for example, they have the top level domain MR in ASCII, but they have also the top level domain name in Arabic. Tunisia, Sudan, and Egypt, for example. And then we have, I think, Mauritania. We have Mauritania also. Mauritania, we have Morocco, and we have Tunisia, we have Sudan, we have Egypt. So today we have 62 CCTLDs in international domain names. If you move to the next slide, what I want to share on this slide is just an example that after a 22 round of generic top level domain names, we have a lot of new international domain names. You have 91 international domain name, which are delegated. We said delegated again to refer to what ICANN is doing as a function. ICANN is delegating the domain name to what we call registry. So ICANN is not managing them. So it is delegated. So the role of ICANN is to be sure that everything is working from the top. So we are in collaboration. We are in touch with organization managing them. The next slide, please. So here it is about universal acceptance. when we talk about universal, it's linked to that one. Universal acceptance is linked to two factors. The first one is because of the length of domain name in ASCII. So if you take COM, COM, you have just 3 characters. If you take ORG, you have 3 characters. If you take Africa, we have like 6 or 7 characters longer, Africa. If you take engineering, we have many characters. If you have hotels, so today you have .hotels as the top level domain name. You have .engineering as the top level domain name. You have .africa. So we have longer domain names in ASCII character. We have longer domain names. In addition to that is what we just seen in the previous slide, where we have domain names in characters which are not ASCII. So this is where the universal acceptance concept is from. So on the next slide, as you can see, on the next slide, the goal of the universal acceptance is to have all domain names and email addresses work in all application and software. So if in your organization, you have your system is not universal accept compliant in your organization, you may be missing contents today, communication. You may be missing communication today. Like you have someone in China who is using a Chinese email address in China, but this person is writing to you in English. So if your system is not universal acceptance ready, you'll be missing this message from this person. While the content of the message is in English, you'll be missing it because your system is not ready. That is one aspect. The second one, we are using today in our country, most governmental institutions, we have the portals where we have people can apply or can submit for many activities in the country. So when these people, they want to enter the email address, imagine you have a form on the portal of the government. You have a form where the bidder should enter some information. So if your web portal is not universal accept compliant, it will not accept email addresses longer where the top level domain is longer, or where the top level domain is in international characters or scripts. So that is the second issue. So this is why now one of the important topic at ICANN and within the community is the universal acceptance of domain name and email addresses. So you have more information on the next slide. If you can move to the next slide, it's an example. We have .engineering today. You see many characters for this top level domain. And you have many type of email addresses today. The first part can be in ASCII, and the second part can be also in ASCII. The first part can be in ASCII. The second part can be in IDN. Mark at Société in French. In French, you have the access character. So société.org. You can have société.org also. Is already an internationalized email address. You have a Unicode on the left for the third one, and you have ASCII on the right. You can have Unicode and ID, and you see even there are some I don't know all this. So that is the impact or the categories affected by the universal acceptance. So the principle is that the system should accept, the system should validate, the system should process, the system should store and display. So if you have a database, so the database should be in position to store email addresses in other characters. So there is you can move to the next slide, please, from the technical team. The next slide. The next slide, please. I'm not going to talk about that. Can you move to the next slide? We'll share the slide with you, but I want us to go back with the key message. The next one again. The next slide. So we have some periodic tests we are doing to see how systems are compliant today. So if you see, for example, when you have ASCII on the left, ASCII character on the left, and then the domain name also is also ASCII, you see we are between 80 and 100% compliant today when we talk about it. But if you go to the top, for example, Chinese on the left and Chinese after the arrow bars, you see that we have less than 20% compliance today. So it is a big issue, and tools are available today. If you go to the next slide, you'll see a graph. EAI is email address internationalization support. EAI is email address internationalization. So from time to time, we are trying to publish the result from the test we are doing. And then we have many people from the community. As people in the parliamentary session today, we say ICANN, we have also the community playing a very important role. On the next slide, what you can see on the next slide is about, please, the next slide. You can move to the next slide again. We can move to the next slide. You can move. So I want to stop here. This is what I want to share with us. Even from your mobile phone, you can test if your email system, the email system of your administration is ready. The address is uasg.tech. You can just type, if people have connection, you can just type uasg.tech. So when you type uasg.tech, you'll find a link somewhere where you can do EAI check. Has someone been able? Can you see that? When you go to uasg.tech, you can see on that page a link, email check or something like that. Who have seen that? Okay, perfect. Did you see something, a link where you can click test your email address? Perfect. So you can do that later. When you click there, you can put your email address. If you put your email address, you can ask the system to test it. So you can get many messages. So I just want someone to share the message the person has with us, and then we can move to the next topic. Who has a message? Just put your message. If possible, don't put your Gmail one, but you can put your Gmail one. The Gmail one should be fine. So if you can put the one of your organization, who has a result? When you put your email address, you have a result. Who has something? Who want to share the result with us? What you have? Who want to share the message? Who want to share the result? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Who has something?
Yeah, I put my Gmail address and it's saying EAI is supported.
Okay. Did you hear him? Repeat again. What is the message?
EAI is supported.
Thank you. No, read your message for me, please. What is the message?
So I put my organization's email address and it says EAI is supported, and that is NCC, Nigerian Communications Commission.
Congratulations. Okay, we have someone here. So NCC, congratulations.
You say EAI is EAI is supported.
Not the email address.
No, not.
Oh, congratulations.
Mine is saying EAI support not declared by server.
Not declared by server. Good. So we see we can stop here for this topic, which is one of the 3 topics. We have a lot of results. Where is saying supported? Congratulations, because you are saying you are not doing the Gmail, but it's saying supported. That is good. Meaning your IT people, they have done well. So where is say not declared by server, we need one more step to make it compliant. So Mr. Abdul, can you stop up? So he's one of the universal, people can see you. At the end, you can see him. He's the Universal Acceptance Ambassador for Africa. Universal Ambassador. So these are people from the community. They are volunteers, and then they are working for us, not only ICANN, to achieve this goal, to make system compliant. So he has a lot of information. Even today during cocktail, he can talk. Even during cocktail, he can talk universal acceptance. So feel free to talk to him. He's here during the week. So I just want to stop there about universal acceptance, because it is important today. We may see that it's not important. And the example I gave is that you have a good company who can provide good service, but he's using an email address, which is on in ASCII. So if your system is not compliant, so you may not be receiving from your message, not declared by server. So we just need some steps. And you're supported Gmail. Okay, congratulations. So why I'm saying that is not Gmail. So Gmail has done what is needed to make the system ready. So for those who are using their own organization and is ready, supported, is very good, meaning that you should be able to accept email which are not just ASCII. Congratulations. I want to stop there on this first topic. I may take 1-2 questions and then we'll move to the other topic. The next slide, please. 1-2 questions about universal acceptance. And on this page, the organizer will share with us. You have the contact of universal acceptance ambassador. We have 2 from Nigeria. These people are volunteer, so it's open to be an universal acceptance ambassador. So you just apply, and then when you apply, if people go through application, and you show your commitment to spend your time, free time, your time for the community. So this is what they are doing. So anytime there is an event, they are available to support, to respond to the community. So this is the role they are doing. So we also want to thank again the ambassador from the community. The second universal acceptance is not in the room. She is from NCC. Amina, are you here? Oh, she's not in the room. Thank you. Oh, okay. So when she comes, we can also show her to the participant. Can we move to the next slide? 1-2 question maximum, and we move to the next one. We have a question about the universal acceptance again. Universal acceptance? No question. But we have Universal Acceptance Day every year. Universal Acceptance Day every year. So go to ICANN website next year if there is a call for organization to host the Universal Acceptance Days. ICANN can provide some small financial support, also people to help you organize in your country. But next year, I think we'll be more focused on training and not just awareness. But even if it's awareness, we'll see. But when the call is out, you'll see more detail. Let's move to the next, because we have just 30 minutes. I think the next session is at 5. So we'll spend some time on the coalition. The next slide for the coalition is, the coalition is an alliance of global and regional organizations to expand access of the internet and support the development of Africa's digital economy. So we have on the next slide, if you move to the next slide, I'm talking about the Coalition for Digital Africa, which is a new program launched by ICANN. The launch happened during the last IDF, Global IDF in Ethiopia. So if you move to the next slide, please. So what we have from the next slide, so we have 3 focus areas. The first one is to work again on the DNS infrastructure. So this is the key area of ICANN, the domain name system. The domain name system simply is what is helping to not to have to remind of IP addresses. Because of the domain name system, when you type a domain name, for example, the domain name system is helping to reach through a number, which is a number. So instead of keeping a number in mind, we just keep a domain name. So if the domain name system is working, so we are able to reach also IP addresses. So because the web servers or the various devices today, they are linked to the internet by IP addresses. So the first one is a robust DNS. And then the second one is the connectivity also. And through the connectivity, we are focusing also on the multilingual internet. So not just the content, but the domain name itself. And also we want to continue supporting the capacity development. So these are the 3 focus areas. If you can have the next slide, if you can have it, you'll see that we are working with many partners so far. You have African Telecommunication Union, you have the Association of African Universities, we have AFNIC. AFNIC is different from AFRINIC. So AFNIC is the French registry for the .fr. We have AFTLD, Africa Top Level Domain Organization. We have ITU, ISOC. LUSNIC is a Portuguese association, and NSRC, they use also to work in capacity development. So these are key partners today, but it's open for other partners. On the next slide, what you see on the next slide when we talk about the coalition, so far we have about 22 countries where we have activities going on related to the coalition. On the next slide, what we have on the next slide is the project, the current project we have in the coalition. So we say coalition is not just ICANN working on them. The first one is ICANN manage root server. Simply the root server is the server which help us to have access to devices, or when we tap a name on the internet on a portal. So it is because through the root server that we are able to, the internet is directing us to where we have the information. So this is the DNA, the domain name root server. So any request we do first, when we type something in a browser, so the root server is where the information is going to direct you. So we put in Nairobi recently in this project what we call the IMRS cluster. So the cluster is also an equipment that is helping to have a faster resolution of domain name in Africa. And the second one is going to be installed soon in Egypt. So this is through this project we call the Coalition for Digital Africa. We have also a component where we want to work with the country code top-level domain. So it is a capacity development. So they have various needs. So what we have done, we had a discussion with some CCTLDs. They have expressed their need. They are not the same. So now ICANN with the other partners again is trying to see how to support them. We have the DNSL roadshow. The DNSL is just a protocol to also help improving security. So the top level domain name, if it is signed, the NSX signed, so it's bring another level of security. So we want to help countries or country code top level domain managers who don't have this protocol in place yet to be able to implement DNSSEC. We have some countries in Africa where the top level domain name is signed DNSSEC, but we still have a lot why it's not signed, because in our countries we are complaining people are not taking our CCTLDs, but I think wanting to attract people at the country level is also to have the CCTLD signed. Universal acceptance, as you see, we just went through this slide, and we are working currently with the Association of African Universities, and it's an organization based in Ghana with more than 400 people in Ghana. And then I'm talking about universal acceptance. And then we have Amina, who is the universal acceptance at the back. So if you can stand up, people can see you. Please, can you stand up? People can see you. So feel free to talk to her. And then she's available also to help and communicating and working on universal acceptance. We have also Internet Exchange Point. You know, ISOC is working on that project since many years now. So ICANN is, again, collaborating with ISOC to provide capacity to organization managing. And we are doing a study on the African domain name system. We have done one in 2016, published in 2017, and the company is based in South Africa called PowerSoft. So PowerSoft is a company doing the study again, and we hope that during the next ICANN meeting in Hamburg, they will present the results. So even if you are not attending, I think everyone did the registration for the ICANN 78, not yet? ICANN 78. Okay, it's the next ICANN meeting, so you can, it's open. Even if you register today, you can get the invitation letter and you can get a visa. You can come, it's not closed. So I hope everyone will be there. But if you are busy, you don't want to leave your country, you can follow remotely, because I know you are busy people. Sometimes some people so if they don't want to travel to Germany, you can follow remotely from your office. So we have also this option. So that is the DNS market. I'm saying that it will be presented during that meeting, because with this information we are trying to see how to improve the domain name system in Africa. So let's move to the next slide about the Coalition for Digital Africa. So if you have more questions, you can send an email to info@coalitioncda.africa. So if you send a message there, you get more information. And again, you see that we have some projects in CDA. And I want to move to the next topic, and then we have the rest of time for question. The next topic is the ICANN grant program. So the ICANN grant, this is the first time ICANN is going to give grant. There are a lot of money there. So please, this is the grant program. So the background on the next slide, next slide, again, the next slide. You see, in 2012, before 2012, we had about 22 top level domain name, the generic one. I'm not talking about the country one. So we have what we call, my colleague Bob Osheng, he's coming from the airport. So he'll be talking about the next round of GTLG on Thursday during the IDF. So Bob will talk in detail about the process of the new generic top level domain name. So that program was launched in 2012, and then we had more than 1,200 now. You see, today, when we are asking people to do a website for us, for a company, we can be in position to tell them what we want. So if my business in a hotel, I can tell the person I want something .hotels. But if you don't tell people, they can just give you .com or what he wants. So we should be in position to tell them what we want for the extension. So you have the list of all the extension on ICANN website. The list, you have many things today. And even we have the one which are geographical.africa, .Cape Town, all this. So sometimes we have more than one company applying for the same top level domain, but ICANN can give the management to only one organization. So for these cases, this is where we have what we call auctions. Like we have more than one people who want to get the same top level domain. So we are in a situation where we call auctions. So, and then the money from this one, the money from the auction now is a money that is not going to ICANN budget. So this money was set aside, and then the community, ICANN called the community to propose how this fund can be used. So can we go to the next slide? So we had a group in the community. The community is very active in ICANN. The staff is just about 400 people. So the community is doing a lot of work. So please go from time to time to ICANN website. You will see a call. We are looking for volunteer to do activity. So there was a working group called the CCWG AP Cross Community Working Group on Auction Proceeds. So these people came with proposal to ICANN how to use this money. So, and then after that, it is adopted by the board. So we have the staff, we have the community, we have the board. So this proposal was adopted by the board in June 2022. So they made a proposal how ICANN should use this money for the proposal. And then again, when it was completed, ICANN organize webinars to explain the situation so that people are aware. ICANN is not, this is the first time ICANN is going to formally give grants. Give grant because we support event, but when we talk about grant, let's move to the next slide. So the grant implementation, the progress. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that the implementation progress, design work on key element of the program in this area: selection process, fund disbursement and monitoring, program literature, application platform requirements. So all this needs some work, communication and engagement. So we have on ICANN website, if you go there, you will see frequent and ask question on ICANN website, and a dedicated wiki page where you have a lot of information about the grant program. So I hope that many Africans or African organizations will be applying for this grant. If you go to the next slide, what we can see there on the next slide, please. Now the program will be managed by department. So if you go, also try to go to ICANN website and go to careers. from time to time. Go to ICANN website, go to careers, because we used to have open positions and in ICANN website. And you see some of the position, they say that is flexible. Even if the position, or they put California or Los Angeles or Brussels, you can see also flexible. So anytime you see flexible, try to apply for the position, because I think anyone in this room, if you want to work to ICANN, you can try anytime a position is open. And we are having more and more people working on ICANN for Africa. Some of them are based in Africa, and some of them are not in Africa. So we have a dedicated team, and I think that some positions have been posted, if not filled yet. So go to the ICANN website and check. Also, ICANN will be working with some special service when required to run this program. If you go to the next slide, what I want to share from the next slide is that technical people. Yeah. So we have objective and proceed allocation. So we should have the benefit that this allocation should benefit the development, distribution, evolution, and structure project that support the internet's unique identifier system. So that is one objective. So benefit capacity building and underserved population. You see, underserved population. So the grant should benefit that one. So the grant should benefit the open and interoperable internet. So the new utility auction proceeds are expected to be allocated in a manner consistent with ICANN's mission. So that is this information I want to share. Again, go to the slide. So I want to show you the first grant cycle. So if you go to the next slide, the grant will operate in a series of cycles. So we have many cycles, but we have now an idea of the first cycle. So while all cycles will have some common characteristics, including the assessment of the application by an independent application assessment panel, certain items will be piloted during the first cycle and evaluated for possible future improvement. So $10 million will be the overall amount available for distribution. So the money is $10 million I think it's some money, $10 million for grants to be distributed. So the award will be, so the award will be from $50,000. 50,000 is not 50,000. Okay, it's some money, but yeah, for small people, you are big people. so it will be from 50,000 to $500. So for the next cycle, the minimum that will be asked from ICANN is 50,000. 50,000. So I'm sure that many applications from Africa will be in position to get money. So the total will be 10 million. 10 million if you have $500, so it will be 20 applications. But I think it will not be just 20. So some will be 50, maybe someone is 100, someone 200. So it's an opportunity for us. If you go to the next slide, again, before that, we expect the program, the first cycle to be open the first quarter of next year. So more information will come. So the first quarter of next year, so the first one will be open. And there will be a lot of communication, a lot of information, more detail about the criteria. So when it's open, the window will be for 60 days. So when it's open, it will be for 60 days. And then, as I mentioned, so we'll have a campaign, maybe from the end of this year or early next year. We'll have a lot of campaign to inform people about this grant, and it will be available not only in English but in all the UN languages. The communication about this program. So, grant agreement negotiation, because when an organization is selected, so there's an agreement. between the selected organization and ICANN. And then if you go to the next slide about the grant program, what I want to share again, can you go to the next slide? So this is what I already mentioned, the program phases. So I already mentioned that. So where the campaign will be, you see the campaign and the first window, application window. And then I think we just need to be ready by early next year to be preparing to submit our application. In the next slide, what we have on the next slide is more information about this program. So again, we have a community wiki page on ICANN website. If not, if you just type ICANN grant program, you have information about this. So I want to thank you very much for your attention. We have 10 minutes. If you can take some few questions, and then we stop the session. And then we are around. I have my colleague, June Okal. So June Okal is also, he joined ICANN, I think, this year. And June is ready to answer your question. And as I said, we are trying, ICANN is trying to have more people for the region. I want to stop there. We can take some questions, and then we take all the, I think we can take all the questions, and then I'll respond to all of them. And then we leave the room for the next session. Please use the micro. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much for this great presentation. My name is Ouda Shehe. I'm working with Tunisia Telecom operator of Tunisia. I want to know more about the initiative of Coalition Africa, please.
Okay, so we can take the next question. No more question? So, okay, let me answer the first question. So she wants to know more about the Coalition for Digital Africa. It's a program proposed by ICANN where we have now many organizations together to work on different projects. So on one of the slides, I share the organization currently involved in the Coalition for Digital Africa. And the objective, we mentioned them, we want to work on the domain name system to have a strong domain name system. And this is where, for example, one of the projects was about the ICANN managed root server clusters. So one was installed in Kenya, and one is going to be installed in Egypt. So the impact after the cluster is installed, we have a graph will show that most of the requests before the cluster, when there is a request, what we call the domain name resolution request, most of them are going out of Africa. And then after the first cluster was still, we see the difference. So the impact is that it can be technically, it can be faster. When you want to go to a website, for example, it can be faster. And in theory and technically, it's the truth, but you may not see it. So that is the impact. This is one of the projects. Another project, for example, is where the universities now, we want to work with the Association of African University to have their member system ready, universal acceptance ready. So in one word, it's a project with different partners and with 3 main focus areas. So that is mainly what I can say. We have also some flyers about the coalitions. I think Eva is Eva is at the front here. She has some flyers about the Coalition for Digital Africa. And if you need more information, if you're interested, you go to the coalition website. And if you want to be a partner, there are conditions on the coalition website. We have all the information there. Thank you very much. Any other question? Or I was too fast? Oh, you have a question here. A microphone, please.
Yes, thank you so much. My question is short question. My name is Abdul Bashar. I'm the secretary of AFALO. It's the home of end user inside ICANN. So if you need anything, you are always welcome. So my question is that as the next after Hamburg, the ICANN For next year, we'll be in Africa. We'll come back in Africa. So what is the strategies that ICANN Africa had to bring more African people in Rwanda? Because we need to have an agenda on that. It's very important to bring more women, youth, and other stakeholders there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdelali, to bringing this up. For those who don't know, we have 3 public meetings every year, 3 ICANN public meetings. So during this meeting, we discuss about policy, we do networking, and then these meetings are open. And the next one is scheduled to happen in Germany, the next meeting. Please go to ICANN website, you see the list of the next meetings, and we have the first one for the next year will Latin America or North America, I think North America. And then the next one will be in Rwanda, is what he mentioned. So I say it's good he raised that because we can start saving money. You see, we can start saving money because not only saving money, we can also start preparing ourselves. We have a program in ICANN we call the fellowship program. So anytime the program is in Africa, we have a lot of scholarship for Africa. So, and then it is good because the meeting in Hamburg, I don't think that we have than 15 that are going to Hamburg. Is someone here going to, as a fellow, to Hamburg? Oh, good. Thank you. Congratulations. You are going to Hamburg. Okay, good. If you, you'll get it. You'll pray for you. So she will be. So we have next 10 people. Perfect. Good. So we have many people here going to Hamburg. So I want to take the opportunity to inform you that we are planning to have an Africa space session in Hamburg. So put that on the agenda. And then Abdul Karim just also raised that we have another program, we call it the Next Gen program. So we'll benefit for 2 programs for Rwanda. So the fellowship program, which is a general program, and the Next Gen program is for the age up to 30. So we'll have a lot of opportunity in Rwanda. So it's good you raised that point so that we can start preparing. We can start even asking for our organizations if they can support us. But in the meantime, we can try to apply the application period will start, I think, in November. Go to the ICANN website for the Rwanda meeting, and it is an opportunity. We need to stay more active. And again, on Thursday, my colleague Bob Ocean will be talking about the next round of new GTLT program. So I hope I have answered the question. And if there's any question again, any question you want to, or any information, Abdul Karim, please, the microphone here.
Thank you very much. I think mine is just on the new GTLD and the support for the new GTLD. I was thinking that rather than, it's just like the same money going around, I can give you money for you to support your application as it goes back to ICANN. Why can't, rather than giving money to give like support to people to say, okay, you don't have to pay anything.
We have 2 minutes, so I'll take the last question.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Aderonke Sholagunshola. I represent Nigeria as a GAC representative. My question is this: for the ICANN grant, what's the status? I'm not sure whether I got it straight. Has any grant been given yet? How do I qualify for the grant? How do I pass the message? Basically, that's my question.
So I start with your question, very good question. The auction procedure was a process to select the person who should have the GTLD. So it was closed. Now the money is there. So the process will start, we expect, according to the timeline, the first quarter of next year. So again, a lot of communication will come about how the money will be allocated. And what we have so far as information is that the minimum will be 50,000 US dollars. The maximum will be 500,000 US dollars. So it will start next year, and more communication will come by the end of this year. But you can go to the ICANN website, the wiki about this program. We have more information there. Now, what he mentioned is about the support program. In 2012, we have something we call the applicant support program, where there were discount to the initial cost of 185,000 US dollars. So the applicant support program was there to give discount. So what he's proposing is that instead of reducing, just people apply for free. That is what he's saying. So I think during the discussion, I think the community was called to make input, but I'm not sure that this proposal can also be considered. I don't think that it's too late, but it's a suggestion. So during the session on Thursday, again, I think we can come with this question. Pro bono services. Yeah, so on Thursday, I think this topic, we can continue the discussion on this on Thursday. I want to thank you very much because I fight for time. So we have to go out of the room and give 2 minutes for the next session. You have to clap yourself for your attention. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Are there any French speakers here? So that we know whether we need the Portuguese speakers? We're mostly Anglophone. Okay. So I'm going to ask each and every one of you 3 questions. So we can, Madam, can you be the, but we'll start with you.
Okay.
Question number 1. I hope you all have some background in cybersecurity, or at least a little insight. A little, no, your own is plenty. Okay. Welcome, sir. Just to let you know, the actual session has been canceled. So we are just brainstorming. Okay, so if you have another session you want to attend, so it's a very informal, impromptu. So question number 1, in cybersecurity, from your understanding in your country, you tell us where you're from, what do you think we have done right?
Mary Stella Simiyu here from the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, but I come from Kenya. You asked me what we have done right in my country. I will say at least we have enacted the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. It is not perfect, it has some challenges. Some sections are being challenged at the Court of Appeal currently. It went to the High Court, but it was not successful, and so currently it's at the Court of Appeal. One of the sections that I write about, that I flag, is the section around disinformation. And it's something that I write about quite extensively when it comes to just even broadly in Africa, how some of the laws we are adopting, they are not really in compliance with the standards that we are setting at international law. And Kenya fails in that regard. So what we've done right, I know I went to maybe what we've done wrong, but what we've done right, yes, what we've done right is that we have enacted a Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act.
Excellent.
That's what we've done right. Yeah.
Madam, what have we done right? Everybody, we're going to ask the same question.
Okay, my name is Jamila Akagadi and I'm Nigerian. So what has Nigeria done right? I think starting off with having a strategy document, a policy and strategy document, which from the start laid the foundation for the very first Cybercrimes Act, which was enacted in 2015. And then it got reviewed in 2021. So I think just having that overarching document that just directs action as it relates to cybersecurity is a start point, and it was good and right. So that's.
Yeah, good day. Yeah, my superior have always told you everything. Okay, my name is Kingsley Chagro. I'm from Nigeria. I'm a member of ISOC here. But meanwhile, my superior have always told you what I should have said. I stand on her protocol.
Okay, you are lying.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ruben. So I'm a Nigerian as well. So building on what she said.
Ruben what?
Sorry?
Ruben what?
Ruben Ishaku.
Ishaku.
Yeah. So building on what she said, I think what we've done right here, the Data Protection Act has actually also helped in the cyberspace. So let's leave it on that.
Okay. So.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Leslie Babangida Dong, and I'm a Nigerian. So I'm not a cybersecurity expert, but just reading and learning. I think one of the things we have done right also is to create an enabling environment for capacity building. Only recently I saw that Google went into partnership with the federal government to train about 2,000 people on cyber security. Secondly, I know that Data Camp just graduated some Nigerians a few weeks ago on cyber security. So I think these are some of the things that I think we have done right, just creating that enabling environment for citizens' capacity to be built so that we have more people. Because I saw an article that said we need about 500,000 cyber security experts in Nigeria to solve the issues. I don't know how correct that is.
The target is 500,000 jobs to be created by the Data Protection Act.
Oh, okay, yes. Okay,
in 5 years.
Yes, that was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So.
Okay.
My name is Umar Mohammed Awan. I'm a Nigerian. I'm my sister's editor.
You will speak last.
But I'm still a student of cybersecurity.
Where?
Lee City University.
Where?
Ibadan. Lee City University,
This is
Ibadan.
University, okay.
Yes,
So
300
one of the
level.
new private universities?
Yes, it was created 2009.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you.
My name is Emeka Chukwu Emmanuel. I'm doing my internship with NCC, and I'm currently a student of AFIGF University in Ekiti State.
Okay.
I don't really know much about the Data Protection Act, but I can say that from what I know so far, that when it comes to ensuring that sharing of child pornography and ensuring that child pornography is illegal in Nigeria, it's actually helping our cybersecurity.
Okay. It doesn't have to be just about data protection, and just broadly cybersecurity or those kind of. Yes, sir. What
Thank you very
have we
much.
done right. Your name and what have we done right?
Yeah, excellent. My name is Thomas Boka from Zimbabwe.
Ah, welcome.
I'm sure you're all familiar with.
He has that crocodile smile, eh?
So he is familiar with my background. Anyway, we managed to promulgate the Cyber Security and Data Protection Act in 2021. So as of now, it's now a fully constituted department which is functional. I should say also within the
Go on.
within that unit, there is the Sept Computer Emergency Response Center, as well as the advocacy team. So for our Computer Emergency Response Center, it's already responding to emergencies within the country. And also, much as they haven't finished setting up the labs, but still we have engaged the service of the ITU in providing us with expertise in finishing up whatever needs to be fine-tuned. So we are in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I am Eric Eddy. I live in the US, but originally from Cote d'Ivoire. So I'll speak on what was done in the Ivory Coast. That is right. There was an act that was taken by the government to kind of register all of the internet users. It has been adversely interpreted as a way of stifling, freedom of expression. But at the same time, also the government claimed that it's the way of actually controlling and managing cyber security. And I think that's one of the things that we have in there. Thanks.
Okay. You know what, the famous alleged quote by Idi Amin,
right?
That I can guarantee you freedom of speech. It is freedom after the speech I cannot guarantee. Yes, the gentleman, before you go at the back, can we have your own input, sir? We would want to benefit from your input. About your name, where you're from, and also what have we done right in cybersecurity? And Madam, don't run away.
Okay, I will try to speak English, but I'm French. I'm not French, but I come from a French country.
You are trying to throw the French off.
Okay, I'm not like my Oga. I speak very good English. I am Jeremy. Okay. Jeremy Adja. Okay.
Relax.
I'm Jeremy Adja. I come from Benin Republic,
just
near Nigeria here. I'm the president of the IGF MAG, our actual MAG. Yes, we just organized our IGF last week. Yes, last week. So I'm the president of the MAG, and particularly the vice president of the Benin Association for Cybersecurity. So it's a very important.
So what have you done right?
Right. We are doing too much sensibilization.
Sensitization.
Sensitization.
Yes.
Thank you. And in our country, the cybercrime is very developed because of young people don't want to les enfants ne veulent pas, les jeunes ne veulent pas aujourd'hui faire beaucoup d'efforts. Ok, so ils trouvent voilà, ils trouvent la cybercriminalité comme un nouveau moyen de se faire de l'argent. Ok, hier il y a quelqu'un de l'île Maurice qui m'a dit qu'il est victime de sextorsion. So, il voulait que je puisse parler avec les autorités du Bénin pour qu'on puisse l'aider. On a un office. Oui. Quand j'ai appelé le commissaire qui fait ça, il m'a dit qu'ils ont plus de 6000 plaintes actuellement. Donc, comme je suis l'ami du commissaire, yes, all the small Benin Republic, but some cases come from abroad. Yes, like that Île Maurice. Okay, so from Benin, they are doing too much cyber attack.
Maybe a few Nigerians claiming to be Benin.
Yeah. Yeah, they teach us. So it's a very big problem, very big deal. So what we are doing is to help youth, to tell them that you can do better with internet. We organize too much training in développing, dans le développement d'applications, app development, web design. On fait beaucoup de formations pour les jeunes, pour les rediriger. Donc, les jeunes... Voilà. Beaucoup de jeunes sortent de nos écoles, mais ils sont en inadéquation avec le marché de l'emploi. So, on est obligé donc de pouvoir les aider, de les rediriger vers des secteurs porteurs. Donc, utiliser la technologie pour des choses qui sont meilleures que des attaques cybercriminelles. Aujourd'hui, le Bénin est... Bon, ça va mieux aujourd'hui, mais sinon, le Bénin était classé comme zone rouge. Yeah, by USA, by France. When you send the email from Benin, it can be a normal email, it can be a good email, but if you go, the email go, yes, there's a lot. It's a red zone, but we are doing too much effort. Now we have since 2 or 3 years now, we have a CSERT. We have a National Agents for Cybersecurity. We have a national strategy. We have the actual government are doing too much. And also the community, the civil society are doing too much effort to solve this problem. So this is the experience of Benin Republic.
Mashallah, c'est bon. Thank you.
Excuse my English.
Well done. No, give him a round of applause, please.
But you helped me to improve my English today.
Yes. We'll get you a wife and it will come even better. Yes, sir. Your name, where are you from, and what have you done right? Where are you from?
I'm Shemilore Makinde.
Yes, go on.
And from Nigeria.
Yeah, sounds Nigerian. Okay. So what's your understanding of what we have done right?
Okay, I'd say Nigeria, let's say, have like maybe quite strong data security or cybersecurity policies. And like we discussed in the last section I attended, the issue is implementation. So we do have the policies, but it's not being implemented. Okay. So we hear like new policies coming through from time to time, but then something that was done right recently, I think there are a couple of apps like spammy apps or loan shark apps. Those kind of stuff got delisted from like Google app, Google Play Store, and I think the Apple Play Store recently. Okay. And that was pushed by the Nigeria, is it NCC or something? Because they were being spammy and the like. So yeah, that's something in the right direction.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you very much. Yes, gentleman in white. People online, be patient. We are trying to get the technical people. Gentleman in the gray, hello. The technical people, because we want to talk to the people online. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Uchiba Gabriel. I'm Nigerian.
Okay.
And one of the notable improvement I've seen lately. That's from NITDA, NITDA, Nigeria Information Technology Development Agency. Yes, I think it was founded in 2001 or 2014, thereabout. No, sorry, NCPS was founded in 2014. That's Nigerian Cybersecurity Policy, society, something strategy. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the notable things I've seen lately is their collaboration with international bodies like Coursera, Google, to give free cybersecurity.
Madam, you're running away. You don't want to talk? Okay. Okay. Please go
Yeah,
on.
so their collaboration with Google, Coursera, for instance, to give free cybersecurity training to interested Nigerians. And I think August or so, I read that they graduated about 500,000 Nigerians or so, from the program. Wow. August, yes. Okay. And there's another cohort coming up by December or January thereabout. So, so that's the notable thing for me. Okay. Thank you.
So, sir, your name and where you're from and what was done right in your own place.
Okay, so my name is Nsikak Imbanulekere. I'm from Nigeria, but I want to speak on regional basis. So for instance, West Africa. So I do research for the West African Telecommunications Regulators Assembly. Okay. So I believe first, yes, WATRA. So first is harmonized policies. So when you have regional harmonized policies, you're able to transfer knowledge, not from just Nigeria, for instance, but across your region, your sub-region, and then to the region at large. This will help you tackle problems together. This will help you share information, improve on your decision-making, as well as bring in multilateral collaborations. So through these multilateral collaborations, you're able to advance new technologies into your country, as well as bring those digital literacy to lift your people from the digital divide, and then bring that regional, bridge that regional gap. So for me, in the regional perspective, I feel that there should be harmonized policies, regulators to come together, key players, stakeholders, and then you build a framework that makes it possible for West Africa or for Africa as a region to have access to internet, have affordability of internet, have those infrastructures that can make us achieve our goal towards the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Haja, what's your name?
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Nafisat Mohammed. And so,
where are you from?
Nigerian.
Okay. And we're talking generally about cybersecurity, data protection. Do you know anything that Nigeria may have done right? That's what we're focusing on. Any ideas?
I don't have idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's move to online if there's anybody. I thought I saw somebody online. Put up your hand if you want to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and what we have done right.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, you asked the question the other time. Can you please repeat the question?
The question is, what have we done right? Well, first of all, your name and where you are from, and then what have we done right?
Sorry, I joined the meeting lately, and I noticed you asked a question. I was on the call, but I noticed you asked a question.
What's your name?
My name is Temidayo Oyinenyi.
Where are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
And what has Nigeria done right?
Done right about internet, about what? About networking, about
all of the above.
Security, about...
Make your choice and answer, please, so others can speak.
All right, good.
What have we done right?
All right, okay. Well, now Nigeria is improving. And when it comes to internet connectivity, we have some networks now with 5G. And they are expanding. Not only 5G, we have fiber networks all over the country. We have fiber networks that is being run, even with some state governments. Some state governments are coming with the idea of providing fiber networks. Like my state now, because I live in Osun State, that is our Honorable Governor Adeleke, Samuel Adeleke, is running fiber networks around the state.
Excellent. Thank you.
So we have Lagos State that has fiber all over the state. I think Kano also is running fiber. We have
It seems you are a fiber
networks.
man.
Hello?
It seems you are a fiber person.
You know, when you are on fiber for internet connectivity, you tend to have a good throughput.
Okay.
A good network connectivity, like you talking of having access to gigabit. You know, you can have access to 10 gigabit, 1 gigabit, and as you want it.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. It's appreciated. Is there any other person online with their hand up? Nobody wants to speak. Please, if you want to speak online, just put up your hand, introduce yourself. And the first question is, where are you from and what have we done right? So can we go backwards through the hall for question number 2, because I want this madam to be last. So Hajia, let's start with you. You've introduced yourself, thank you. Can you tell us some things that you think that we could do better? And I want all of us to avoid saying what we have done wrong, because when you say wrong, you get into blaming. But when you say, what can we do better? Then we are now constructive in terms of how do we move. So again, in cyber, what can we do better from your own perspective?
I believe what we can do better is to make research, seek for knowledge, and implement policies that are sustainable, that is protective to both adolescents, young children, and adults.
Excellent, thank you. Watra.
Okay, so I think investment is crucial. So we need technologies, and of course, most of the advanced technologies may not be found in Africa. So we need to import them as well as study those technologies. For us to do that, we need to invest more. There should be budget that allows the digital economy sector have enough funds, either from the private sector or from the government sector, to build those structures, infrastructures that can help protect our cyberspace and then provide storage data capacity. For instance, we have one in Kano here in Nigeria that was done, I think, last year by Issa Pantami, His Excellency. So it was to store the data of people. So when you have funds and investment, you help build on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the next person, somebody online, please. Hello, who's online? My eyes are not too good. Read the question.
This is from Ivis Momeni.
Okay.
Okay. It appears that the main obstacle in Francophone countries are regulations factors and also license cost. For Cameroon case, as says Sylvia, communities are not considered as moral entities. Please, let's hear from a participant from African English country if they face such problem and how they can be removed.
Excellent. So participants from an Anglophone country, can you please answer or address this question?
It appears that the main obstacle in Francophone countries are regulation factors and also license costs. For Cameroon case, as says Sylvia, communities are not considered as moral entities. Please let us hear from participants from African English countries, that's Anglophone countries, if they face such problems and how they can remove this obstacle. Regulation factors and licensing costs.
Yes, regulation, not being considered as, I'm not sure what moral entity, but maybe it's legal entities, the translation. Watra, you want to?
Yeah, I could share. Like, I think it's everywhere in terms of the cost of getting license. So it may be because the people organizing the structures feel that you should have gotten to a certain level in terms of economic power to want to have an ICT company, and sometimes they may charge you much. But we believe, for instance, Watra, that if you bring the levies and the taxes down, you then open channel for more companies or the ICT to grow, and you attract foreign investment. So in the case of Francophone countries, I don't think they should feel isolated, that the problem is only peculiar to them. But I also think they should go on, like what you said, to look for solutions, which I've just highlighted now. The government or the regulators to try to interact with the stakeholders and the private sector and see how they can come together to a common ground, bring down the taxes, because the taxes on companies also affect the common man. So if you're charging the ICT companies high prices, you will have to place it back on the general population. So maybe that's what is having effect in the countries over there. Thank you.
If I may just add to this, I think, and I know we have to round up, so we only have a few. Can we have about 10 more minutes? Come on, try. But this issue, first of all, I think it's not a Cameroon, like you say, challenge alone. And I think one of the problems we see with many governments in Africa, and I'm not just talking about national governments, in Nigeria, we see it at the state and local level. When you want to lay fiber, what they do is that they charge you for a right of way, that is to dig through. And what ends up happening is that they are taxing the investment instead of taxing the productivity. So if, for example, you let fiber go through at zero cost, because the community becomes more empowered, it will generate jobs, wealth, and taxes. And I think this is what we miss. And very specifically, and you mentioned former Minister Pantami, he was able to get Nigeria to agree generally on a 145 naira per meter right of way. So if you are 6 feet tall, that means you are 2 meters. That is 145 naira times 2. So you can imagine what it would cost to lay a cable from here to Lagos. Now, that was actually beautiful, because prior to that, for example, in a state like Niger, there was a point they were charging, because it's a through state, okay? They were charging up to 7,000 naira per meter, linear meter. In Ibadan, the city, in Oyo State capital, there was a point they were charging between 14 and 18,000 naira per meter. So you can imagine, nobody wants to lay cable. We also had the problem, and again, this is still back to our brother from Cameroon. We had a situation in Kogi State where the state government there was trying to force the telcos to pay them taxes, and so shut down the base stations, which included the fiber optic repeaters that were taking data to other states. So in order to solve their, what they thought was their tax problem, again, they're taxing the wrong thing, they were impacting people downstream. So he's brought up a very, very important issue. So we're going to have to round up. So maybe we can just do 1 or 2 more. And if there anybody who really has something to say, but you are about to speak. Do you have something you still want to say? There's a hand up there. Yes, sir. We're talking about what can we do better.
Yeah, kudos, sir.
Thank you very much. Is there another hand up?
Yeah, yeah. Let me lower it now. I think you've said almost everything that I want to discuss about. But the only aspect that you've not mentioned is that of VIASAT. You know, there are some, I think, licenses and restrictions that the government also placed on cyber cafes and via that, that I think Nigerian government should also consider reducing those taxes, because those taxes force people to go on 4G, all these network providers.
Please make it very snappy, sir, because we're trying to round up.
Good. So that's just what I want to say, that we can also encourage so that tax area also affects us in Nigeria too. It's just that we have to.
That's somebody else? Some interference? Okay. Maybe you can mute. Okay, very, very quickly, just to build up on what he has said. Again, this is practical experience. The company I sit on the board. It's okay, sir. Can you mute it, sir? We were laying in the northeast, basically from Yola, trying to get to Maiduguri. Of course, because of Boko Haram, we couldn't get to Maiduguri. But an interesting incident happened. We were laying fiber on a federal road. The Federal Ministry of Works charged us 145 naira per linear meter. We're happy. There's a river. How do you cross the river? On a bridge. So who owns the bridge? Federal Ministry of Works. Immediately we crossed the bridge with our fiber, we got a letter from Inland Waterways saying that we had to pay another fee for crossing water. So this government will come to that. But sir, you had your hand up. Let me go to you, because we do have to begin to round up.
Yeah, to round up, I'd say a cross-continental collaboration is really the way forward. The African continental trade, I think that's in place would allow for, okay, let me use the case of Europe. It's easy for the European Union to say, we don't want this. And no matter the company, I mean, there was there's something that happened recently with Apple. That's the biggest company across the world. And Apple had to literally change what is proprietary to them just because the EU said they don't want it. So Africa coming together, we can easily bring about change.
If we implement it.
If we implement it.
Very quickly, yes, sir, because I want to end with Madam.
Here is if we can make it serious, and when it comes to data protection. So a lot of African countries. Okay, let me be specific to Nigeria. We can do better if we can improve on privacy. So he made mention of building a data warehouse in Kano and other places. But the problem here is that place secure enough? Because I bet you if I work there or if you work there, I can just borrow your computer as your son or as your relative that you use to deal with sensitive data there and plug in a flash that might be infected with so many things that can be stolen. Yeah, and the link keeps going on. And so if we can create laws and enforce those laws to protect people who work there, I mean, to ensure that data don't go out. Whatever is stored there is sensitive, and you categorize data as sensitive, and
again,
I think that will help.
Again, you forgive me, I have to add my 5 cover here. I think there are at least 10 data centers in Nigeria. The one in Kano is but one. For example, MTN has some very huge ones. Main one actually has a tier 4. By the time you get to tier 4, trust me, you are not entering with a flash or any other thing. And I can tell you that as somebody who has interest in data centers, that at least in the case of our own, to the best of my knowledge, we try to follow, because we're not following Nigerian law per se, we're following international standards. And I give you the example of banks. If you want to use a card, ATM, credit, or whatever, it's not about what Nigerian law says. If you don't follow PCI DSS standard, no bank will interact with you. And if I can't use my card in a different bank, basically, it's useless, you see? So sometimes what you find is what actually drives it is not necessarily our own law, but global standards, which for any company from certain sectors or countries, they will not allow their data to be there if
Yeah.
You don't conform. So, but a good point. Before we have Madame, last but not least, yes, sir.
No, I just wanted to pose a question. I was at the session
At
Congress Hall.
Yes.
Where you spoke about the AF, CTFE that you brought in there. Maybe that's not the question for us to answer now, but now that what the AFCTFA is gaining momentum, how do we factor, what this and what can government do will be, I think, one of the things that I want to see government
Absolutely.
do better in terms of data security. Because with even micro countries today, we are having those problems now to talk about, a larger continental, the ways in which it will be affecting, creating jobs, but at the same time affecting also workers. Today we talk about platform work, for instance, Uber and all of those drivers. To what extent data security becomes, something that the government have to do, because that's where the job is nowadays.
Okay. Before Jamila has the last word, I want to find out if you have anything to say. But I just want to also quickly point out, data center is not about data. It's about energy. Okay, data centers are not cheap. A tier 4 data center is about $200 million plus. In fact, Microsoft built a huge set of data centers, I think in South Africa. Each set was $1.8 billion. So you're not talking of petty cash. Even our own, our small one, I think it's something like $30 million. So it's not a cheap endeavor. But Madam, because I want the ladies to end the session.
Thank you very much. And thank you for saving the session. But before I go to mine, I was still also interested in what you are planning to present in terms of rapid advancement of technology and governance. I feel like you've answered our questions, but I'm sure you had something prepared for us. So it would be good to hear what you had intended to prepare for us.
I was going to respond to whatever were the questions that were posed. But I will say that some interesting things have come up from here, which are relevant. For example, the Continental Free Trade Agreement, the Malabo Convention. These are also governance frameworks. And then, but there's a difference between governance and government. And one of the challenges is exemplified by a study that KnowBe4 did, I think in 2019 or so. And it was mainly in Southern Africa, but I think we can extrapolate. What they found was that in terms of cyber culture, and there are a lot of questions what exactly it is, but there's some basic pillars of it. But in terms of cyber culture and behavior, banking and finance was rated at the top. And as I've just explained, because banks have to adhere to international standards, so it's not surprising. What was worrisome was that third from the bottom was government. So if government that is supposed to regulate you does not have good cyber culture, as they say, you can't give what you don't have. So that is also, it's of great concern. Unfortunately, below government on that scale was education. So it means those who are supposed to teach us cyber hygiene, good cyber practices, good culture, basically our teachers, if they are even below second, I think it was building and construction that was at the very bottom. So these are actually, I think, some serious issues that our societies need to look at. And so that would be one of the takeaways from the session that didn't happen. Jamila, I have the last word, then I'll just wrap up.
I think since we don't have so much time, let me not go into what we can do better and give it to Jamila.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. First of all, I would like to start. I was just talking with her, but I decided we'd like to start first by saying thank you for agreeing to to just switch to this pattern. You see, it's been very informative for us.
We had started earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. And there was something you had said earlier, which is talking about the pillars in cybersecurity: human, that's people, process, and technology. So I think what we can do better, first of all, starting to focus on that aspect of human, because I understand very well that, just like flowing from what you said just now about cyber hygiene culture and all of that, the national leaders and policymakers, for example, let's say even the leaders, will be more aligned and wanting to invest in technology when they understand what is at stake. So talking about cybersecurity, I think it's important to have a lot more about awareness creation on how it impacts even at the government level. Like coming back to a lot of, I think I was talking with one of them earlier, and we're talking about how you have people in government still using Yahoo and Gmail for official purposes. But you can't blame them because they know not what they do. So when that awareness is being created, I think when we just start from that level, and then those who are in the places of authority understand what is at stake to have any hack and all of that cyber attacks, even in critical national information infrastructure, then talking about costs, if it's to renew licenses and whatnot, they will be much more ready to invest in it. So I think the way to start, first of all, is for government and even the private sector. You can offer to just do some pro bono cybersecurity awareness.
Money for hands.
Yeah. But when you start with even just the top leaders, first of all, just have those at managerial level, even understand it, then they will be willing to invest for the officers in the ministries, for example, to say, okay, why not come and carry this on? But just that may not be sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to address your point, though, in all seriousness, the Tuesday before last, I was part of a group that did some training, and my own part was cybersecurity for the assistance to the president. While I was away last week, one of my colleagues took another set of what we call aides, and then whenever they're ready, the last batch will be the advisors. But some of these advisors are big men, so they may not be available or on seat to come. But the point is that it's happening. So very quickly, one of the things I was hoping to convey with this discussion was that, please, anytime, and this is also to the people online, anytime you have an intervention, an event, an activity, whatever you're doing, at the end of that activity, you need to have some kind of brainstorming. And you need to ask yourself the 3 questions I was trying to get you to do, whether it's in your personal life or ideally in your business or professional life. So question number 1, and again, it might be a team thing. In some cases, when I do an intervention, because I'm the only person, I ask myself, but I love it when it's 1 or 2 members of the team. What did we do right? And so, our brother over there, the technician, thank you very much. He did right, he was there. He made sure things worked, the microphones worked. He was able to select and read some of the questions. Even if the event turns out to be a disaster, maybe you had the right intention. So these are the things you did right. And then the second question, as you know, is what could we have done better? Because it is that question that gets you into what can we improve. And that's the constructive, because it doesn't matter whether it's Malabo Convention. It doesn't matter, frankly, whether it is convincing your child to go to nursery school. You can always maybe do it a little better with a little more finesse. As they say, 2020 is hindsight. So to that extent, that is the lesson part. And the third question, which we didn't get to, but I'm going to give it to you as a private assignment, is what's next? We have to move on from here. And so people in the, sorry, Temidayo, we are rounding up, so my apologies. But the idea being, these are the core 3 questions I always personally ask myself and my team, and I would encourage each and every one of you to imbibe it so you can ask yourself and your teams whenever you are engaged, even in this event, when you go back to your hotels, think through those 3 questions, because it will help you to improve. Again, thank you to the people online, your patience. The actual event that we were here for was actually canceled, so we're just having an ad hoc discussion. but your participation is greatly appreciated. I want to leave you with a few thoughts. Many of you today are in positions to participate in some of these policy discussions, policy development, policy implementation, that spectrum of activities. And even if you are not, we pray that the good Lord will uplift you to that position where you will be able to do so. And my plea, my begging of you, if you want, I can go on my knees. When you are developing these ideas, policies, frameworks, legislation, you name it, I want you to factor 3 groups of people. Number 1, the underserved. Number 2, the unserved. And number 3, the unborn. The reason is that they are not here to sit at the table, to present their case, to provide their perspective. Yet, tomorrow, when that framework, policy, legislation, regulation is in place, they have to live with it. So they have to live with the consequences and the precedents we set. And so that is my plea to you in closing. Please remember the underserved, the unserved, and unborn. Thank you. Have a good evening.
No further question.
Give a round of applause for all the unsung heroes and heroines and heroes and all those who organized. Thank you.